We interrupt this program for the following News 4 special report.
Hello, everyone. As we come on the air here, we are starting with breaking news. There has been a mass shooting at the Tops on Jefferson Avenue in the city of Buffalo. This is on the city's east side. Buffalo police are holding a news conference any minute now. We are awaiting details on that. First, we're going to show you video of the scene. You can see multiple police responders on the scene there. This shooting happened around 2:30 this afternoon. We have been told of multiple people shot. And according to the Associated Press, 10 people have been killed. One of our photographers on the scene says that she saw multiple bodies on the ground. Police say that the shooter is in custody, and we are still awaiting more details from police on exactly how everything transpired here this afternoon. Now let's go to News 4's Tara Lynch, who is live at the scene. Tara?
We are here at Jefferson and Landon across the street from that Tops. And as you said there, Jeff, 10 people at least, that's what the AP is reporting, are dead today. And we did speak to one man who was in that store, Grady. He was telling us that the shooter actually crouched down and bent down and was shooting multiple rounds. 10 are dead here per the AP, and it's just a scary scene. He was describing what it was like to be in that store, and just moments before he was in there buying juice, he walked across the street. He usually sits outside that Tops to drink his juice like he does on most days, but something told him to keep moving, and then he heard those initial shots, and he said one woman was shot, then a deacon, then another woman, and then that shooter went inside the building. We spoke to another man who is a high school teacher in the area. He said he had 8 students in that store working at the Tops, and he was just concerned, trying to find out information on their safety. He came down to try to help them. He was looking for them in the crowds of people. They just escorted a lot of people out of the area on buses, and they're going to a nearby school as well. And as we pan across the scene, you can just see that Buffalo Police here, Buffalo Fire are here, New York State Police, Erie County Sheriff's Office is here, Erie County Air 1 is flying overhead, the peacemakers are here as well. It's still a very active investigation, a very active scene. We're waiting for official word from Buffalo Police, and that should be coming to us at any moment here. But just to put this into perspective, people are saying they never thought they would see this in their neighborhood. They are saddened, they are upset, it's just something that we didn't expect to happen on a day. A lot of people are saying people just go inside normal day to grab their groceries, and this is just shocking for everyone here. So we'll have much more coming up. Again, we are waiting for Buffalo Police, the official word from them. Marley Tuskus will have more on that. But for now, live on Jefferson Avenue, Tara Lynch, News 4.
All right, Tara, thank you for that. Obviously, just an awful circumstance here with the number of people who have been killed there. Now let's transition now to a live interview with former Buffalo Police Captain Jeff Ronaldo. He is a law enforcement expert. Jeff, can you hear me? How's the connection here? Okay. First, let's start with getting your overall reaction. Of course, an awful circumstance here, an awful incident with a number of people who have been killed. Your reaction on this very tragic day?
Well, I mean, first off, my thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims of this event. This is an absolute tragedy, absolute disgusting event that occurred. It's something that you hear about, you read about, you see on national news in other cities. And fortunately, Buffalo had never been touched by this. It looks like, fortunately, it did happen today.
Jeff, let me ask you, take us inside, of course, the law enforcement perspective here on the investigation and what you would be looking into initially.
Well, from what I understand, the suspect is in custody. So an immediate background investigation is going to be started by the Buffalo Police Department. This is going to have federal law enforcement involvement as well. And the first thing that you're going to attempt to do is ascertain if there's still any other threats. Was this a lone wolf attack? Was this an event that was planned in cooperation with other people? And what, if any, other dangers exist for the public at large? Once you know that you have stopped the threat, then the investigation begins. What was the motives behind this? Who is the shooter? And, you know, what caused this to happen?
Exactly. I would also suspect that there would be an investigation specifically into the weapon, how the weapon was obtained by this shooter, just all the details about the sequence of events that led up to today, right? And how do you go about learning that information?
Well, again, this is where Buffalo is lucky to have the great partnerships they do with federal law enforcement. So you will see the ATF, the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, local resources, the DA's office, you name it, they're going to assist in this investigation. And what you really do is you start to come up with lanes of traffic. So they will have a series of investigators work on identifying the source of the weapon, where it came from, other ones work in backgrounds, other ones work in the motive. This is going to be a very, very large-scale investigation that will take quite some time to complete.
Could you talk about the training that officers go through for situations such as this? Obviously, this was a situation that, at least at this point, no one could have predicted, unless the people who actually carried it out could provide details on that. But in terms of a law enforcement perspective, in terms of trying to learn more about the training, can you give us some details on that for preparing for something like this?
Sure. So it's basically active shooter training. The Buffalo Police Department had begun that type of training well over 10 years ago, and it was specific to responding to incidents like this if they were to ever occur. And it basically is a situation where the first two officers on scene, they rush in and they attempt to stop the threat in whatever means and manner that they can do that. Buffalo has equipped officers with patrol rifles. A certain number of them have patrol rifles, which is what you need in these situations to stop somebody. Obviously, we do not know what type of weapon the shooter had, but again, it all comes down to training, equipment, and just the ability for the officers to get on scene quickly and attempt to stop that threat.
Again, you look at the headline there, 10 people dead at least. Mass shootings, they have been happening all across the country. Talk from a law enforcement perspective on your reaction to the number of mass shootings that are happening in this country.
Well, I think it's absolutely disgusting. And I believe what you're seeing is the disconnect between mental health, as far as people being treated, as far as identifying people, and the access for weapons in the hands of bad people. This is a situation where you clearly had somebody that had to have some type of mental health issue, and this person had access to weapons, and you put the two of them together, and it's a bad combination. And there has to be some resolution to the mental health crisis that exists, as well as the illegal guns that are on the streets of our cities.
What about looking into the shooter's motive, social media, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, Twitter? Talk about the investigation into that, how the FBI and law enforcement agencies piece all that together.
Well, again, you're going to see, they will attempt to locate and seize any and all devices, electronic devices that this individual had. They will figure out all of the different screen names and online social media profiles that the person had, and then they're going to start looking to see what that profile was like, what kind of sites he visited, what type of chat rooms was he in, and attempt to figure out what his digital identity really was, and to help them to determine what motive he may or may not have.
What steps do you anticipate happening next? Obviously, this is something that's going to be investigated by the Erie County District Attorney's Office. You're going to have numerous law enforcement agencies involved in this, from local, state, federal law enforcement. What are the next steps forward in the days to come?
Well, I think the next steps, you're going to see probably the Erie County DA's office, as well as the U.S. Attorney's Office, start to consult about the proper charging authority in this case, where they feel that the case should reside. And you're going to see a lot of cooperation between Buffalo PD and their federal partners in terms of the investigation. Depending on where this individual is from, if he's from Buffalo or Western New York or other parts of the country, you're going to need a large police response in terms of the investigation piece. And again, thankfully, Buffalo has great relationships with all those partners. So we've worked, collaboratively in the past, in my tenure there, very well on major cases, and I'm sure that that's happening as we speak.
And of course, given the circumstance of the number of people who have been killed, this is something that you're going to see charges filed for each and every person, each and every victim, right, as that case unfolds.
Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the investigative challenges in this case, is to determine exactly what are all of the possible charges, everything from possession of weapons and all of the different criminal acts this individual committed this afternoon. So that part of this, to try and figure out exactly what those charges should be, and it might not even be surprising to see, even after he's initially charged, for additional charges as this investigation unfolds.
Some people will be wondering about whether this, could have been prevented. Of course, you're talking about a busy shopping area. It's a grocery store. Anyone could just walk up to a grocery store. But some people, will be questioning about whether additional aspects could be put in place to prevent something like this. Is it too early to go down that road, or is there anything that you can think of that could change in the future, that would change for the better?
Well, again, I don't know if the store had security or not, but, in a situation like this does not sound like a random act. It sounds like this individual had planned for this event, and only so much or any business prevent this. Again, that's all stuff that will be part of the investigation, but surprise attacks are very hard to defend against, because you just don't know they're coming. And again, if this individual planned this, and he may very well have known what if any security the store had, and it's just an absolute tragedy. There is one person who was responsible for this event, and that's the shooter.
And as we anticipate a press conference any minute now, we anticipate the mayor of the city of Buffalo, Byron Brown, also Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia, also other officials there. Do you anticipate them having a lot of information, given that this happened now several hours ago? Or do you think that they're still piecing together a lot of the major parts of this investigation?
Yeah, I would suspect that they're not going to have, obviously, all the details. I think what you'll see is they're going to tell the community exactly how many people have actually been confirmed to have been mortally wounded in this case, how many other people are critically wounded, and probably give you a 500-foot press conference at this point. But really, that's because that's what they know right now. As I said, these are very, very complex investigations. They take a very long time to put together, and the last thing you want to do is give information that may not be accurate. So I think the press conference will give you some of the 50-foot details, but it's going to get to be a very long time before all of the questions the public has can be answered in this case.
And in terms of resources, let me ask you, when you take in consideration that a number of law enforcement agencies are going to be involved, do resources need to be brought in from outside the area? Do we have everything here? We have an FBI Buffalo office, but do additional resources have to come from perhaps maybe out of state, maybe Washington, D.C., New York City, in order to assist in something like this?
Generally, you don't need manpower from outside of the area. What you will probably see, again, depending on where the suspect lives, if this is an out-of-state individual or somebody that lives in another part of the state, you'll see law enforcement resources from that person's hometown be engaged in some part of the investigation. But again, in terms of outside resources, whatever the department needs, they will be provided.
All right, former Buffalo Police Captain Jeff Rinaldo talking with us about this ongoing investigation. Thank you so much for your time. Now let's go to News 4's Kelsey Anderson. She is live at the scene on Jefferson Avenue at the Tops Markets there. Kelsey?
Hi, good evening. I'm at Jefferson and Laurel. Here right behind me is the Tops. A lot of emotion here tonight. A lot of folks have come down to this area. Police is warning, please do not come down here to congregate. But a lot of people have. A lot of people very, very disturbed, upset by this. There's a lot of yelling that's been going on, just a lot of emotion in this area. The peacemakers, they're wearing those yellow shirts. They are everywhere tonight trying to just calm the scene down here. I talked to a couple peacemakers, asked if they would, speak on air. They said they're very busy right now. One peacemaker did tell me they have contacted crisis services. I called crisis services, the CEO tonight. She said their dispatchers are aware of the situation. They are manning the phones tonight. They do have that 24/7 hotline that is going to be manned throughout the night and in case they get an uptick in calls throughout the evening. But I'm just going to get out of the way and I'll just kind of show you the area here. My photographer Mackenzie will just pan around the area just to set the scene a little bit to show you. You can see the Tops right there behind me. I'm sure you can see some of the yellow t-shirts around. These are the peacemakers that I was referencing in the area tonight. Obviously lots of news crews in the area as well. Just a lot of people. I walked multiple miles to get here because it is so heavily presenced by people and police. A lot of people out on their patios saying this is a sad, sad day. Not much else people can tell me at this moment. Just a lot of people really obviously disturbed and upset by this. We're of course waiting for an update from Buffalo Police and other leaders. I did see Congressman Higgins walking throughout the area here earlier. Obviously all the big playmakers in Buffalo down here, throughout the state down here. We'll of course keep you posted on that. Again, I'm at Jefferson and Laurel tonight, live in Buffalo. Kelsey Anderson, News 4.
Kelsey, very good there in terms of describing the scene. Let me just ask you a question. Yeah, we have seen video of people embracing each other, really trying to come together after something like this. Obviously very devastating. Is there anything that you can point to in terms of how people are supporting each other in a moment of crisis?
Yeah, Jeff, I got down here about 10-15 minutes ago. Again, I walked a long way to get here, and like I said, there were a lot of people on their porches just upset. You can see a lot of families coming together. I saw mothers bringing their kids down here to show them, something disturbing. Tell them, this is a day that we want to remember is very sad and to never happen again here in Buffalo. But again, just a lot of people, a lot of emotions here. There's been a lot of yelling, but then, some tears as well. So we'll, of course, keep you posted from the scene here in Buffalo.
All right, Kelsey, thank you for that. We're going to go back to former Buffalo Police Captain Jeff Rinaldo, who we were speaking to just a few moments ago, but we're going to bring you back in because you provide such a great wealth of knowledge, Jeff, in terms of your background, working years with Buffalo Police, and the ins and outs. Could you talk more about, again, your reaction to this devastating news?
Well, again, it's absolutely horrible. I mean, it's not something that we've seen in this city, in this community. The fact that there's at least, it sounds like 10 families now that have lost loved ones. That's going to be fathers and mothers and brothers and sisters and children. It's absolutely disgusting. And I think that, as a community, we have to figure out a solution to this, right? We have to figure out what are the gaps, what is it that we need to do to take people that are dangerous off of the streets of the city. We've talked about this. Bail reform, for the most part, has been a failure. It has not allowed the criminal justice system to work the way that it was supposed to. And we really have to have a serious conversation about the influx of illegal guns but also guns that are in the hands of people that should not have them. A way to identify people in the community that should not have access to these weapons and ensuring that they do not. That is really the only way that you're going to start to work to prevent these tragedies from occurring.
Jeff Ronaldo, this is Jackie Walker here. As you can imagine, just like in law enforcement, we are hearing about this in the news media. We're coming together because this is a terrible, terrible event to happen in our city. And we know that we all need to play a role right now in informing people and helping people to get through this terrible time. Jeff, I know that Jeff Preval asked you this earlier, but let me just repeat. And I've been searching my memory, Jeff, too. I can't remember anything on this scale in this area, except perhaps for the crash of Flight 3407. I mean, in terms of loss of life and in terms of the trauma that this area is experiencing right now, Jeff.
Yeah, the only incident that I can think of was the City Grill mass shooting. I don't recall the exact number. It was multiple victims, but that appeared to stem from some type of dispute inside of the bar that spilled out into the street. Shots were fired. Multiple people were killed in that tragic event. But in terms of if what we're hearing is accurate, that this was a pre-planned mass attack, no, there is nothing that I can think of in my tenure, almost 25 years of law enforcement in the Western New York community.
In your experience, Jeff, where is that suspect right now? Where was he taken?
He would have been taken to police headquarters, undoubtedly to the homicide office up there. And, right now they're working collaboratively with the DA's office, I'm sure, probably the FBI, probably the U.S. Attorney's Office as well, to determine next steps. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
And would you expect that security has been stepped up in that area around Buffalo Police Headquarters? I'm asking that because we just received a report from the medical campus saying they've stepped up security there, which is really not far from this area. Would you expect there's increased security tonight around Buffalo Police Headquarters?
I'm sure that all of the districts are going to have increased police officers on duty. You definitely would see the hospitals. There's going to be a lot of family members probably racing to hospitals to see their loved ones to determine if they were injured. So a lot of panic can start after these events, especially if you knew that your loved one was either working or possibly going to that store and now you can't get in touch with them. So you're definitely going to see an increased security posture in and around the vicinity of where this tragedy occurred, but as well as at other public critical infrastructure sites.
All right, Jeff Ronaldo, former Buffalo Police captain, thank you so much for your time. And yes, of course, a very dark day in the city of Buffalo in Western New York. And we know that we'll be talking to you down the road. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. And stand by because we are expecting a statement from Buffalo Police shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tops Markets has released a statement about the mass shooting at one of their stores, and it says in part that Tops Markets is deeply saddened by this senseless act of violence, and our thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families.
Well, if you think about what Tops is going through right now, they had many employees in that store. Mm-hmm. They don't know probably right now what the status of those employees are.
Right.
They're standing by for more information, and they're waiting for word from police there. I'm just receiving word that Tara Lynch is on scene there. Tara, what can you tell us?
Jackie, it's really a scary scene here. That's what we're hearing from a lot of the area residents who are here. We actually just spoke with a woman who said one of her friend's sons was in the store. He had to hide in a freezer, and he saw someone begging for their life. So that is what was going on in this Tops earlier this afternoon. I just want to step aside here so we can get a better look at the scene. Wegmans is here providing water to those investigating. We have Buffalo Police, Transit Police, the Sheriff's Office. Air One was flying overhead a little bit ago, probably about 30 minutes or so. AMR is here, Buffalo Fire. This is still a very active scene. Again, 10 people dead here at the Tops on Jefferson Avenue. Just a regular Saturday, people were telling us they were going in to get their groceries. We spoke to a man who was going in to get juice. He typically sits just over there on a bench outside. He said that's where his office is. He sits on the one end and he drinks his juice there every day, but something told him to keep walking, to just go about his day, is what he told us. And when he got across the street, that's when he heard the first gunshots, and he turned around and went back. He said he saw a woman get shot, a deacon, and then another woman before the suspect went inside of the Tops. And then inside the Tops, he said he saw the suspect crouch down and shoot around. He was in army-like apparel with goggles, and eventually he did surrender on the ground to police. But again, this is a scary situation. We had a high school teacher talking to us who said he was waiting to find his 8 students who were inside working at this Tops. He came down here to try to find them. He was looking for them in the crowds of people that were being escorted out of the Tops. Again, that is what it was like to be in there today, and we're going to have a lot more information. Again, we are still waiting from the update from Buffalo Police. That is happening momentarily. Marley Tuskus will have more on that coming up, but for now, live in Buffalo, Tara Lynch, News 4.
Tara, before you go, let me ask you a question. Did you at all hear from this victim about just how quickly this all happened? Oh, it looks like we may have lost Tara Lynch there. We'll try to get back to her. Let's put up a statement here from U.S. Senator Charles Schumer. Charles Schumer tweeted a little while ago that he is actively monitoring the situation with the grocery store shooting in Buffalo. Of course, this is at the Tops Market, and they are standing with the people of Buffalo. And he is tweeting that if you're in Buffalo, please follow the guidance of local law enforcement. Certainly a good message given the situation.
And Senator Kirsten Gillibrand has also sent out a statement. I believe Congressman Brian Higgins is down at the scene there.
Yep, saw him there.
This is, no question, a national story, an international story. And anybody who has a tie to this community is pulling together right now to share information and, I think, to share comfort with each other. Let's head back to Jeff Rinaldo, with formerly with the Buffalo Police Department, but he is usually right in the middle of scenes like this. He retired not long ago, so he would have a lot of information about how the Buffalo Police Department handles something like this. And Jeff, let me just ask you, what is happening for Buffalo police officers right now? We see a lot of scenes of them. They're talking to each other. They're, in essence, kind of standing down. If you have the shooter in custody, what is the role of the police officers who are still on the scene right now?
Sure. So it's going to be crime scene integrity. This is going to be a very large crime scene. Undoubtedly, the shooter must have entered probably through the front door in the parking lot. I've heard some reports that there might have been a victim or multiple victims in the parking lot. So you have a very large crime scene. The number one thing that they need to do right now is preserve the integrity of that crime scene, ensure that nobody breaches it and nobody damages evidence that's in the parking lot or in the store. At shooting scenes, you get a lot of victims' families, you get other onlookers, bystanders, and sometimes emotions can run high and people want to rush to the scene to check on their loved ones. But it's a very delicate balancing act, maintaining that perimeter for security reasons.
Yeah, crowd control then, number one as well in terms of what they're doing there.
Yes, absolutely.
Jeff, let me ask you, in terms of the training ahead of incidents such as these, what do police officers, what do they go through on a monthly or annually basis in terms of training for these types of situations that we never, ever want to see?
Well, the training is a number of things. I mean, firearms qualifications, you have training with the tactical teams, you have training using simunition. There's a number of different trainings out there that the police department engages in to teach officers who arrive at these scenes on how to respond. If you look back to the precipice of the Columbine shooting, the protocol was different then, and there was a lot of criticism on law enforcement in terms of officers arriving, waiting for the SWAT team, and the number of victims increased as a result of some of those decisions. So over the years, the training has adapted, and more of those tools, more of that training has gotten itself down to the very first responders, the patrol officers that are first on scene, to go in and identify and attempt to stop the threat.
And specifically here, as we see police officers, they are still on the scene there at the Tops Market. In terms of the next steps going forward and the investigation as it unfolds, looking at social media, is that already underway?
Undoubtedly, that's already underway. Like I said, that's where all of the resources of the police department will be engaged. So you have patrol officers that will hold that scene. I would expect that scene will be held for probably a couple days, if not longer, given the severity of this crime. You have detectives that specifically do social media, other detectives assigned to the background investigation. So yes, the entire homicide squad, probably members of other squads within the detective community, basically dividing up the work and getting the job done.
All right, former Buffalo Police Captain Jeff Rinaldo, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure we will be checking back and hearing from once again.
Absolutely.
Given the circumstances and his experience.
We want to go back to the scene now. Tara Lynch has been there for quite some time, and we are just receiving very disturbing news that the gunman had a racial slur written on his weapon. And of course, this goes back to motive here and why this Tops, why in this particular area would he be carrying out this shooting. So there will be more coming on that, and we are waiting right now for a news conference with the police department. As you can imagine, this is such a wide-ranging investigation they have going on right now. There's so many things happen. We were supposed to hear from them at 5:15. They keep pushing back the start of the news conference. We absolutely are interested in what information they can give us that we were not able to gather at the scene there. And if Jeff Rinaldo is still with us, Jeff, in a case like this, police are usually very close-mouthed about the information from the scene. Where's the dividing line there? How much information can you give out and let the public know?
Well, again, in my career of being the person that handled this stuff, you want accurate information. You don't want to speculate. You don't want to cause panic. You want to be able to give out accurate information. So generally, you will see them confirm how many victims have died as a result of this tragedy, how many other victims are wounded, the status of those victims. You will see the police department reiterate that they have somebody in custody. If there's information that they need from the public, if there's assistance that they need, they will request that generally at the initial press conference. But you will also see them not speculate about motive, intent, or really talk about how this was carried out, the types of weapons, things of that nature. It's just way too soon in the investigation to start talking about those types of details.
As Jackie had mentioned, there is now news that there was a racial slur that was on the shooter's weapon. Could you talk more about the likelihood of a hate crime here?
If that isn't true accurate, then you would definitely see both local as well as probably federal prosecutors ensure that this gets charged accordingly, and the severity of the charges is upped based on the as a race crime.
All right, Jeff, stand by as you have been. You've been very helpful and very informative for us. We want to head back to the scene now. Tara Lynch has been there, as we said, almost from the beginning when this word broke about what happened there. And she has more information for us right now. Tara?
Yes, Jackie, we have been here all afternoon, and we are joined right now by Congressman Tom Suozzi and Diana Reyna. They are running for governor and lieutenant governor here in New York, but they happen to be in the Buffalo area today. But you're here now on Jefferson Avenue, Mr. Congressman. So please tell me a little bit about what you've heard and what is going on here today.
I think people are just devastated. It's hard to imagine that people have to be subjected to this type of violence, that this type of racism exists. I've been told, I don't know if it's true or not, that the shooter had racial epithets on his guns. It's just devastating. And this has got a crime, and stamping out hate has got to be a priority here in our state and throughout our country. And we just want to show support for the community and for the families that are here.
And I know that both of you are from the New York City area, but when you hear that something like this is happening in the second largest city in the state that you are running to represent, what does that mean for you? When you hear those things, what are you thinking about?
This is a great loss, and there are no words that can describe the situation right now. This is exactly what divides country, and this is the time when we have to stand by one another and be strength and pillars of strength for others who are experiencing what is crime at the closest level. I can never have imagined that we were visiting Buffalo today and that this would have happened. Our hearts go out to the families, to the victims, to the community, to law enforcement. This is exactly what we have to start fixing together. This kind of hate is what is destroying America.
And both of you are running for the state's highest and second highest office here. We're seeing crime uptick in your area, New York City. We're seeing it here in Buffalo. We're seeing it in Elmira, New York, a smaller city.
State.
So what do we do about that?
You know, since day one, we have said that crime has got to be the #1 priority of what the state is dealing with right now. And when you add the fact that this was a violent gun crime, and that seems like it was a racially motivated crime, this can't be an afterthought. This has got to be a priority, the #1 priority that we're focusing on. We've tried to make it a priority, and we hope that the people in office now hear our voices and hear the community's voices and say this has got to be the #1 priority, because this is real life. Families are suffering right this minute. They're devastated right this minute because their loved ones' lives have been taken away from them. And we cannot treat this as an afterthought.
When you say we can't treat it like an afterthought, it sounds like you want to take a proactive approach. How do we be proactive in terms of the gun crime here in New York State?
We have to get the guns off the street. We have to support the law enforcement's efforts to get guns. We have to make sure that we. Yeah. They probably came from South Carolina too.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman. Diana Reyna, thank you so much for joining us here. We're going to send it back to you in studio.
You can hear tensions there at the scene. This is just so many emotions flooding out there. We have Mike Hughes on the line, and Mike Hughes is with Kaleida Hospitals. Mike, are you there?
Yep. Good evening, guys.
Hello. And can you tell us, do you have any of the victims from this tragedy at the Kaleida Hospitals?
We don't. Buffalo General Medical Center and Children's Hospital are about 1.5 miles from the shooting scene. So obviously when we first heard the news, we activated our teams to make sure we were prepared. Unfortunately, there were only 2 transports. Both went to ECMC. So, at this point, we don't have any transports.
Wait a minute, Mike. This is new information. When you say 2 transports, we have been hearing multiple people wounded. Are you saying only 2 people were wounded and taken from that scene?
That's the reports we have at this point. Obviously, this stuff is still kind of unfolding, but at this point, we have been told that 2 have gone to ECMC by ambulance. Now, there may have been others that have gone by car. I'm just talking about officially by ambulance. Nobody has walked into Buffalo General or Children's, nor have they transported by ambulance to Buffalo General or Children's. So again, some have gone by ambulance, but some others may have gone by car.
Oh, that is really shocking news and disturbing news. If only 2 wounded people were taken from the scene still alive there.
Mike, could you talk about the preparations that Kaleida Health Hospitals that they are taking in terms of perhaps maybe support for other medical facilities right now?
Yeah, the medical campus is only 1.5 miles away from the shooting scene, and there's a couple of the 33.
Okay, did we lose Mike? Did we lose you? All right, well, what we found out there is that no other victims at the Kaleida hospitals here. 2 wounded and taken to ECMC. All overall, now I'm being told 13 people shot, 10 of them are dead. This is just such a dark day. We are hearing that they are just about ready to start this news conference where we're going to get a lot more information than what we've been able to piece together here. Hospitals on alert, police on alert, news media on alert, the neighborhood totally on alert, peacemakers in that crowd there trying to console people, trying to keep them under control. I'm hearing that Mike Hughes is back on the line. So, Mike, as far as you're concerned, from the Kaleida standpoint, right now, you have done everything that you can do to respond to this scene.
Yeah, we look at it 2 ways. One is, our emergency rooms being prepared, in some sort of mass casualty incident like this. But 2, there's also the safety perspective for our employees, with the shooting scene being that close to our hospitals and our nursing homes. We have upped our security presence. We've offered escorts for employees. There's 2 exits off the 33 that are right behind Buffalo General by the shooting scene there. So we're making sure that our staff understand we have added extra resources, extra patrols in the event that they may want that. We have a shift change coming up at 7 p.m., so we wanted to make sure that we got out in front of this.
Yeah, and can we talk more about the healthcare workers specifically? Because we've been hearing for months, years now about shortages and issues in terms of filling those shifts and having enough medical personnel. Are you guys fully staffed?
Yes, we are. And in times like this, our staff go above and beyond, and they go the extra mile, whether it's COVID, whether it's a mass casualty incident. The staff, whether it's at Buffalo General, or Children's, or Suburban.
Mike, I hate to interrupt. Thank you very much. We appreciate the information. Let's go back to the scene where police are ready to release some information.
Mass shooting with multiple casualties and several people injured. This is the worst nightmare that any community can face, and we are hurting, and we are seething right now as a community. The depth of pain that families are feeling and that all of us are feeling right now cannot even be explained. Some of us had the opportunity to provide comfort to some of the families, but needless to say, there is no comfort at this time. We are pleased that a shooter is in custody. The person responsible for the tragic events of today is in custody. You will get more details in a moment. I want to thank all of the law enforcement agencies at the federal, state, county, and city level, all of the agencies that have responded. Buffalo is known as the city of good neighbors nationally and internationally. This is a community where people love each other. The shooter was not from this community. In fact, the shooter traveled hours from outside this community to perpetrate this crime on the people of Buffalo. A day when people were enjoying the sunshine, enjoying family, enjoying friends, all manner of happy activities. People in a supermarket shopping and bullets raining down on them. People's lives being snuffed out in an instant for no reason. I have to say that this particular top supermarket is near and dear to my heart. It's one that I worked years ago to help bring to this community. It's one that I patronize from time to time. My family patronizes from time to time. And some of the victims of this shooter's attack are people that all of us standing up here know. So this is a day of great pain for our community. I want to just recognize some of those that are with us today before I turn things over to our Police Commissioner, Joseph Gramaglia, to give you more detail. I want to recognize County Executive Mark Polenkars, Erie County Executive, Congressman Brian Higgins, Council President, Buffalo City Council President Darius Pridgeon, Erie County Legislature Chairwoman April Baskin, Erie County Legislator Howard Johnson. I want to recognize Governor Kathy Hochul and thank her for her calls. Governor's staff is with us now, and the governor is flying back into town and will be here sometime after 7 o'clock. I want to recognize Attorney General Letitia James, who has also called, and we have also received calls from the White House. Again, this is a day of great sadness for all of us in the city of Buffalo. To provide you with more detail, I want to turn things over to Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia.
Thank you, Mayor. At approximately 2:30 today, an individual who the mayor stated is not from this area and is from hours away drove to the Buffalo, went to 1275 Jefferson Avenue to the Tops Market. He exited his vehicle. He was very heavily armed. He had tactical gear. He had a tactical helmet on. He had a camera that he was live streaming what he was doing. The individual exited his car and engaged 4 individuals. He shot 4 people in the parking lot. 3 of those were deceased. 1 individual at this time is surviving the injury. The individual went inside. As I said, he was an 18-year-old white male, walked into the store and began engaging customers inside the store. One of the individuals inside the store is a security guard, a beloved security guard, who is a retired Buffalo police officer, a hero in our eyes, engaged the suspect, fired multiple shots, struck the suspect, but because he had heavily armored plating on, that bullet had no round. The suspect engaged our retired officer, and he was ultimately shot and deceased at the scene. He continued to work his way through the store. Ultimately, he worked his way back towards the front of the store. Buffalo police immediately respond, engage the suspect in the vestibule of the store, and at that point, the suspect put the gun to his own neck. Buffalo police personnel, 2 patrol officers, talked the suspect into dropping the gun. He dropped the gun, took off some of his tactical gear, surrendered at that point, and he was led outside, put in a police car, and transported to Buffalo Police Headquarters. So as we said, a total of 13 people were shot today, 10 deceased at the scene, and 3 sustained non-life-threatening injuries. It appears to be non-life-threatening injuries at that point. 4 in total were store employees. One of those was the security guard who has worked at that location for a very long time. Many officers are on scene here, knew him quite well, and the rest of the victims are customers of the store. As the mayor said, this tragic incident by someone who is not a part of our community, does not live here. We'll let some of the other agencies get into the information that has been posted online, and I will turn this over at this point first to our Erie County Sheriff, John Garcia. I would like to thank all of the agencies. We have a very, very close working relationship with every level of government, every level of law enforcement, and everybody was immediately calling and responding. We had a command post set up, and everybody is asking what we can do and how can we pitch in. The individuals from several hours away, the New York State Police and the FBI are investigating that part of the crime as well. So I will turn this over at this point to Erie County Sheriff John Garcia. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gramaglia. As your sheriff and on behalf of the men and women of the Erie County Sheriff's Office, our condolences to the victims and their families. From a law enforcement standpoint, the Erie County Sheriff's Office responded, boots on the ground, deputies, investigators, our helicopter in the air, our SWAT team on standby, and as Commissioner Gramaglia said, we are working together every single day to keep the community safe. This was pure evil. It was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community, outside of the city of good neighbors, as the mayor said, coming into our community and trying to inflict that evil upon us. I urge everyone to stay calm, and we are there to protect the citizens of Erie County and Buffalo, and we'll be out there along with the City of Buffalo Police Department patrolling. And again, my condolences to the family, and this person was pure evil. So, thank you.
I'm Stephen Belongia. I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI's Buffalo field office. We stand here today confronted with feelings of anger, shock, confusion, fear, and compassion. We feel motivated to help and relieve the anguish of those who were killed and injured today and their families and friends. These victims did not deserve this. They were doing what we do every day, going to the grocery store or simply doing our jobs. The FBI is working this case jointly with our partners, with the Buffalo PD and our other federal, state, and local partners. We are investigating this incident as both a hate crime and a case of racially motivated violent extremism. Hate crimes fall within the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division, and racially motivated violent extremism cases fall within the FBI's Counterterrorism Division within our Domestic Terrorism section. The FBI is providing all necessary resources, both locally and nationally, to investigate this matter. We will not stop until every lead is investigated, every piece of evidence is analyzed, and until we understand how and why this horrible tragedy and crime occurred. Our thoughts and our prayers are with the family and the victims who died today.
I'm Trini Ross. I'm the United States Attorney for the Western District of New York. I want to start by saying my thoughts and heartfelt prayers go to the family, the victims, and the community that had to suffer this great and unnecessary tragedy today. We're working with our state, federal, and local law enforcement partners, as you've already heard from, to ensure that justice is brought to this community, to those victims, to their families. The United States Attorney's Office will be investigating this case along with our law enforcement partners as a hate crime and domestic violent extremism. I'm in touch with the highest levels of the Department of Justice. Resources will be put behind this investigation. Whatever we need, we will not stop until justice is brought to this community, those families, and the victims of this horrific crime. I can assure you, as the United States Attorney, I will bring whatever resources we need to this community to make sure that justice is done. This should never happen to anyone in any community. It surely shouldn't happen on a beautiful Saturday when people are just shopping and going through normal life events. We will ensure that the perpetrator of this victim is given justice, and justice will be done for this community.
I'm going to go last. No, I'm going. I'm not going. I'm not going. All right. Let me first start out by saying thank you. Thank you to all my partners in law enforcement here from the federal, state, local level. The amount of work that's been done so far has been extraordinary. The amount of information that's been gathered so far has been outstanding. And for everyone involved here, from Trini to BPD to the state police to the sheriff, I cannot thank enough. We here in Erie County, though, are not waiting. I have already called a judge, Judge Hanna, to come downtown immediately and arraign this individual. So within the next hour, this individual will be arraigned on a charge of murder in the first degree. I am not even going to mention his name right now, one, because the arraignment hasn't occurred, but more importantly, I don't want to give him any celebrityism at all right now. I don't want to give him anything right now that puts attention on him and the alleged, and again I say alleged, despicable acts that were committed today in our great city. So I'm not going to give you his name right now. I'll give it to you after I issue a press release after he's been arraigned. I anticipate the arraignment will be within the hour. Now, BPD and my office are drafting the charges right now, and he will be arraigned tonight. And that charge of murder in the first degree carries with it a life without parole sentence. Now, there are two aspects of the murder in the first degree charge that potentially could be charged here. The one obviously is crystal clear right now. There is a certain subdivision of the murder in the first degree that accounts for multiple individuals getting shot and killed, which is what we have here. As the commissioner said, we have 10 individuals who have unfortunately lost their life, 3 that have been shot but are going to survive, hopefully. There is also a second subsection of the murder in the first degree component to it. Obviously, we will investigate that further. I want to make sure right now, though, when I arraign him tonight, my clock is ticking as far as my felony hearing date, which will be 5 days from now. So I want to make sure that I have the best charge right now to hold him in custody and to get this matter moving forward before I add any other charges on. But I can, and if those charges are applicable, which I think they may be, they will be added on. They're not going to increase the punishment at all from a state standpoint. From a state standpoint, it is life without parole, and that's as high as we can go. So I also want to thank my district attorneys across the country who have been texting me and calling me for the past 2 hours. I thank you for your thoughts. I thank you for your prayers. But more importantly, I want everyone to know that my thoughts and prayers are with the family members who have lost loved ones today in the city of Buffalo.
We'll next hear from County Executive Mark Poloncarz and then Congressman Brian Higgins.
And then I'll take any questions at the end.
As has been said by all the others, today is one of the saddest days in the city of Buffalo and Erie County's history. All of the county's resources have been made available as necessary to assist in this unfortunate, horrific act. As the mayor noted, we are the city of good neighbors, and we, of course, are not defined by this act, but how we will come together to support the families of those who have lost. And on behalf of the people of Erie County, I want to offer my deepest condolences to those who've lost a loved one today. Erie County mental health counselors, as well as our partners from the mental health community, are already on site to assist those who may have lost a loved one or those who were a witness to this horrific crime. And as we know, we will offer all resources possible from all parts of county government, whether, of course, it's the sheriff's office, the district attorney's offices, or the other departments, that to ensure that not only do this individual be prosecuted for this horrible crime and brought to the full extent of justice, but that we also can heal as a community from this traumatic experience.
Well, thank you very much, and let me just say to all of my colleagues in government, our law enforcement community, the eyes of the nation are on Buffalo, and those eyes are full of tears and they're full of sympathy for the violence and the tragedy that's been exacted on good, innocent people who went to work this morning, said goodbye to their loved ones, expecting fully to return home tonight. 10 people are not going to return home. Their loss, their death, is a loss and a death that's exacted on this community. Our sympathy goes to the families. Our thoughts go to the families and to the victims. And I couldn't be more proud of my mayor, my county executive, my district attorney, the U.S. attorney, and all of the elected officials that are here today in the law enforcement community who have coordinated this effort in a highly effective way. So this is something that hopefully we will learn from, something that will serve as a basis from which enacting policy at the federal level to get guns out of the hands of those people who should not have guns in their hands. And we hope that time will heal. And we are a good community. We are a giving community. We love our people. We love our diversity. And again, these people were people that for the past 24 months were working in service of others, and people who we called our heroes. And our heroes have been taken down today without justification.
So as we conclude, before we open up for questions, again, I want to express that our deepest and most heartfelt condolences are with the families of those who lost their lives today tragically and unnecessarily. If you would bear with us, we will open up for questions, and then we will conclude in prayer with Father Seil, the fire department chaplain, and our council president, Darius Pridgen.
Where is the shooter
Questions?
from? Where is the shooter from? You said he drove.
We're not going to say right now. The state police and the FBI and the ATF are investigating his residence, so we do not want to state right now where he's from, but he is from a county here in New York State that is hours away.
Can you give us more information?
Go ahead, Hannah.
Can you give us more information on why you're calling this a hate crime at this point?
There are certain pieces of evidence that we have ascertained in the course of this investigation that indicate some racial animosity. I'm not going to specifically talk about or elaborate on what exactly they are right now, but we have evidence in custody right now that shows that there is some racial component to these alleged actions.
Susan Rose. Susan Rose.
What was the weapon, John?
It was an assault weapon.
Was he known to law enforcement?
No, and that, at this time does not appear.
Can you confirm if there was some sort of manifesto that was published?
I'm not going to confirm that.
Down here.
What? Yeah, question.
Will there be an open court for the arraignment?
Well, I mean, probably not, because it's going to happen like right now in closed city court. So, no. The answer to the question is no.
There's
Sorry.
somebody in the back over there.
Could he face federal charges or the death penalty?
All options are on the table as we go forward with the investigation. We will put every tool in our toolbox to make sure justice is done for the individuals of this horrific crime in our community.
Associated Press.
Yep.
Is part of the evidence, can you talk about the victims? Were the victims all black and the shooter white?
Yes.
Can you let the commissioner respond to that?
So out of the 13 victims, 11 are African American, 2 are white. So there were 4 store employees.
Were those 4 store employees fatally shot?
We have the security guard, who was the retired Buffalo police officer, was fatally shot. 3 other store employees were non-fatal wounds.
Do you have the ages or an age range?
Not right now.
Was the suspect live streaming the shooting?
Yes.
Where was that live stream?
It was on a social media platform.
John, when was the last time first-degree murder was brought forward to a suspect in Erie County?
I believe it's only been done once in my tenure.
All right. Kelly?
Do you think he was working alone, or could there be other dudes out there like him?
At this point, it appears that he was alone.
Tim?
Social media posts out there, you know, and I can't comment on the veracity of them. Is there any reason law enforcement should have known who this individual is? Were there concerning posts that were brought to the attention of law enforcement anywhere?
No. At this time, we don't know that.
All right, anyone else?
I want to ask, we see this everywhere else. We never think that it's going to happen here. Congressman Higgins kind of mentioned this, but these people are our neighbors.
we see them at the grocery store shopping every day. I mean, that has to be going through each and every single one of your minds right now and when you heard about this.
Of course, and that's why we want to bring justice here. We want to bring justice to every individual who lost their life, to every family member who lost an individual today, to every individual who was a victim of this crime. Not only to the family members, but to the victims themselves. I mean, I learned a long time ago when I was trying homicide cases back in the DA's office 20 years ago that we, in the homicide field, when we're doing a homicide investigation, we speak for the dead. And when we speak for those who have lost their life, we are going to bring them justice, their families justice, and this community justice.
Let me respond to that, too. Many of us know this supermarket, this Tops supermarket on Jefferson Avenue very well. Many of us have been in and out of this supermarket. Our family members have been in and out of this supermarket. Some of us, many of us, know some of those who are victims of this horrific crime. So this is painful. This does hurt. It always hurts. And as the U.S. Attorney, Trini Ross, said, this should not happen in this community and any community anywhere in our country.
Mayor Brown, do you think this will exacerbate racial tensions in this community, even though the shooter wasn't from here?
You know, as we've all said, this is the city of good neighbors. We are a loving community. We are prayerful that this will not exacerbate racial tensions. We can't let an evil person divide this community and an evil person divide our country.
Can I address that, though? What I am hopeful for is that this incident will bring us together, because as stated, this could have been any one of us or any one of our loved ones. We shop on Saturday, we go to supermarkets, we take care of our families, we go to work. And if this should bring us together and not tear us apart. And that's what I'm hoping as we go through the process of justice in this case, that we all band together to let the world know, because I'm getting texts from friends in other countries about this incident today. And we need to let the world know who Buffalo is, who the people in Buffalo are, and what we're going to do for our community and other communities in this great nation to make sure this type of crime is stopped.
What are they? One more. Is this the
Hannah, go ahead, one more.
mass casualty event in the city?
I'm sorry?
Is this the largest mass casualty event in Buffalo?
As long as I can remember, yes.
Anyone else?
What are the age ranges of the people that have passed?
Yeah, we're not going to get that right now.
Can you just tell us a little bit more about the timeline of how he was taken into custody? How long between the time this attack started and the time that it ended was he taken into custody, and did it take police to get there?
I don't have the exact answer on the time. We'll look into that, but it was a very fast response by our patrol officers who immediately went inside the supermarket, did not hesitate, went right inside.
Was the shooter speaking when he was live streaming?
We can't comment on that.
All right. We're going to conclude with prayer. Father Paul.
Father Paul Sile, and then Council President and Bishop Darius Bridges.
Everyone wants to join together here in prayer.
At a time like this, we go to our deeper spiritual selves, whether we believe in God, whether we don't, whether we're Christian or Jewish or Islamic or any other faith or not faith. There is something that unites us all together as human beings. As this terrible incident has torn at the heart of this community, we pray to you, loving God, creator of us all, to help us be ever more unified in the things that hold us together in common. Hear the prayers we offer for all of the people who have, and all of their loved ones, those who have died, those who are injured, those who are their family members awaiting word about them, for the store employees, for the firefighters, the police officers, the ambulance, the first responders. So deeply this touches our faith and our community and our beloved city of good neighbors that we know that we can only turn to you, O loving God, and to one another. Help us to have firm hope that we will see our loved ones again. Help us to come to that great reunion in the heavenly kingdom. Keep us safe. Keep your children safe. and help us always to work towards unity and never division. Jesus Christ says in the gospel that is read at Catholic services this weekend, "If you are my disciples, you will keep my command. My command is that you love one another as I have loved you. Love one another." May we all of us live those words of loving one another. Bishop Darius.
Amen. Father, we come now for families of so many whose family members left the house to pick up bread, to buy eggs and butter, to just go to work. We pray for those families, that they may be comforted by you, even when evil has struck our city. We pray for every person in this community who witnessed it, every child who may have seen it, every mother who will not see their child tonight. Pray for guidance, pray for peace, pray for unity. But most of all, God, we pray that justice be done. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Would anticipate the governor is anticipated to arrive here shortly and come here.
Here,
Yes.
so we have another.
Yes, I would anticipate. What time is it right now, guys? 6:20? I'm assuming around 7 o'clock. Around 7 o'clock, okay? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We interrupt this program for the following News 4 special report.
And we are starting with breaking news tonight. This is video from the mass shooting at Tops Market on Jefferson Avenue.
This is turning into an international event. According to the White House, President Joe Biden has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisor on the horrific shooting. What we know so far is that 13 people were shot. 10 of those are dead, with 3 at local hospitals said to be non-life-threatening injuries.
Now, 4 of the 10 that are dead are Tops workers, including a security guard. It's being investigated as a hate crime. Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown reported that the shooter was from outside of the Buffalo community and traveled hours to inflict this horrible pain on Buffalo.
They won't say yet exactly where he was from or give his name at this point. The DA, John Flynn, said he didn't want to give him any celebrity at all by mentioning his name right now, but he is to be arraigned tonight. News 4's Marley Tuskus and Tara Lynch are live at the scene. Let's begin with Marley tonight on Jefferson Avenue.
Jackie, I want to go back to what you just said about the suspect being arraigned tonight. We did hear from DA John Flynn, who says he actually expects that to happen right now. He does not want to wait any longer. He called in Judge Hanna as soon as he heard what this was happening to go downtown, hold this arraignment. And right now, the charges that the suspect is facing is first-degree murder. John Flynn said he couldn't remember the last time that someone was charged with first-degree murder in Erie County. He said it was probably one other time during his tenure. There are 2 reasons that he said this person is facing those charges. That's because of the evidence that he's facing of the multiple people that were killed and also the 3 that were injured. But he also said there is a racial component that could later be tacked on. Right now, he says, though, he just wants to put the charge out there that he knows he can nail this guy with. But I do want to mention about that racially motivated aspect to this. While law enforcement could not go into detail, or rather would not go into detail, they did tell us there were multiple aspects that their investigation has shown, which is why they believe this is a racially motivated crime. They believe, and they are calling this a hate crime. We heard from several different law enforcement agencies, including the FBI and U.S. Attorney Trini Ross from the Western District, who said this will be investigated as a hate crime. We did also hear from Sheriff John Garcia from Erie County. He gave a very passionate and emotional statement talking about just how pure evil this suspect was. This is what he had to say.
This was pure evil. There was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community, outside of the city of good neighbors, as the mayor said, coming into our community and trying to inflict that evil upon us.
No, first-degree murder charge would be a life sentence without parole for this suspect. Now, again, what we do know about this suspect is that he is an 18-year-old white male who drove in hours away into the area. They would not say where he drove in from. As Jackie mentioned, John Flynn said he would not give the suspect that celebrity. So at this point, we don't know the name or where exactly he came from. What we can tell you about the victims is that there are 10 who are dead, 3 with what appears to be non-life-threatening injuries who are at area hospitals. 4 of those victims were just working. They were at Tops. They were there working. One of them is a retired Buffalo police officer who was there working his job as a security guard. And actually, the law enforcement officials here, including John Gramaglia, said that that security guard did shoot at the suspect. However, because he was wearing armor at the time, the suspect was unharmed. That is when the suspect then shot the retired security guard. We are, of course, working to continue to find out everything that we can about this situation, including both the victims and the suspect, and we will bring you the latest updates. As for now, reporting live, Marley Tuskus, News 4.
All right, Marley, thank you for that. And we have learned from officials in that news conference that it was 2 Buffalo police officers who were able to get the gunman to surrender, to get down to the ground.
They arrived on the scene very quickly after this started to happen. That police officer, retired Buffalo police officer, is being called a hero. He engaged the suspect in gunfire at the front of the store. The suspect then went all the way to the back, came back to the front, and met these 2 Buffalo police officers. He held a weapon to his neck. The police officers talked him out of that. He put his weapon down, and he was taken into custody.
All right. News 4's Tara Lynch is live at Tops on Jefferson. Tara, what can you tell us about what you are still seeing there? It is, of course, still an active scene.
Yes, Jeff, still an active scene. There are still crowds of people here. Police are urging folks not to come to this area, but where we are standing, we're right along Landon, and there were crowds of people when we arrived here, and we've been here since early this afternoon. And when we first got here, people were on the phone. People were trying to locate their loved ones, people that they know that were in this grocery store on a regular Saturday afternoon trying to run their errands. We spoke with one man who was getting his juice, and he typically sits right behind me in that corner. There's a bench there. He says that he called it his office. He sits there often to drink his juice and meet people who are going in and out of the Tops. And for some reason today, he just kept walking, and by the time he crossed Jefferson Avenue to keep going, he turned around and heard all of those gunshots. He said he heard multiple rounds. He was describing the shooter as crouching down, shooting throughout the building. He said he shot one woman, then a deacon, and then another woman before entering the building and shooting more people. We heard from another woman who said someone she knows was hiding in a freezer in the Tops as well. So those are sobering moments that we're hearing from these witnesses and folks. Another teacher was telling us 8 of his students were working in the Tops, and he was trying to locate them to try to make sure that they were okay. We also heard from Council President Darius Pridgen. When he arrived on scene, he called it heartbreaking. We've heard from legislator Howard Johnson, who is echoing those calls and just says this is devastating.
I'm heartbroken. I'm saddened, and it's hard. You know, it's just hard. It's just hard to put into words right now. I mean, you know, we have our residents who are on edge at this time. You know, it wasn't in our community. If someone came outside the community that did this, so you know, it's going to have us on edge for quite some time here. You know, safety. You know, safety concerns and things that are like.
What's going on, bro? And this was someone from outside of the community that we just learned from law enforcement that came to this area, and it appears to be a targeted attack. We've also heard the president has been briefed, the Department of Justice and the U.S. Attorney General has been briefed. Governor Kathy Hochul is on her way. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand has also made comments and is thinking about this Buffalo community. Brian Higgins has been on scene. We also spoke with Representative Tom Suozzi, who is actually from downstate New York. He is running for governor here. He happened to be in Buffalo on the campaign trail, and he says that getting guns, illegal guns, off of the street and this violence should be #1 priority for the state of New York. So we will continue to follow this. We will have much more on air and online, so stay with us, WIVB.com. For now, live on Jefferson and Landon here at Tops, Tara Lynch, News 4.
All right, Tara Lynch reporting from the scene there. Thank you very much. Tops Markets has released a statement about the mass shooting, saying in part, quote, that they are deeply saddened by this senseless act of violence and that their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. Of course, 4 of the victims were Tops Markets employees just doing their job. And then all of a sudden, this.
We know very little about those employees, except that one of them was a store security guard, a retired Buffalo police officer who's being called a hero because he engaged the suspect in gunfire as he came into the store from the parking lot where he had already shot people. Now, right now, we're being joined by Bernie Tolbert. He's formerly with the Buffalo FBI. He's had a number of security positions over the years. Bernie, first of all, your reaction to what happened today?
My reaction is, I think, the same as that of everyone in the community. It's an unspeakable tragedy. You just don't think those kinds of things are going to happen in your city, but that's always the case when something like this happens. After the fact, you just say, I never thought it would happen here. So I'm deeply saddened, and I just hope that this doesn't tear our city apart, and quite the contrary. I hope it helps to galvanize us and get us to work together.
Bernie, can you talk about the investigation? Of course, you are formerly with the FBI. If you were running the Bureau, how would things be carried out? What exactly would you be going after at this hour?
Well, the first thing I want to do is make sure that we're cooperating with our partners in law enforcement, that no one's running their own past pattern. We're all doing this together because that's what it calls for, and that's certainly what it deserves. From the FBI's perspective, my understanding is that this shooter came from outside of our area, and so we would be having FBI officers located wherever this shooter came from, probably conducting a search of his home right now. We will be checking social media to find out who his contacts are and wanting to make sure that we know all of that, and that we're investigating those individuals to the extent that if they had any involvement, not just here in New York State, but right now every FBI officer in the country right now has gotten a lead to check with their sources to find out if they have any information at all that would lead to this investigation.
Stephen Belongia, who's the special agent in charge of the FBI office here in Western New York, said that this would be investigated on 2 fronts. One of them is as a hate crime, and the other as a racially motivated violent extremism attack. So, in other words, domestic terrorism. Have you ever seen these are you surprised by that at all, or have you ever seen this kind of charges brought out?
No, I'm not surprised by it. I can draw some parallel to, if you may recall, if you're from this area, years ago when Dr. Barnett Slepian was killed. It was the same type. We investigated on a couple fronts. One as a possible terrorism. We certainly investigated as a civil rights violation because the doctor he provided abortion as a part of his practice. So there was a civil rights statute, the freedom of access to clinic entrances, that was also used. So that's what you want to do from a law enforcement perspective. You want to make sure that you cover all the bases, and not so much that you're stacking the deck, but you want to make sure that every possible charge is being looked at and considered, because sometimes charges get thrown out for various reasons. Sometimes it can't be proved. Sometimes there's a flaw in something that was done. So you want to make sure that you're not going to provide this individual with any possible way of not going unpunished.
And in terms of the criminal cases here, would you expect there to be two cases going simultaneously, one in the state courts and then one in the federal court?
Absolutely. And again, as I said, there is a jurisdiction on both a state and local level as well as a federal level. So you don't want to just pass on the opportunity, because there can be issues that might come up that might hamper one particular investigation. I don't foresee that, but again, it's a federal law. So as a federal law enforcement agency, you want to do your job. You want to make sure you discharge your responsibility and investigate it to the fullest. Same thing locally. At the end of the day, now from a local perspective, there is no capital punishment in New York State. So this person could get a life sentence. On a federal level, there's potential for a death penalty sentence, and that's something that the U.S. Attorney's Office and the District Attorney will get together. They'll discuss, and they'll make some decisions on what's the best way to proceed at the end of the day. But again, that's down the road a bit. But right now, everyone's doing everything they can to gather as much intelligence, as much information they can, so we make sure we know every possible thing that we can find out about this individual, how he did it, the plans that were made, did he have any help, all of that.
And Bernie, we understand that he was live streaming this terrible event on social media. What is the FBI's role in investigating that part of this?
Well, certainly live stream. The fact that he live streamed it goes towards intent. That this is something that he intended to do, and he, given the preparation, I would have to go into it clearly. That speaks to his thinking at the time and what he wanted to happen. In terms of social media, if I were heading the FBI, I'd want to make sure that I get access to all of his social media accounts so that we can see what he talked about, who he talked about it with. Was there any assistance on the part of anyone, not necessarily someone who did the act or planned the act with him, but does anyone help him to help in furtherance of his illegal activity, help him get to the point where he did this? So we'll want to know as much as we can from looking at all of his social media accounts.
All right, still a lot to piece together here. Former director of the Buffalo FBI, Bernie Tober, thank you for your time. Stay with us, stay on the line. We will be coming back to you momentarily, but for now, we do want to get to News 4's Tara Lynn. She is live outside the Tops Market where this mass shooting occurred, and she is live with an official from the Office of the Services for Mental Health.
Yes, Jeff, we are here with Mark O'Brien from the Department of Mental Health. So tell us, first, your reaction. You were telling me, who would have thought?
Yeah, I'm from Buffalo, and you never would have thought that this would have come to our town. This is just something you read about, and you hope and pray that we never see this, and this is probably a lot of people's worst nightmare come true.
When you talk about that worst nightmare from the Department of Mental Health, we're seeing all of these images on social media. We're understanding that the suspect was live streaming this attack on social media as well. When you hear those things, what can residents do? Because this is a lot to take in.
Well, this is a lot to take in, and this is hitting home for people. And we're standing here in the neighborhood, and we've had people. There's neighbors here. There's friends. There's family members. There's people waiting to find out: is their loved one alive? Is there not alive? Is there hopeful news? Is there bad news? And they don't know yet. So we're still in the waiting period. We do have a response team down here comprised of crisis response counselors from multiple agencies, and I want to thank our partner agencies for being down here, from Endeavor, Spectrum, Best Health. I think we have crisis services coming down. We also have the Western New York Peacemakers. They're down here. They're circulating through the crowd, helping out. The first thing we're trying to do is help people get through this time till they can find out, is their loved one okay? And it's going to be a long it's going to be a long evening for some folks waiting for that news, and that's our first priority right now is to get through the trauma. But this trauma isn't going to end tonight. The ripple effects of this are going to be some pretty long lasting.
And for people who do experience or who are experiencing those types of problems right now, who need help, where can they go? Who can they turn to?
Well, first of all, we have a lot of agencies, and we're going to be coordinating where you can call. First of all, don't keep it in. Talk to people. It's understandable to be hurt, afraid, angry, to have all these things at the same time. This is real life and death here, and to be able to talk to your friends, your family, your pastors. We've had members of the clergy down here really being very helpful. So reach out. First thing, reach out to the supports that are next to you. You know, the people that are close to you. Don't be afraid to talk about it, about how you're feeling. And then you can reach out if somebody's really having a crisis. There's crisis services, 834-3131 for adults. There's the CARES line for kids, but there's much more that we don't know than we do know at present.
And as this city continues to process all that is happening here, what's your final message to people at home who are watching this and who are seeing this unfold on social media?
I think the first thing I'd want people to realize is we're a community, and we are all hurting for and bleeding for the people down here who, as you look around, who are waiting, and they're connecting with each other. And so we want people to know that all Buffalo and all Erie County is with you. I know the county executive has been on site. That's who I heard about this from. He called me directly. So this is be part of a community. You don't have to be alone with this. This is a lot to take in.
Well, thank you so much, Mark O'Brien. We appreciate your time this evening, and I know we'll be checking back in with you a little bit later tonight.
Thank you.
Jackie and Jeff, back to you.
All right, Tara, let me just ask you one quick question here. We know about, obviously, the number here of the victims. Could you talk to us about just what you're seeing at the scene there, whether you see Stop the Violence, the scene, we still see police tape and them trying to secure the scene, but talk to us about just what you are seeing and what you are hearing.
Yes, Jeff, we're hearing a lot from people. When we got here earlier this afternoon, a lot of folks were on the phone. They were trying to contact their loved ones, people that they thought were inside, people that they know that worked at this TOPS location. We had a high school teacher come down to the area who said he had 8 students in there working, and he was trying to locate them in the crowds that were coming out of the TOPS. Police were escorting people out of the building in small groups, and he was trying to look for them. He was fearful for his students that he sees during the school day. We also spoke to another man who was in there buying juice. He usually sits on a bench outside, and for some reason he just didn't sit there today, and he said he could have been one of those victims. He was describing what it was like in that TOPS. He said the shooter was crouching down, shooting at anything and everyone. He also said that when he got to the scene, the shooter, the suspect, he began with a woman, then shot a deacon, then another woman, and entered the building. We've learned that that security officer, a former Buffalo police officer, was shot dead as well. Pure evil. That is what law enforcement officials are calling this, and that is what is being heard and echoed here by community members. They are upset and they are shocked that this happened here at their local TOPS on a Saturday that started out as a beautiful sunny day, people out and about getting their groceries, and we're still here, crime tape, a very active scene. Jeff.
It is shocking, isn't it? Tara, thank you very much. Stand by. We will be coming back to you to set the scene for us there. Officials all over America and Western New York are speaking out about this terrible shooting.
And here is what Congressman Brian Higgins said during the news conference just a few moments ago.
The eyes of the nation are on Buffalo, and those eyes are full of tears, and they're full of sympathy for the violence and the tragedy that's been exacted on good, innocent people.
The United States taking notice of this horrific act. As we previously mentioned, the president has been briefed on this situation. And so far, 10 people have been killed at the Tops Market on Jefferson Avenue in Buffalo. 3 people there were injured. And let's bring back in Bernie Tolbert, the former FBI director, to talk more about the ongoing investigation. And sir, if you were in charge of this investigation, if you were leading it, what would you be doing in terms of coordination?
Well, as I said earlier, the coordination is a key word. I'd be making sure that I was in touch with all of our local law enforcement partners and ensuring that we brought whatever to bear, any resources that the FBI could provide on not only a local level but on a national level. Certainly, we have a lab in Washington, D.C., actually at Quantico, well, Washington, D.C. and Quantico, Virginia, where we offer that for any kinds of forensics examinations that need to be done. We certainly have capabilities to do that here in Erie County, but we would make that available to anyone. We would, if manpower was needed, we'd ensure that we get FBI agents from other offices to augment local authorities to the extent they need it. And again, I mentioned all of immediately we'd send out communications to all the FBI offices across the country, giving them the details that we know, asking them to check with their sources, check with their records, and do anything they can to shed some light on what happened here in Buffalo.
During the news conference today, Bernie, we heard one law enforcer mention that they were getting help from the highest levels of the Justice Department. What does that mean to you?
Well, you start with the Attorney General's office. This is something I'm sure they've briefed the Attorney General on, because there is a federal nexus in terms of a federal violation. There will be a federal prosecution, and that's
the hate crime. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
the hate crime charge.
The hate crime aspect of it, yes, and possible. Well, again, it's still early, but if there's a terrorism, a domestic terrorism element of it, so. The Attorney General will be briefed on that, and then that individual would be briefed probably on a regular basis, at least a daily basis, if not more often, that to make sure that from a federal level, at the highest federal level, we were keeping people advised, and that helps to ensure that we get the resources that we need.
You know, this may sound like a really dumb question. Here we are on a Saturday, and it appears that they have a lot of information about this young man, where he came from. Are there enough resources to, start working immediately on finding out about this young man and who he was involved in, his social media accounts, all that? Is anything about a weekend going to slow things down, Bernie?
No, I don't think so, not at all. Again, from a law enforcement perspective, it's all hands on deck. So whether it's the Buffalo Police, the Erie County Sheriff, State Police, all of their personnel will be at the ready and available. Same thing on a federal level. The FBI, ATF, I'm sure have by now, if they haven't, they soon will have determined where that gun came from and what steps it went through before it got to this individual, where he purchased it at, where it was manufactured, all of those things. So being a weekend, no, unfortunately, when I was in the FBI, we used to always say at 4 o'clock on Friday, it seemed that a bank got robbed. Well, it didn't matter if it was at 4 o'clock on Friday or 10 o'clock on a Monday morning. The same amount of resources, the same investigative effort would take place. So no, that won't hurt at all. Everyone will be able to provide whatever resources they have. These kinds of incidents get national attention, and it's Buffalo today, but there have been situations in the past where people have had to respond, and there'll be, unfortunately, probably situations in the future. So no, the public should rest assured and be comfortable that this is all hands on deck. Every investigative resource that's available to law enforcement is being utilized and will continue to be utilized until we get to the bottom. So right now, there's a lot that we don't know. You know, when these incidents happen, a lot of information starts coming, you know, very quickly, and you have to sort through it, sift through it. Some of it has some truth to it. Some of it is absolutely true, and some of it is not. But that's the process. That's what you want to make sure that everything that you can find out, every bit of information you get, all leads are run to ground, so we'll know exactly where things stand.
And Bernie, let's talk about the criminal cases here. We know that the case that's being led by the Erie County District Attorney's Office, so again, those would be state charges. That's moving very quickly. We anticipate an arraignment to happen within moments, perhaps maybe within an hour or two. It looks like that is moving very, very quickly. In terms of federal charges now with the hate crime and the violent extremism, when would you anticipate that case to pick up steam?
Well, it's difficult to say, and I don't want to pretend to speak for the U.S. Attorney's Office. Once you file charges, the clock is running. So they're going to want to position themselves so that at the point that charges are filed, they've got as much information at that point as they possibly can have, so that they'll be able to, when it's time for an initial appearance, when it's time for arraignments, when it's time for any suppression hearings, that, you know, they're in a good position at that point. So I can't say when it will happen. This will be something that the U.S. Attorney, Trini Ross, will want to work closely with John Flynn from the DA's office. So all of that, those things will come into play. But I think the one thing that I'm confident of is, without question, is that it's going to be done in a manner that best protects the integrity of each investigation, the federal investigation and the local investigation.
All right, Bernie.
You know, and I would.
Yep. No, go ahead.
I was going to add, you know, these kinds of things you don't expect them to happen in your community. We don't really come to grips with these until they actually happen. But I have a son who lives approximate to that tops, and he called me as I was coming back from late lunch, and told me that he and his wife were going to Tops. He goes there a couple days a week. He said he was going there, but then his wife wanted to get some iced coffee, so they went someplace else. And you know, I would have never. These are the kinds of things you just can't. You can't predict. Who doesn't go shopping on a Saturday afternoon? Who would expect that their local supermarket would be the victim? And so it hits home. It hits close to everyone. And in this particular case, our entire community is impacted by it. And so I'm hoping that we will all use these as a moment to comfort each other, help find ways to make our community stronger, make our community better, and ensure that hopefully we can stop these kinds of things from happening, which we may not be able to, but when they do happen, we don't let it make us less of a community.
There was a great deal of talk about that, about whether this would divide the community during the news conference today. And Trini Ross, the U.S. Attorney, said that she hopes that this will actually bring the community closer together instead of dividing it. There was a lot of that sentiment today during the news conference. Bernie, what a close call for your son. And I'm sure your family is not alone in the fact that a lot of people could have been there at that particular time. It was just a random time of day.
Absolutely, and I've stopped at that Tops. I don't live in the neighborhood. I grew up in that neighborhood, but I can't tell you how many times I've stopped at the Tops because I was driving by. There was something I needed to get, and it happened to be the closest supermarket. It was a good place to go to, and so we all could have been the victim of something like this. And but for the grace of God, go I.
Yeah. Bernie, thank you so much. We'd ask you to please hang on the line with us because we'll probably be coming back to you. But right now we want to go back to the area where they had the news conference just a little while ago. There was so much information coming out of that news conference. Mayor Brown opened it by saying this is the worst nightmare that any community can face, and we are hurting as a community. He said there is no comfort at this time. It's a day of great pain for our community. Now, Marley Teskes was in the room as the news conference was going on. And Marley, I know you wanted to bring us a little more insight into what happened there.
Yeah, absolutely, Jackie and Jeff. We did hear not too long ago from several different law enforcement agencies as well as local leaders. It was a very emotional press conference, as you said, especially just how the mayor started this off. But we did hear more about just the timeline of how this all unfolded. According to Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia, he says that this started around 2:30 this afternoon when a suspect drove to Buffalo. He said he drove here from hours away in a different New York State county, though we do not have confirmed where exactly at this time. Now, the suspect then pulled into the Tops parking lot over on Jefferson Avenue, got out of his car, then immediately shot 4 people who were in the parking lot. 3 of them died there at the scene. Then the suspect went into the grocery store where a retired Buffalo police officer was working as a security guard. Security guard did shoot the suspect. However, the suspect was wearing heavy armor at the time of this shooting, so he was left unharmed. He then retaliated fire, shooting the security guard who ultimately died. He then went into the store, continued firing. What we have learned is in total 13 people were shot, 10 died. 3 of them are currently stable at ECMC. Law enforcement is investigating this as a hate crime. In fact, we did hear from Erie County Sheriff John Garcia. He called this tragedy quote, straight up racially motivated hate crime. The suspect, who we did learn is an 18-year-old white male, is being arraigned tonight. DA John Flynn would not comment on the specifics of why this is being charged as a hate crime or is being investigated as a hate crime, though he did say throughout the investigation they have found several pieces of evidence which points to that and that they are looking into at this time. DA Flynn says that he called in Judge Hanna as soon as this happened, so the arraignment could happen as soon as possible. Again, as I mentioned, this arraignment is happening at some point this evening. Flynn actually mentioned that he expected it to be going on right now as we speak. The suspect is facing a charge of first-degree murder. Flynn says that has 2 components to it. One, the mass shooting aspect where multiple people were killed, but also a racially motivated aspect that he says could be tacked on. But at this point, he says, while additional charges can be added on at a later time, he just wants to make sure that this person is arraigned as soon as possible, which is why he is just putting forth this first-degree murder charge, which he also noted he believes that this has only happened one other time in his tenure that someone has been charged with first-degree murder. We are still here at the Apollo Theater waiting to hear from officials once again, including Governor Kathy Hochul, who is on her way here. She's flying in, and we are expecting to hear from her in about 20 or so minutes. She did also just tweet, and something important to note for you viewers at home who are watching this, State Police has actually set up a family unification site in Buffalo for people who were separated from loved ones during this mass shooting. The site is located at the Mikowski Early Childhood Center, which is 1095 Jefferson Avenue here in Buffalo. It's not too far away from the Tops location. Again, that site is the Mikowski Early Childhood Center, 1095 Jefferson Avenue. That is a unification site for people who may have been separated from their loved ones during this. Again, just an extremely emotional day. Mayor Byron Brown had noted that he's shopped at this Tops location frequently. His family has gone there frequently. We just heard from Bernie Tolbert, who says his family member was actually on his way to the store today when this happened. So many people, just a common sentiment that came out during this news conference is that the victims are our neighbors. They are people who we see at a grocery store like this. They were people who woke up today and just went to work, went to go grocery shopping. So just an extremely emotional day here in the city of Buffalo. Brian Higgins, Congressman, said that The nation's eyes are on the city of Buffalo, and their eyes are filled with tears. So just truly just a tragic day here in the city that Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia says he can't remember a mass casualty event like this ever happening here in the Queen City. So again, we'll be monitoring this. We will be hearing from Governor Kathy Hochul shortly in about 20 or so minutes. So we will bring you those updates as soon as we have them here on News 4. So be sure to stick with us. As for now, Jeff and Jackie, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Marley, before you go, we just want to ask you one quick question. I just wanted to touch on, just for a moment here, just about the emotion in the room. You saw Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown, who was pretty emotional. You could tell in his eyes that he was getting emotional, getting teary-eyed.
He used to work at this Tops.
Yeah.
Not only shop there, but he used to work there.
Right.
So an unbelievable connection there that so many people have to this store.
There was also prayer in that room as everyone broke away, and the remembering of the victims was paramount. But you were in that room. You had the vision, a 360-degree vision of the room. What was it like just being there?
Oh, it's such a heavy day. And, you know, not to be that person, but this is my hometown. Most people who work here are from here. These are our neighbors. So it's not just emotional for these local leaders who are standing in front of us, but it's emotional for us here. And, you know, the room was so heavy hearing about the victims and just the racially motivated aspect behind it coming into the city of Buffalo, coming into our city from hours away. Not even, I want to say that people weren't even just sad, but people are also angered by this. We heard from the local leaders who were just horrified that this person thinks that they could come into our city. And as you both noted, we heard from Trini Ross, who said this will not divide us. They will make sure of that, and this will actually bring the city of Buffalo closer together. So just truly seriously emotional here in this room, hearing the account of what happened inside that grocery store.
Interesting, Marley, mentioning anger, that this has come from outside our community and been perpetrated on us here. I wanted to mention that at the close of that emotional news conference, Father Paul Seil from the diocese here, the Catholic diocese, said no matter what your religion, we need to go inside our spiritual selves. And he said we need to work toward unity and never division. And then the Reverend Darius Pridgeon closed it by saying, we pray for those who witnessed this today, and we pray that justice will be done. And we had a room full of law enforcers there saying they are moving swiftly to bring justice in this case.
All right, let's check back in with Bernie Tolbert, former FBI Buffalo director. Can you hear us, Bernie?
I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
As perhaps maybe you might be, talking with former members of law enforcement who maybe you have, talked to. I'm sure your cell phone is buzzing as well. What are you hearing from people just out there in the community and perhaps members of law enforcement who you deal with on a daily basis?
I think it's much to what was just mentioned in terms of the feelings of not only being sad but anger. There's people who are angry that this has happened, and I've heard from folks who feel just that way, both law enforcement people, but also those who are outside of law enforcement. And when you talk about emotion, one thing I want to give a shout out to our local law enforcement community is that they're individual, they're people too, just like everyone else, and they have to deal with these kinds of things a lot more than most people, and they're impacted by it. They may have to present a front that says, I've got this, I've got this under control. We're going to do the right thing. But they're people, and it touches their heart, and they're hurting by this too. So I give them a lot of credit for having to suffer through the emotions of this, yet at the same time do the outstanding job that they're doing.
Just want to bring up the speed of the investigation, right? We know that this has reached, obviously, international news, and the White House has commented. In terms of having so many resources looking at this investigation, the speed of it, with having so many resources involved, does that slow things down at all? Does it speed things up? Can you just break that down for us?
Well, no, I don't think it necessarily slows it down, but every bit of information that they get, every lead, everything they uncover, those all have to be investigated fully. So having the resources is important because you want to make sure that you do all that. And as you might imagine, anytime you have a situation like this, everybody has a lot of people have something to say. People, they have comments on the individual, who they think did it, or things they may have heard. And law enforcement has to look at each of these and at least at some point, dismiss it or say, yeah, this is we're going to put into the box over here that we're going to do some further investigation on. So the resources are necessary. I don't think it slows it down. One thing I'm very confident in is that it'll be a thorough investigation. There'll be no shortcuts. There'll be no skipping over anything. All of the law enforcement agencies involved want to make sure that this thing is solid, that this investigation is solid, that it's tightly done, and at the end of the day, when it goes to prosecution, there'll be no issues. So, yeah, I think the speed of the investigation will be dictated by the amount of information they get and the amount of what's necessary to make sure everything has been tracked down completely, run to ground, as I said earlier.
Bernie, thank you for your insight. We ask you to please stand by because we're trying to hear from a lot of different voices here. One of the voices we've been hearing from is Tara Lynch, who has been on scene all afternoon at the Tops Market on Jefferson Avenue, where 13 people were shot today. 10 of them were killed. And Tara has been talking to a number of people who were witnesses or had connections to people inside the supermarket. So let's head back to Tara right now.
Hey, Jackie, we are here at the corner of Jefferson and Landon. I'm joined by Buffalo Council President Darius Pridgen. But today you were telling me you're Darius because this is your neighborhood, this is your Tops where you shop. So put this into perspective for us, that this event happened in your neighborhood.
Yeah, this event happened just a few blocks from where I live, and this is the Tops where my wife and I shop. We were here yesterday, and so it's heartbreaking because, people, it's like a family when you come in here. Everybody knows each other. You get stopped in the aisles to talk, and so for this to happen here is really troubling and very upsetting.
That's what I was hearing from residents when I first got on scene, and we were over at the intersection with Riley. They were on the phone trying to call their loved ones to locate them. I did notice you just delivered some terrible news to residents, and unfortunately that is part of your job tonight. So walk me through what that is like, because you have to have your political hat on, but you're a neighbor as well.
I think sometimes it's hard to have all these hats on when it's something like this happens. You just end up being a man, the person of the community. But to have to tell somebody that their mother is deceased is tough, because they were hoping and praying that she might not be one of the victims. But unfortunately, that's part of the job, and we come and we do it.
How does this community move forward?
That's a hard question right now, because I think that anybody with half a heart is angry. I think anybody with half a heart asks the question, why? And so it's hard to move forward, but what this evil jerk did, he took the lives of not only African Americans, he shot at several store employees who were white, but I believe in my heart he came for black people. I believe he drove here for black people. And before you can heal, you gotta grieve. And so right now, I don't give a daggone about him. You have to pray for me because I don't care about him right now. I care about the families of people who their mom is not coming home tonight, or others who are hurt and in the hospital. That's who I care about tonight. So it's hard to get to healing until we felt the hurt.
When we did get here on scene, we were talking with a high school teacher at 8 of his students, and they're working, and I'm not sure if you knew anybody personally, but are your loved ones okay? Are people that you know okay here tonight?
Nope. You know, one of the most bravest persons, because it was released in the press release, I can say, security guard who, one of the nicest retired Buffalo police officers you ever want to meet in your life, always speaking to everybody at the door, and for him to be killed just trying to help somebody else is so important.
And when we look at this neighborhood tonight, there were a lot of people here. There are still people coming out that are trying to help each other. Are there services people can reach out to? Are there places people can call?
You know, the county executive right away sent down people from his mental health department. They are there with the families right now. They are available, and that's so important, a very important question, because, you know, in other areas when you have one death, you have a team of people. So I'm grateful that the county executive, when he saw that we had, even before the toll was at 10, I was standing right with him as he and the sheriff were calling in supports into this neighborhood. I just hope that those supports are utilized.
And something that, you know, you mentioned there, the security guard, you seem to, because you shop at this top, you've known him personally. Can you describe him for us? Can you describe what he meant to this neighborhood?
You know, people trusted him. So you knew if you got into trouble here, that he was going to be there, and not just to lock you up, but we worked together at one point for some kids who did some damage, and he sat them down and was like, yeah, I told you, and, you know, so to lose a man like that is pretty tough. And anybody, somebody shopping, somebody who just came out for eggs and butter, it's tough. So regardless of whether they had a title, regardless of whether they were known, it still hurts and it's hard.
I'm going to ask you to put your council member hat on here, because we've seen an uptick in violence, especially amid this pandemic. We're in a point now where we're seeing this event happen today. We've seen other events happen in the last couple of weeks, an increase in shootings. How, as a city, can we combat this? Would you call it an epidemic?
You know, I think today, and I said this earlier, I don't want to politicize it. I don't have on my council hat. I got on my dad's hat. I got on my community son's hat. I got on my hurting hat. So once we've all had a chance to deal with that, then we could deal with this. Right now, this community, this area needs to really wrap their love around those families who have lost a loved one.
And what is your final message to the community tonight?
I pray, but my prayer is very clear. May justice be done.
Council President Darius Pridgen, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Jackie and Jeff, back to you.
All right, News 4's Tara Lynch there with the Bishop Pridgen. And
you're seeing the emotion there. I mean,
right.
he's ready to break down. He knows so many of these people, and then has to comfort the community. It's
Sure.
just it's an unbelievable task today. And as he said, he doesn't have his council hat on right now. He's got his dad hat, his community hat, his hat of someone who is hurting and wants to help other people as well.
Well, with his position as being the bishop at True Bethel, he oftentimes works with families who have suffered traumatic loss, who have lost a family member.
He just told someone that they had lost their mother in this shooting. I mean, it just horrific to even think about it, what he's going through and what the community is going through there. I did want to mention that, and you know, we've been talking about this is being investigated as a hate crime and a racially motivated violent extremism, but the commissioner mentioned that 11 of the victims who are dead are African American, 2 are white. there was definitely targeting going on there as he came in.
Absolutely. All right, let's go to former Buffalo Police Captain Jeff Rinaldo, with formerly of the Buffalo Police Department. Jeff, we of course have more information now that we have heard from numerous officials at the press conference there, more information than what we had previously. How do you react to the information from the U.S. Attorney's Office, from the District Attorney's Office, the violent extremism, the hate crime information? How do you surmise this?
Well, I think it answers a lot of questions that members of the public and the media have had. Clearly, this was premeditated. Clearly, it was a hate crime, which means that now you will probably see federal prosecution of this crime. The penalties are greater on the federal level for hate crimes than necessarily on the state level. But again, it's just absolutely unbelievable and disgusting. The fact that somebody has that kind of hatred in their heart to carry out a crime like this and then target the city of Buffalo. I think Trini Ross said it best. The emotions right now, the anger, the hopelessness that people are feeling, the best thing everybody can do right now is hold one another's hands and pray, and not allow this to foster further anger and hatred and acts of violence in this community. That's what this idiot wanted, and we will not allow him to win.
And in terms of the investigation here, we heard very clearly from District Attorney John Flynn that he wants to do everything the right way in terms of the investigation, piecing it together, and having enough information and accurate information to present to the court during arraignment. Can you talk a little bit more specifically about how all that is pieced together?
Sure. So this is a very complex crime scene, but it's a very complex investigation as well. So clearly there's a lot of social media content that it appears this subject put out there. Right now, I would presume that there's federal authorities, state authorities, local authorities combing through, collecting that social media data. Obviously, the person was not from the city of Buffalo, so wherever he's from, I would presume that there's investigators at his residence right now conducting a search warrant and gathering additional information. But you also have a very large crime scene to process, and it has to be done methodically. So there's initially you want to get him charged to be able to hold him, get out of any type of bail debates. But then I would presume that you will see additional charges laid as this investigation carries on.
And you would anticipate federal charges as well being filed at some point too. And do you anticipate that happening days from now?
I would think that once he's initially charged, which it appears that it will happen tonight, you will see federal charges follow probably within the next day or two. Same thing. Once he's initially charged, then you can take a little bit of a deep breath and now sort through all of the evidence that you were able to collect to determine the most appropriate charges to place on him.
Jeff, I'm sorry, I'm hearing something else here. For the police department to handle this, you have several levels of law enforcement now that are working on this. Are they working cooperatively, or are they in their own individual silos? We heard about that kind of thing years ago, where law enforcers didn't really cooperate with one agency or the other. Has that changed now? Is everyone working together?
Absolutely. You know, in my tenure there at BPD, especially in the last 6-7 years, the cooperation between local and federal and state agencies has been outstanding, right? I think you've seen, because of the number of these incidents that have happened around the country, everybody in law enforcement realizes that the only way to truly attempt to prevent these, but really then to also respond to and prosecute them, is to work collaboratively. And especially in Buffalo, Buffalo PD handles hundreds of cases a year that involves federal agencies, state agencies, county agencies. So again, I think that right now everyone's being given a very specific task to do in this investigation. People's expertise are being called upon in terms of the different facets of what needs to be looked at and investigated. And then collaboratively, they will present those findings to the Erie County DA's office, and then eventually probably to the U.S. Attorney's office. So again, the best arena for him to face charges is the one that's chosen.
Well, we have been told that there is live stream. That this young man, who was 18 years old, live streamed this crime today, that there is video of him actually shooting people. And more beyond that in terms of his racial motivation. So who handles that kind of thing, Jeff?
I think what you'll see on the social media side is the federal agencies are used to that, right? They do a lot of social media. I wouldn't be surprised if the Secret Service gets engaged in this investigation to help do that deep dive. The BPD has people that can do social media investigations. So again, I think that you'll see the coordination and the quarterbacking of this so that everyone's expertise is utilized appropriately to gather all of the necessary evidence that's out there in this case. And based on what they're saying, the social media is going to play a very large role in the appropriateness of what charges are ultimately placed beyond today or this evening.
All right, former Buffalo Police Captain Jeff Rinaldo, really do appreciate your time. Obviously, your expertise is very much needed in these types of circumstances, awful circumstances, to make sense, to help make sense of the process here as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Jeff, and hopefully we'll be back to you shortly. We are waiting for the governor, Governor Kathy Hochul. She is coming to Buffalo. We understand that she's just a few minutes away, and will be joining with a news conference, another news conference. If you did not see the previous news conference, there was a great deal of information coming out from all parts of this community. Didn't mention Mark Polenkar is the Erie County executive. He said all of the county's resources have been made available and mental health counselors are on site. There are so many people standing around that supermarket who either witnessed what happened or are concerned about a relative they thought might be in that store. So there's all that emotion happening there, on top of just the trauma that you go through knowing that something so horrible has happened in your community, in your neighborhood, in the supermarket where you normally shop. As we've said, 13 people were shot there. Some of them were shot outside the supermarket, some inside the supermarket, 13 shot. 10 people have lost their lives this afternoon in Buffalo.
And not only are we remembering the victims, honoring them, we're also talking about the heroes here. The former Buffalo police officer, retired, who was working security at that Tops Market and tried to stop the shooter. He unfortunately lost his life. Then we're also talking about 2 Buffalo police officers who rushed to the scene, and they were able to get the shooter to disarm himself or go to the ground, get him in custody. And then we're also talking about those who are in the community who are trying to help those who are grieving.
There's a lot of heroes here today in terms of what happened there that was so sudden and so unexpected. It is our understanding that this young suspect, he is a suspect, 18 years old, a white male, opened fire outside that Tops Market on Jefferson Avenue, shot some people there, then went inside and encountered that retired Buffalo police officer who was working as a security guard, very well known and well loved in that neighborhood. Security guard engaged him in gunfire, shot him, but his body armor kept him from being wounded. And so that police officer was shot and killed. The young man, the suspect, continued on through the supermarket shooting, went to the back, and then we understand also came back to the front. We have heard some stories of people begging for their lives. We don't know how that situation unfolded or how it ended. But when he went back to the front of the Tops, that's where these 2 Buffalo police officers who had been called to the scene encountered him. And we were told by the police commissioner that the suspect held a gun to his neck in the face of these 2 police officers, and they were able to talk him out of whatever he was going to do and get him to put that weapon down, and took him into custody. He went immediately to Buffalo headquarters downtown. The DA worked on a very quick arraignment. He called in a judge, Judge Hanna, tonight to arraign him immediately on a charge of murder in the 1st degree, and that carries a penalty of life in prison without parole. Now, that's just one charge, but he had to put a charge against him, and the judge arraigned him, we understand, maybe within the last hour or so.
That arraignment could be going on right now. It may not have even started. It may have already wrapped up. We're still working on details of that. But nonetheless, though, the state case is moving very fast in terms of dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's, and making sure that, and he is a suspect, but that the criminal case is handled appropriately. And we do anticipate also a federal case also being introduced here on the hate crime aspect of what happened and what the FBI has already called racially motivated violent extremism. So those are charges that will have to be addressed as well through the courts.
We understand that he had a racial slur written on his weapon. We also understand that there's a lot of other information out there in social media that point to him being a white supremacist. Now, we didn't hear that from the law enforcement officers. We're getting a lot of other information in, but the fact that they are so quickly charging him with a hate crime and racially motivated violent extremism, domestic terrorism, tells you that they're definitely moving in that direction.
Okay. So let's bring in one more time former FBI Director Bernie Tolbert with the Buffalo FBI, and specifically ask you, as we have heard from the district attorney, that arraignment, when he spoke a couple hours ago now, that it was imminent, it was happening very quickly. Are you at all surprised about the speed of getting before a judge?
No, not surprised. I'm sure the district attorney wants to make sure that he can hold this individual, and you have to. There's a limit of. I'm sure he wants to be able to arraign him, so that allows you to hold him. Bail, if there's any bail considerations, you can go through those. So I'm not surprised at the speed. That's just an initial first step on the part of the district attorney to to ensure that they can continue on with the investigation without having to worry about this guy possibly being fleeing. So I'm sure that he's held, and I'm sure there's no bail or an amount of bail that will make it impossible for him to be freed.
Bernie, where do you think he will be held?
Well, I think he'll be held, I would guess he'll be held at the Erie County Holding Center. I'm not sure if they have special provisions for a high-profile suspect that they have, but for immediately at the Erie County Holding Center, because it'll be a local charge that he's being held on. And this will be a discussion. Where's the best place to keep him to ensure that we can conduct our investigation, not have to worry about any kind of interference, not have certainly you have to protect him. Once you arrest him, you're responsible for him. So they want to make sure that they have him in a place where they can protect him, because there'll be a lot of people, I'm sure, inside of jails and prisons who might not like what this individual has done. So he'll certainly be in an isolated area where he's not mixing with the general population.
What do you expect to see out of the court hearing when it happens, and in terms of the information that the DA, that prosecutors will present to the judge? Do you anticipate them using a lot of language to, obviously, they want no bail, they want that, but right. Do you anticipate them using a lot of language to make sure that they're making it as convincing as possible in terms of holding him?
Well, you know, in the beginning processes, you don't, when you get to trial, it has to be proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Right now, it doesn't have to. You just have to have enough information to convince a neutral magistrate, a judge, whoever, that this person, that a crime was committed, and that this person is likely the person that committed it. And depending upon the seriousness of the crime, that he should be held without bail. So I don't think it'll be a long hearing, and clearly the district attorney's office isn't going to. They'll use the minimal amount of evidence necessary to ensure that they can get what they want. You know, it'll be weeks down the road when whenever they get to other kinds of legal hearings, and then ultimately a trial, if it gets to that point, where more and more information will come out. And again, that investigation still has to be done, much of it. So
Bernie,
some of it is to be determined.
We understand, and we've been talking about the arraignment that was, expected and probably is over by now. But we understand that we have a photo of the suspect in court, and we're seeing it at the same time you are.
So that's a picture there, obviously from the back of the courtroom.
Right.
But you could see, an individual there. That's from Kelsey Anderson's tweet. And you can see that he is there sitting and awaiting for the court proceeding. Bernie, is still with us?
And Kelsey Anderson, who was at the scene at the Tops Market earlier this afternoon, we understand that she is in court for this hearing, and she will be able to tell us more about what's happening there.
And certainly the suspect is entitled to legal defense, either through a private attorney or a public defender. But how would you anticipate that arraignment being carried out?
I don't think there'll be anything outside of the normal. The security will be, and certainly will be something that's enhanced, because you got to say there are a lot of people who are angry. Probably will be possibly held in a closed courtroom for just that reason, to make sure that proper security precautions are taken. They don't want anyone getting at this individual, and anything that's going to make detract from your ability to speak fully. So I don't think there'll be anything special about arraignment, other than the fact that there'll be some probably enhanced security.
And one question I had was whether the media was going to be allowed in. Sometimes those things don't happen, and it
the
appears
fact that they allowed a photo
media is
too.
allowed in. Yes.
Yeah. They allowed a photo tonight, so we showed you as much as we've been able to see, but as we said, Kelsey Anderson is there. We expect to be talking to her in just a few minutes. But we are also waiting for the governor, Governor Kathy Hochul, who has come to Buffalo after this horrific event, and will be having a news conference, as we understand it, down on Jefferson Avenue as well, to bring us up to date on what the state view and what the state resources are that can be used to help deal with this terrible situation.
Bernie, is there anything that you wanted to get out to the community, just as a former law enforcement official? Anything that you wanted to share?
I would just say to the community, first and foremost, we're all hurting, and I would ask that the community look after each other, understand that some people will be a lot more angry, and as they process this, their anger may come out. Understand that, but also help them to see that we're all in this, and that we're going to, our law enforcement officials are going to do the very, very best they can to make sure that justice is served here. So I would, as I said at the beginning, I would hope that we will find it within ourselves to make sure with each other, and that we become stronger as a result of this, as opposed to more divided. I remember back in 1968 when Dr. Martin Luther King was assassinated. Anger couldn't be held. We did things that probably didn't serve us well. Understand that now, and that we can do a better job of taking care of and understanding each other's feelings.
Bernie, we're losing a little bit of what you said there, but it is a message of unity at this time for everybody to come together and not be divided by what happened today.
Absolutely. We want to get back out to the scene there. News 4's Tara Lynn, she has been live all afternoon, all evening at the Tops Market ever since these horrible events unfolded and police responded, and we want to get to her now. Tara, you have, I see you are talking to a county legislator there.
Yes, we are, Jeff. We are here with County Legislator Howard Johnson. You were one of the first people I spoke with when I got to the scene today. Update me now. What have you learned, and what are you feeling?
Well, what I've learned so far is probably what a lot of the community's already learned. He wasn't from the community. He drove 5 hours away to conduct this heinous crime. He's in custody right now, and I know they are arraigning him as we speak.
And we understand he is being arraigned on murder charges as well as hate crime charges. You live in this community.
Yes.
This is your Tops.
This is my
We
Tops.
were just talking to City Councilman Darius Pridgen. He was telling us that this is his Tops as well. So put that into perspective, because you have your legislator hat on, but you're also a community member.
Well, you come here and shop, and and the last thing you're thinking about is that a crime is going to happen here. A crime of this nature is going to happen at a Tops where the community comes, everyone comes. My mother comes, folks, grandparents comes, aunts, uncles, and all that.
What was that moment like when you heard that this had happened and you were on the phone? Were you calling people to find out?
I was actually in the neighborhood. I was coming from downtown, and when I heard about it, I was devastated. This is just very devastating at this point right now.
You said this hits close to home for you because you live here. This is something that you never thought would come to this community. Put that into perspective for me.
I mean, when we see it, most of the time we see it, you see it because it's happening in other communities. You'll never envision it happens here. Buffalo's a city of good neighbors, so that's what you think. We have this city of good neighbors here, but when you have this come and hit home, it's just like it sends out the message: no one is safe.
What is it like as well? A lot of residents were coming up to me earlier this afternoon showing me photos of things that they're seeing on social media from, this was a live streamed event to my understanding. What is it like for this community to see that and be able to replay this over and over again?
It's a reenactment of the heinous crime. That's what it is, and it's going to cause a lot of trauma. My suggestion is they need to take it down on Facebook, and people on Facebook need to stop passing stuff like that around. That's my suggestion, because it only reinforces the trauma that's already happened.
And as a county, we've seen an uptick in violent crime, especially amid the pandemic. I asked Councilmember Pridgen this as well, but how, as a city, as a county, do we stop this type of violent crime?
I don't believe there's a silver bullet answer to the crime, but we need effective gun laws. There's no reason that anybody should be able to have access to an AR-15 or any assault rifle whatsoever. I think first it has to be that. We have to put tougher laws on guns. We have to put tougher laws on. That's just point blank.
And when we hear about, Mr. Pridgen was sharing with us that security guard who was shot, who was a former Buffalo police officer, who knew everyone in this community. Yes. What is it like to see people that you may have seen earlier this week walking down the street, and now we're learning that they're in critical condition, they might be dead, some people might not know where their loved ones are. What is that like for you, having to be a person to tell people that information? That's
very hurtful, because everybody in the community is going to know somebody who's affected by this gun violence here. We'll be able to relate in one way or another to the individuals who were struck by this tragedy.
When you stand here and you have the ability to talk to your neighbors, the entire county, people from outside of Erie County, what is your message to them tonight? I know we're hearing from the president, we're hearing from people at the top of the U.S., but you are here in this community every day. What is your message to them?
My message as a community is that, to be prayerful. I think that's it right now. It's not much more you can offer. The tragedy is here, it's happened. I mean, I don't know how much more you can offer, but I'm going to be praying for them, and I'm encouraging them just to be prayerful.
What's next as we try to move forward as a community?
I think the community will probably try to get back to business as usual, but I don't think that's going to happen. This is going to put the community at a heightened state. So we don't know what that heightened state is, but I know to put the community in a heightened state, you know, because this happened right here. We don't see that much here. We don't see tragedies like that here. So it's going to put the community at a heightened state, and I think we have to be on alert in regards to that.
We did speak with the Commissioner of Mental Health, and I just want to remind folks at home, if they do need assistance processing this information, who can they reach out to?
Yes, they can reach out to the community. We have Best Self, Endeavor. There's a bunch of crisis centers that's out here. I think right now what we're trying to do is establish a on-site crisis center right now. So we're working through the details of that, something close in the community, something that they can walk to. So I want to have the community to stay on alert for that, because we'll come out with the proper media advisories, Facebook and all those things, because we recognize that, you know, people in the community is going to need that, those who's actually it happened to, and those who's actually just witnessed it.
Legislator, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate your perspective here, and we know, we've heard on social media, Buffalo is here for this community tonight, so thank you so much. And this is both of our hometowns, and this hits home for everyone in this county, so we really appreciate it tonight.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, and we're going to send it back now to Don and Jackie in studio.
Thank you, Tara.
What a night.
It's an unbelievable night, and you see Don Postal's here with me now. Jeff Preval is still with our coverage that we've been going on for hours now. We want to bring you up to speed. 10 people have been killed at the Tops Market on Jefferson Avenue in Buffalo this afternoon. 3 people were wounded as well. So many bits of information are coming out, brand new. Yes, yes, right now. But we want to let you know that the suspect, who is 18 years old, a white male, is being arraigned right now in downtown Buffalo. This is as much as we can show you of the courtroom. This is Kelsey Anderson in there, and she tweeted out this picture. This is all that we're allowed to see at this point. Judge Hanna was called in by DA John Flynn and for this arraignment because he wanted to move very quickly. We believe the suspect is on the right there in the white shirt.
We are told his name is Peyton Genren from Conklin, New York.
Well, they talked about the fact that he was from hours away. He drove from hours away to bring this horror into Buffalo today. And the name that we're getting, Peyton Genren from Conklin, New York, the DA did not want to say his name because he didn't even want to give him any type of celebrity for what he perpetrated on this community today. But we are letting you know.
John Flynn was very fired up when he was speaking, and he has promised justice will be served swiftly in this mass shooting. This is what John Flynn had to say earlier tonight.
We here in Erie County, though, are not waiting. I have already called Judge Hanna to come downtown immediately and arraign this individual. So within the next hour, this individual will be arraigned on a charge of murder in the first degree. I am not even going to mention his name right now, one, because the arraignment hasn't occurred, but more importantly, I don't want to give him any celebrityism at all right now. I don't want to give him anything right now that puts attention on him and the alleged, and again I say alleged, despicable acts that were committed today in our great city.
Well, that was DA John Flynn. As we know, this is called a racial hate crime by a stranger who came into our community and fired at that Tops supermarket around 2:30 this afternoon. And the collective heart of the Queen City is shedding tears tonight.
Absolutely. 13 people shot, 10 people dead. Tops Market wanted to clarify something that was said earlier during the news conference. They did have 4 store employees who were shot. Only one of them was killed, and that was the security guard that everybody knew. He's a retired police officer. He was right at the front of the store. He engaged the suspect in gunfire, and he was killed. He's definitely a hero. He tried to stop that man at the front door. So they lost one employee today, and 4 others were wounded. We do not know their conditions. It was pretty shocking to hear earlier today. We talked to Mike Hughes from Kaleida Health that only 3 people were taken from the scene to the hospital because the hospitals were gearing up for a big influx of victims, and only 3 of them were taken to the hospital. 10 people were dead at the scene.
And I assume they're being taken to the Erie County morgue tonight.
We assume that, yes. I was going to say that the wounded victims went to ECMC, and they have a trauma center there, and they're geared up to handle, these kinds of injuries. So
what struck me from watching at home, Jackie, was how Erie County Sheriff John Garcia, DA John Flynn, Gramalia, the police commissioner, the mayor, everyone came together. Trini Rossi, for example, the U.S. attorney, saying that we are going to be a better city after this, but this is really senseless killing that we've had for the first time, a mass shooting of this magnitude in the Queen City.
Horrible. And if you've ever wondered about your law enforcement in this community, or who is keeping you safe, or who is looking after the laws of the land, you saw all of them on display this afternoon in that news conference. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it, to have that large of a turnout from all corners of law enforcement in this community.
Federal,
it was
state,
amazing.
Local, sheriff, city.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of city, we have Joe Golombek on the line tonight. Joe, give us your thoughts.
I'm just still shocked and disgusted by this whole thing. When I first heard about it, I thought maybe it was just a random shooting, and then I sat down and I was driving, pulled over, and I took a look at the news feed and found out the catastrophic nature of what was going on, and I was literally sick to my stomach.
I think a lot of people share that sentiment as well. As a common councilman, what is your role here, Joe?
I think our role is to do everything that we can to keep things calm. Hopefully this was just an isolated incident from someone from outside of our community that came in, that's hoping to create a disturbance. And I hope that what happens is that quite the opposite happens, that neighborhoods and people from every walk of life will, come together and say, we're not tolerating this. We are Buffalonians.
That's a very good sentiment and a good message, Joe. We are Buffalonians. I think everybody, when you hear that this person, they believe, came and drove hours to get here and to do this horrible thing in our community, it really makes us, to me, and I thought this from the beginning, it makes us want to pull together in the way that we know we can, and not be divided by this.
But the big question tonight is why? Why did he come to Buffalo? Why did he pick that top supermarket on Buffalo's east side? And what was his motivation for killing? Why?
Well, there is a lot of social media out there, a lot of information that this young man conveyed, and we're not able to report on it yet until it's all confirmed by law enforcement. But they have a very good insight, I think, into what motivated this young man. Joe, I'm sorry, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I'm here.
Okay. As I said, we saw Reverend Darius Pridgeon earlier there, and do you have a relationship to this community on Jefferson Avenue?
Actually, I do. Friends of mine own a cigar store a block and a half away from Tops, and I'm there somewhat frequently. First thing I did when I heard about this was call a couple of the guys to make sure that my friends were safe. And thank God they were. And I know a couple of other people that live probably a 2-minute walk from that Tops. And, I was very relieved to find out that they were safe. Of course, the sad part is that there's 10 people that did not walk away from it. And, that's just heartbreaking. You went to work or you went to Tops to go shopping and you never came home. I mean, I'm just sick over it.
Well, let me ask you this. As a member of the Buffalo Common Council, have you been briefed or given any inside information that has not been revealed so far?
Not really. I probably know slightly more than you guys do, but, minimally.
Such as what?
Well, something I couldn't share. At this point, I just want to be more careful and not repeat anything that hasn't been in the media.
And Joe, while we've been talking to you and talking about the fact that you have shopped at that Tops, we're just getting a message into the newsroom from Wegmans saying that all Wegmans stores will be closing tonight at 9 p.m. in order to give our employees an opportunity to process this heartbreaking event with their families. We will reopen all stores at 6 a.m. tomorrow. So Wegmans is closing its grocery stores at 9 o'clock tonight. It's just another example of how this shooting in one corner of our community affects all of us in this community.
Now, we know that Governor Kathy Hochul was not supposed to be in Buffalo this weekend. As many times she comes home to Buffalo, but she was down, I believe, in the New York City metro area this weekend. But as soon as she heard about the mass shooting, she flew into Buffalo, and she's about to make an appearance. And here's Mayor Brown to introduce her live. You can see her standing to the left of the mayor, right of your screen.
Okay, Alan? Go ahead, Nick.
As you know, there was a horrific mass shooting in the city of Buffalo this afternoon. 13 people shot, 10 deceased, 3 with non-life-threatening injuries. As soon as the information came out about the shooting, Governor Hochul from Albany was on the phone with me and other elected officials and law enforcement leaders in the community. I want to thank the governor for her very quick response to this horrific situation in Buffalo. Working from Albany, the governor got here as quickly as she could to render support to the community and to check on the status of the victims' families. I'm now going to turn things over to our governor, Kathy Hochul.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and to all the elected officials and community leaders, clergy, including also our district attorney, who has a lot in his hands right now. I want to thank the Buffalo Police Department for their exceptional work in handling this situation, and also I want to thank the New York State Police, who have been embedded from the very beginning. The state police role is supportive here locally, but also it is a prime role working with the FBI to secure the home of the individual, which is out of this region from the southern tier, and amass as much evidence as is humanly possible in the very near term. It's hard to know what to say. This is my community. I know this community well. I've walked these streets. I know the individuals who live here. It's a wonderful, tight-knit neighborhood. And to see that sense of security shattered by an individual, a white supremacist who has engaged in an act of terrorism and will be prosecuted as such, in a cold-hearted, cruel, calculating way. A military-style execution targeting people who simply want to buy groceries in a neighborhood store. It strikes us in our very hearts to know that there's such evil that lurks out there. Yes, I'm here to console the families in a community that is feeling so much pain right now. But mark my words, we'll be aggressive in our pursuit of anyone who subscribes to the ideals professed by other white supremacists, and how there's a feeding frenzy on social media platforms where hate festers more hate. That has to stop. These outlets must be more vigilant in monitoring social media content. And certainly, the fact that this act of barbarism, this execution of innocent human beings, could be live streamed on social media platforms and not taken down within a second, says to me that there is a responsibility out there, and we're going to continue to work on this and make sure that those who provide these platforms have a moral and ethical, and I hope to have a legal responsibility to ensure that such hate cannot populate these sites. Because this is the result when you have individuals who use these platforms and talk to others who share these demented views and support each other and talk about the techniques that they'll engage in and post these ideas and share them with others in the hope that they can all someday rise up in their demented view of the world. That's what white supremacist terrorism is all about. That's what we witnessed here today on the streets of Buffalo, New York. And it has to end right here. And that is our message. We will continue to work at the federal, state, and local level with our community partners to help identify these messages as soon as they arise on social media. That is our best defense right now, as well as the legal system and the prosecution. And it is my sincere hope that this individual, this white supremacist who just perpetrated a hate crime on an innocent community, will spend the rest of his days behind bars. And heaven help him in the next world as well. Yeah, I'm angry. I've seen violence from guns on the Brooklyn subway and now in the streets of Buffalo. It has to stop. It has to stop. On Tuesday in Albany, we had already planned to be announcing a comprehensive gun package to address further loopholes that exist in our laws. We are doing everything we can to ensure that our laws are tight, they're ironclad, to ensure that our law enforcement have the resources they need. That is why I started a gun interdiction task force last January. 9 states, as well as NYPD, have teamed up with us to make sure that we can identify when guns are coming across the border from places like Pennsylvania gun shows and end up in small communities outside Binghamton or in Broome County. We don't know that that is the source of the modifications made to a gun, but we're going to find out. We're going to continue addressing this every single way we can. As an aside, we're also going to be preparing our state for what could be a Supreme Court decision that allows people to carry concealed weapons. We're ready. This is New York. We're here to protect our people. Thank you. Any questions?
Governor, you mentioned that the suspect was from the southern tier. Can you tell us where in the southern tier he is from?
I know that law enforcement is securing the home right now and getting search warrants, so I'm not going to disclose the location at this time, but we know where.
Can you tell us the county?
Broome County.
Broome County.
There have been social media posts from others who are claiming to be involved in this. Any concern that the suspect who is in custody is the only one, and any concern in general about other people trying to take credit for this tragedy?
That is something that always law enforcement has to be aware of in the aftermath. It is not uncommon that there be people who try to take credit or there be copycat situations, but all these leads are being run down and investigated, and there's no confirmation at this time. Anyone in law enforcement with different?
I think you hit it.
Wegmans closed their doors for the rest of the evening. What's your message to people that just need to go grocery shopping, just need to continue living?
And they will, but let us take this moment to grieve. There's a community out there that has had their hearts ripped open. All of us suffer with them. There's families that are still finding out that their loved one is not coming home to dinner tonight. People can get their groceries tomorrow.
Governor, there were, you talk about the social media concern that you all share, yet there were social media concerns for this individual prior to today. It's my understanding he had stuff online and on social media. I mean, do you have concerns that that wasn't flagged?
That's what I want to find out. Exactly. And the social media platforms that profit from their existence need to be responsible for monitoring and having surveillance, knowing that they can be, in a sense, an accomplice to a crime like this. Perhaps not legally, but morally. They've created the platform to allow this hate to be spewed, and others who are like-minded or can be radicalized. People who may not have intended to go down the path, but they read this. It's pervasive. It's among the big lies that are out there. And we know how insidious it is. We've seen the effects. But particularly the act of live streaming this, the fact that that could even be hosted on a platform, is absolutely shocking. And we need to find out what happened and how to make sure it doesn't happen again.
But do you think his social media footprint should have been noticed by law enforcement prior to this?
Absolutely, these should be monitored by everyone involved. The platform and law enforcement monitors literally millions of posts in search of information like this, and this is all part of the inquiry.
Was it one weapon or more than one weapon, and were the weapons legally obtained or not? Do we know?
My understanding is that it was a legally obtained weapon, but it was modified with illegal magazines that could have been acquired anywhere. We're going to find out where they came from, but they're actually for sale legally in the state of Pennsylvania. So it's not that hard to make that modification. But it was, as modified, it became illegal.
There were reports that the gun that he used had racial epithets written on it, maybe the bullet. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, we're not going to comment now.
Yeah, we're not going to comment at this point.
We'll take one more.
Okay, Governor, a lot of people in this community here, predominantly black community here, where this shooting took place, are furious, they're angry, and they're also cynical about justice coming out of this. How can you assure people in this community that this is going to receive the proper attention and the proper justice, because this was a racially motivated, appears to be a racially motivated crime?
I'll simply tell the residents of this community, this is our community as well. We share that pain. These are our brothers and sisters, and we are equally outraged. There is no depth to the outrage I'm feeling right now. It is because it just goes on and on, how I feel right now about what happened to this community. So they have our commitment, and I understand cynicism, but they have the commitment of every single person here who will stop at nothing to ensure that we do everything we can that this individual receives the full force of justice. The laws, our district attorney is laser focused on this, as well as our law enforcement teams from the federal, state, and local working tirelessly to find all the evidence to make sure that this case is successfully prosecuted. That is our commitment to the individuals of this community, and they'll see, ultimately, that'll be the outcome.
John, did the arraignment complete, and what were the
Yes.
formal charges?
Justice is already being done immediately. This individual has been arraigned on murder in the first degree, which is the highest charge, murder charge in New York State. Carries with it a sentence of life without parole, the highest punishment we have in New York State. He was remanded. The judge ordered a forensic examination. A felony hearing will now take place in 5 days, and then the investigation continues. So we have taken the appropriate steps right now to get him behind bars, and that's what we did. That was justice, getting that murder first charge filed immediately, calling a judge up and having him come downtown to city court on a Saturday evening to arraign this individual immediately. Not tomorrow morning, not Monday morning, right now. And therefore, as I said, we got a murder first charge already filed against him. We are now investigating terrorism charges, other murder charges, along with working with our partners in the federal government so that they can perhaps file charges as well. So I assure everyone in this community, justice is being done right now, and justice will be done.
I'll address that.
Hate crime, by the way.
As the FBI.
You say hate crime.
So I'm with the FBI. We are doing a parallel investigation with our local and state partners. We're aggressively investigating this at the federal level as a hate crime and as an instance of racially motivated violent extremism. We will bring all of the resources of the federal government to bear on this case. This is the #1 priority of the Department of Justice, and I can assure the citizens of this community that anything that we can do at the federal level with this case will be done, and justice will be served for the victims.
Just on the issue of, just on the hate crime issue as well, I've already asked our hate crime task force, the New York State Hate Crime Task Force, to be investigating as well. So it is being treated absolutely as a hate crime. And I've been in touch with officials in Washington and the White House on this, on the issue of what we're doing here so aggressively. So I appreciate the FBI's engagement as well.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Governor Kathy Hochul leading the latest news conference just before 8 o'clock tonight, flying in from Albany, saying that the hearts of our community have been ripped out tonight. And she's promising that justice is being served and justice will be served. And they are treating this first-degree murder and a racial hate crime.
And the suspect has already been arraigned, as you heard the DA talking about. Now, the governor had some news there that she said on Tuesday she will be introducing a bill to try to close the loophole in some of the gun laws in the state.
She revealed it tonight. It was supposed to be announced on Tuesday. This gentleman, I don't hate to use that word for the suspect, but anyway, had a gun that was purchased legally, but it was modified in the state of Pennsylvania. When you bring the gun back into New York State, it becomes an illegal weapon.
Right.
The modification.
And that's something that they will be investigating. There's no question about that.
All right, if you're just joining us, there has been a mass shooting in the Queen City tonight. Tell us what we know right now.
Here's
Jackie.
what we know right now. It happened at about 2:30, 3 o'clock this afternoon at the Tops on Jefferson Avenue. According to police, 10 people were killed and 3 injured when a gunman opened fire in the parking lot and then moved right into the store.
And here is video of the scene. You can see multiple first responders on the scene right away. Authorities say 4 of the people shot were employees of Tops Supermarket. The suspect is Peyton Gendron. He was just arraigned downtown Buffalo. A public defender entered a not guilty plea. That's SOP, standard operation. He is from Conklin, New York, which is outside of Binghamton.
Now, Marley Tuskus was at the news conference that you just saw with the governor, and Marley can tell us more about what was happening in the room there. First of all, Marley, where are you on Jefferson Avenue there?
Yeah, Don and Jackie, we just wrapped up hearing from Governor Hochul here at the Apollo Theater, just down the street from where the shooting happened at the Tops on Jefferson Avenue. Governor Hochul told us that as soon as she heard of the shooting, she was in Albany at the time. She came right away. She arrived not too long ago, was briefed on what happened, and very emotional. Once again, we talked about emotions not too long ago, and one of them that came up right now was anger. Governor Hochul said she was angry about this. This is our community. This is a message that other local leaders had, but really came through when Hochul was talking. She called the suspect a white supremacist, said that this hate crime will not go unpunished. She talked about the fact that she has directed the state's hate crime task force into investigating this alongside Buffalo Police, the Erie County Sheriff's Office, as well as the FBI. So several different law enforcement officers officers are looking into this at this time. Another thing that you guys just heard was from District Attorney John Flynn. He talked about the fact that the arraignment of the suspect, who we did find out is from Conklin, New York, in Broome County, who drove here, he has been arraigned on charges of first-degree murder. This is what Flynn says is the highest murder charge in the state of New York, and it carries a sentence of life without parole. Flynn said that they are looking to add additional charges, but this was a way to get the suspect behind bars as soon as possible. So he wanted to go forth and charge him with this. The suspect is now at the Erie County, or in custody with the Erie County Sheriff's Office. He will be back for a felony hearing Thursday morning, so we'll have more details on that. But again, Hochul said that she brought up the fact that this is her community. She walks these streets. She went to this Tops. She said that she was absolutely heartbroken to hear about what happened. She will be here monitoring this, and like I noted before, the state's hate crime task force is now also investigating this. We will, of course, continue to update you as we learn of this, but as for now, Don and Jackie, I'm going to send it back to you in the studio.
Marley Tusk is reporting from the Apollo Theater tonight. Thank you for that report. Now, News 4's Kelsey Anderson was also in the courtroom, Jackie, for the arraignment.
For the arraignment. So Kelsey's standing by right now. What information do you have for us, Kelsey?
Jackie and Don, I'm outside City Court here on Delaware in Buffalo. As we walked in that courtroom, we could see Peyton Gendron is his name. That was clarified in the courtroom, the alleged shooter at Tops. As we walked in, he did not, as I could see, turn around to face any of the media. He was staring straight at the judge the entire time. He was wearing a white mask and a white paper gown, something like what you would wear at a doctor's office. I believe you're looking at video right now from inside that courtroom. The only thing I could see him wearing was a pair of boxer shorts and a little blue bracelet on his wrist. He's charged with murder in the first degree. His lawyer requested a forensic exam and put in a plea of not guilty for his client. Now, the only words we heard out of Gendron's mouth this after tonight were, quote, "I understand my charges." He'll be back in court on Thursday morning, we're told, and the entire arraignment was quick, as are most. He was remanded without bail tonight, and this case is going to a grand jury. Now, his lawyer, after he was escorted out, his client, his lawyer came up to us, said he was appointed as his lawyer. We asked him if further charges could be filed. Again, I mentioned he is now charged with murder in the first degree. He said as of right now, that is the only charge, implying maybe charges could be coming in the future. Again, very straight-faced in court tonight, very quick. And the only words we heard out of his mouth, quote, "I understand my charges," before he was escorted out. There were about 5, 6, 7 police officers from Erie County Sheriff and Buffalo Police, so very heavily armed, and he was wearing handcuffs, again, around his hands. Well, that's all for now. Live in Buffalo, Kelsey Anderson, News 4.
Kelsey, let's ask you a couple of questions about what you just saw. You said that there were several police officers in the courtroom there. In your experience, was there heightened security at the courthouse this evening?
Yeah, I would say that's heightened security from what I've noticed inside. Again, 5, 6, or 7 police officers from Erie County Sheriff's and Buffalo Police, all standing, pretty much all around him. And then, of course, his lawyer was sitting beside him.
Do we know who the public defender is at this hour?
We do. I have his name. Let me get that for you. Brian Parker.
I've never heard of him as a defense attorney in previous cases. Are you aware of him in the legal community?
I am not. I'm not going to lie. I don't often cover court cases here in Buffalo, but I am not aware of him from any past cases that I'm aware of.
And Kelsey, did you have any sense that there was anyone in that courtroom besides his attorney on his behalf? No family, nobody that he might have known in this area?
No. The media were the only ones inside the courtroom that I noticed in the crowd.
Okay, Kelsey, we thank you very much for a quick work tonight. About how long ago did the arraignment end?
I would say about 15, maybe 15 minutes ago.
Oh, not long then. Not long. Well, the DA was talking about swift justice, and things moved very quickly tonight to get this suspect arraigned.
And District Attorney John Flynn wanted to make sure that he had this suspect behind bars tonight. No appearance ticket. This is murder in the first. And they want swift justice in this mass shooting.
Yeah. As he pointed out, and Kelsey, thank you very much. As he pointed out, it is the highest punishment that can be had here in New York State. If he were to be convicted on murder in the first degree, the punishment would be life in prison without parole.
Interesting that the public defender said this is his only charge so far. Maybe perhaps anticipating what we've been hearing from other officials, that there could be more federal charges as a federal hate crime charge, and that would be even more serious at the federal level.
Yes. In the news conference that was earlier, before the governor's news conference, they talked, the special agent, Steve Belongia, special agent with the FBI, talked about going down two roads in terms of federal charges here. One is a hate crime charge, and the other is called racially motivated violent extremism. In other words, he said this would be a domestic terrorism charge. So you see what the FBI is cueing in on here, and we were told that this suspect had a racial slur written on his weapon, and that there were a lot of other social media out there, social media posts, that also have a racist quality to them. They've identified him as a white supremacist.
One of the things that Kathy Hochul revealed in her comments tonight, that this was being streamed on a social media platform.
Yes.
And it's time because to crack down on this, because they have a moral, if not a legal, obligation not to allow this kind of nonsense to be shown live on social media.
Well, it's horror. It's absolute horror that's being shown. There has been a lot of talk about that in the past, but I would suspect that this having happened and being so horrific, and we heard from a lot of people who saw this stream. They were able to identify the live stream. I think that this is going to be a tipping point here, and that we're going to hear a lot more about what can be done to regulate this kind of thing in the future.
All right. Well, we're going to recap. If you're just joining us, there has been a mass shooting in the city of Buffalo on the east side.
And here's what we know so far. It happened about 2:30 this afternoon at the Tops on Jefferson Avenue. According to police, 10 people were killed there and 3 were injured when a gunman opened fire in the parking lot and then moved into the store.
And you saw the video from the scene with all the first responders rushing there. Authorities say 4 of the people shot were employees of the Tops supermarket. The suspect is Peyton Gendron. He's now behind bars after being arraigned in downtown Buffalo City Court. He's only 18 years old. He's from Conklin, New York, which is outside of Binghamton. News 4's Tara Lynch has been on the scene all afternoon. She's going to join us right now with the latest outside that Top store on Jefferson Avenue. Tara.
You said it there, Don and Jackie. Shocking, heartbreaking, devastating, sad. This is what we're hearing from residents tonight who live in this area, even council members. We spoke with Reverend Darius Pridgen. We also spoke with legislator Howard Johnson, and we've spoken to some witnesses. I just want to step aside and then I'll walk you through kind of what we have seen so far. This is the scene right now. It has calmed down a little bit. There is less people out here. This entire street, we're at the intersection of Landon and Jefferson. Landon was full of people when we arrived here at just earlier this afternoon, about 3 p.m. The last 5 hours, people have been filtering in and out, trying to find loved ones. When we arrived here, that was what was going on. People were crying and screaming and on the phone. They were trying to get people that they knew, trying to make sure that they were okay. And then a little bit later, we did speak with a gentleman who was inside of the Tops, and he was telling us he was there today to buy some juice, a regular Saturday, running his errands. He likes to sit on a bench out front, but today he didn't sit there. He decided to keep going about his Saturday, and when he crossed Jefferson Avenue at the intersection with Riley, he was telling me he heard those gunshots. He turned around, and according to him, he saw the shooter crouching down, shooting inside of that building. He says that a woman was shot, then a deacon, then another woman, and then the suspect entered the building. We're also hearing from other people tonight, teachers in the community who know students who are working in this Tops, who they were here just trying to find out if they were okay. We did see Councilmember Darius Pridgen deliver heartbreaking news that someone's mother had died in this Tops today. This community is mourning tonight. They are grieving. This is my hometown as well, and my heart is going out to this community because there is no words besides shocking, Don and Jackie. There are no other words.
Tara, thank you for that live report. Earlier, Jackie, you talked to the former special agent in charge of the Buffalo FBI office, Bernie Tolbert. He's going to join us again. I think the question for Bernie right now is if he has any different insight after hearing from the current SAC, special agent in charge of the FBI office in Buffalo, and hearing what Kathy Hochul had to say about this case. Bernie, you there?
Initially, a huge rush of information that comes out. Some of it's accurate, some of it's inaccurate. And law enforcement officials have to sift through it. And as time goes on, you start to focus in. So I don't have any different insight. I think that the FBI's investigation certainly is spot on. The two different tracks they're going down because they have two potential crimes here. I did see part of Governor Hochul's what she had to say, and clearly she's angry just like the rest of us, angry and also heartbroken that we have to go through this type of thing again, not just here in Buffalo, but across our country. But I've since learned, and I'm sure everyone has learned, that the manifesto I've seen, I know a little bit about the manifesto that this individual put out, and I think you said it, Don. There's a responsibility on social media. If you're going to give people a forum to say things, I think you have some responsibility to make sure that what they're saying isn't hurtful. Certainly, it's not threatening to others. So, and again, I don't know the platform, but this is something that clearly we can't allow to keep happening. This type of people shouldn't be able to see this type of thing live streaming as it happens. So I would hope that there'll be some effort to do something to monitor, regulate, do something so that people who do these kinds of things they can't do it. And I'm understanding this individual's 18 years old. I wonder how in 18 years you can have that much hate, in your heart. What happened to cause this individual to do that? I know people who've lived through many things where they've, you'd understand if they wanted to strike out, lash out, and hurt somebody, but they don't do it. And these are people who are a lot older, so I don't know what happened. But there's one other thing I would add is there's another victim in this that we potential victim, I should say, that we probably haven't talked about. And that's this person's family. Imagine being the mother, the father, sister, brother, or someone of this person, and have to now live with what they did. I don't know them, but I would guess that if they're reasonable people, they have to be hurting over this thing too. That a member of their family could perpetrate this kind of just awful event on a community that's
You really do wonder,
that's
Bernie,
really hurt.
exactly what kind of a makeup a person at the age of 18 to become a mass killer. And one of the things that the Governor Hochul brought out in her address was that the state police and the FBI are on the suspect's home. They've secured the home. I don't know if he lived by himself or if he, at 18, was still living with his parents. These are details that we're waiting to get sifted through. But what would they be looking for inside that house, Bernie?
Well, there'll be a number of things. First of all, you're going to want to look for weapons and secure those and make sure that those can't be used to hurt anybody else. They're also going to want to look his computer, his tablet, his phone, any kind of electronic device that might have some evidentiary value. It might be things he's posted. It might be people he's talked to, individual that he associates with. Clearly, you're going to want to find out, is he a lone wolf? Is he acting by himself, or is there anyone who assisted him in any way, shape, or form, whether it's giving him information that would help him perpetrate this crime, or someone who provided lesser assistance but nonetheless assisted him? And then anything of evidentiary value, you're going to want to find out, where has this person been? Who does he associate with? Any travel, so that'll all be areas that law enforcement is going to want to investigate. At the end of the day, in a very short while, they're going to want to know everything about this individual, as much as can be known from the time he was born up until the day when he committed this crime.
Amazing. It's amazing also that so quickly we find out that it was an illegal assault rifle and that they know that it was modified in the state of Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and then those ATF's got quite a few resources, and I don't know who actually just found out, but I would think that, on a federal level between the ATF and the FBI, those are the kinds of things they're going to want to get. Who sold the gun to the individual? Who touched or was involved with this gun along the way? All of these are things they want, not only as evidence for this particular event, but also to prevent that kind of thing from happening in the past. If we can tap loopholes, and I don't want the whole issue of illegal guns. We know what it is. I'm not anti-gun, but I do think that there are people who should not have guns. There should be some strict controls over who can get guns. If you have a legitimate reason for having a gun, then that's the right that's guaranteed you in our Bill of Rights, and I don't think we should look to say that they can't. But we need these ghost guns, the proliferation of guns that are state lines and end up, gun in Georgia ends up being used to commit crimes in New York State. Those are the kinds of things that we have to pay more attention to. And I know the gun lobby in Washington, D.C. is a rather prolific one. So that's a struggle that needs to be overcome. But hopefully we'll do something to make all of those issues less of a concern.
The governor made it clear that there will be much more to come on this. On Tuesday, they will be introducing a package that will close some of these loopholes, she said, that allowed this to happen. So we will definitely be hearing more about the gun, where he got it, how he modified this. You made reference, Bernie, to something that we have not yet talked about on the air, because law enforcement has not fully confirmed this, but that this young man, it is reported, put some kind of manifesto on social media. And it was a rambling account of his views of things. If you are in charge of this case, what do you do with something like that?
Well, the one thing you want to use that for is to show his intent. At the end of the day, a crime has been committed. Someone has to answer for it, and you want to be able to show that this is the person who did it, and they intended to do it. It wasn't a act of rage. Sometimes there is some belief in law that a spur moment reaction to some kind of a thing that makes it right, but that is a defense that can be used. But clearly, this guy, my understanding is this manifesto is 100 pages long, from what I've been told. by someone who actually had a copy of it and looked at it. That's 100 pages. It's a lot of writing. So clearly he's had time to think about this. I also heard that in that manifesto he talks specifically about this particular TOPS coming to Buffalo, where he's going to eat lunch beforehand. All those kinds of things that show this isn't just something that came up yesterday and he did it today. This has obviously been in the works and in the planning for a long time. So the manifesto will clearly go towards him. And also, profilers will have a chance to look at this and dig into it and see, mental state. What's the makeup of this guy? What's driving him? Again, not only for purposes of this particular crime, but as down the road when we see certain things, we may understand how it might trigger someone to do something, and so we'll learn from this and hopefully be better prepared to prevent something like this from happening in the future.
It'd be interesting to see about that FBI profile, because Bernie, when we look at the video, I think Jackie will agree, this dude looked pretty cool, calm, and collected as he was making his appearance in city court today to be arraigned on first-degree murder charges.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No emotion. Again, Kelsey said no emotion there on him.
Yeah, and at 18, 18 years old, to be, if he was indeed cool and calm, what has he? I'd be very interested in what's in his background. What's happened in his life? What kinds of things has he been involved in? Where does this stem from? It's got to be a profile. It must be fascinating, the prospects of being able to try to figure out, who this guy is, what makes him tick. Because, if I was a profile, I think I'd be licking my chops waiting to get a crack at this.
Yeah, Bernie, fascinating and horrifying. Absolutely horrifying.
Absolutely.
Bernie, we want to thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please stand by. We'll be back with you shortly, but thank you for your insight right now. We're going to take a break because we know people are tuning in and really not up to speed on what has been happening in Buffalo this afternoon.
I had no idea when I first got the text from the newsroom that we had a mass shooting in Buffalo, and ironically, I was in a supermarket.
Oh, boy.
But I had no idea. I just heard we got a mass shooting, come on in. I didn't know where it was. And then, of course, I started listening in the radio, and you hear this stuff, and you're like, in Buffalo, New York?
And I heard it from my son who lives downstate. He texted and said, I take it you're okay.
Yeah, wow.
Absolutely. So here we are. And I think a lot of texts like that are going out all over this community today as people hear about it.
Because hearing from relatives in New York City and Connecticut myself.
To hear Buffalo, New York in the national news this way, it's just shocking, really shocking.
Well, if you are just joining us, and if you're just tuning in at 8:27 tonight, we want you to know the reason we're on the air, we're covering a mass shooting in the city of Buffalo.
And here's what we know right now. It is terrible. This all happened about 2:30 this afternoon at the Tops on Jefferson Avenue. According to police, 10 people were killed there and 3 hurt when a gunman opened fire in the parking lot and then moved on into the store.
And here's video from the scene. You'll see several first responders quickly getting to the scene. Authorities say 4 of the people shot were employees of the Tops supermarket. The suspect, as we found out, is Peyton Gendron. He is 18 years old. He was recently arraigned tonight in city court in downtown Buffalo. 18 years old, from Conklin, New York. That's outside of Binghamton. And we heard from Governor Kathy Hochul just a little while ago after she flew into town.
Very importantly, she spoke about the role that social media played in this violent attack.
The social media platforms that profit from their existence need to be responsible for monitoring and having surveillance, knowing that they can be, in a sense, an accomplice to a crime like this. Perhaps not legally, but morally. They've created the platform to allow this hate to be spewed, and others who are like-minded or can be radicalized. People who may not have intended to go down the path, but they read this. It's pervasive. It's among the big lies that are out there. And we know how insidious it is. We've seen the effects. But particularly the act of live streaming this The fact that that could even be hosted on a platform is absolutely shocking. And we need to find out what happened and how to make sure it doesn't happen again.
But do you think his social media...
That was Kathy Hochul tonight addressing this. She's very upset. As Erie County Sheriff John Garcia said, this is pure evil, a racial hate crime against our community.
And the governor said there is no depth to the outrage that I feel. Our commitment is to bring justice to this community.
Joining us on the phone right now, Buffalo PBA President John Evans. John, are you there?
I am, sir.
Thank you for joining us tonight. Are you having any insight from your men out on the scene as to what's going on?
Well, we just, know what's been reported is all, all we know. We don't have anything further than that.
Well, with your years of experience with the Buffalo Police Department, have we had a mass shooting of this magnitude before?
No, the only the City Tavern would be the only thing close, but no, nothing like this. This is really, truly horrific.
The City Grill shootings. John, did you know the retired police officer who was killed today?
I did. I had the pleasure of knowing him. Great guy, well respected, well liked. This is just horrific. It's tragic. I don't know what other words to describe it.
Have you reached out to his family?
I have not yet, no. I know the department has, but in the coming days we will.
Now, we are so sorry for your loss. It is our understanding that he died heroically engaging this suspect in gunfire, trying to stop him from getting in that store, but that his bullets actually did not penetrate the body armor that the suspect was wearing. And the suspect then turned the gun on this retired police officer who's a security guard in the front door that everybody knows there, and he was killed today.
Right. It's not surprising that he did everything he could to, attempt to save people's lives.
Has anyone expressed to you, John, any motivation for why this shooter would have done this?
No, like I say, I've only seen the reports. Where, essentially it looks like, anyways, that he was a white supremacist who, I don't know, thought that white race was eroding somehow, and he was going to change that. Apparently, just a whack job.
Yeah, is there anything, you are the president of the Police Benevolent Association. These police officers are in your union. Is there anything that the union does after just a terrible scene like this to help the officers get through it, to bring them together?
Well, there's a peer counseling group. It's a group of officers that have some training in traumatic situations and the like, and they'll be, obviously reaching out to all the officers involved and, make sure that their mental health is as good as it can be.
What about, John, your colleagues who made the arrest and got this guy to surrender? Do you know who they are?
Yes, I don't know that that's. I'm going to believe that the commissioner will be releasing those details.
Do you know how they're doing?
As good as can be. As good as can be. Again, they work in an incredibly professional manner under extremely intense circumstances, and successfully got him into custody.
Yeah, we do understand that those two officers, were they both men, John, do you know?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so these two officers were able to talk the suspect into putting down his weapon. We were told that he was pointing his own weapon at his neck, and the police officers kept talking and talking to him, and he eventually put his gun down and then was taken safely into custody. That is just a remarkable end to this tragedy today, that they were able to do that.
Yeah, that's, again, I'm going by reports. That's tremendous. You know, they have de-escalation training and the like, and apparently it kicked in here.
John, is there anything else that people should know about your police officers today, your union, what they were faced with and what they did?
I mean, it's certainly nothing you expect going to happen. You should plan for it. We have trainings and the like, but it's, I don't know. It's very difficult to put into words. I don't know, despair that's being felt right now throughout the throughout the department. You know, as far as our loss of fellow officer.
Well, John, I think you're absolutely right. Words are hard to find to express what we're going through. You don't go to work as a police officer knowing if you're kissing your wife and children goodbye for the final time, and you never know what to expect. But a mass shooting on a Saturday afternoon in Buffalo, New York is just not something we see every day in the news media nor in law enforcement.
And to lose an officer who had fulfilled his time, his term as a Buffalo police officer, he was done with that. And he was doing this as a side job in his retirement to be a guard there at the front door of TOPS. That's just terrible, terrible for his family too. All right, John Evans, we want to thank you for your time. I noted the word despair that you used. There is a lot of feeling of despair tonight, no question about it. Thank you very much for talking to us and being with us. John Evans, president of the PBA.
We're going to go back to the scene. News 4's Tara Lynch is going to give us an update right now. Tara?
Don and Jackie, we're joined here by Under Sheriff Bill Cooley. First, I just want to get your reaction tonight to what happened earlier this afternoon.
Oh, it's a horrific scene, and my heart goes out to all the victims and their families in the community.
And just put it into perspective, you know, when you hear that a fellow officer, a former officer, was shot and is killed tonight, put that into perspective for me.
Yes, Aaron Salter, I worked with Aaron, and he's a courageous guy, and he certainly was a hero today in his efforts to stop this senseless violence.
And we've heard from a lot of other community members, council members, legislators who shop at this TOPS and just say that Aaron, he knew everybody here. He was a welcoming sign. With your interactions with him, what was he like?
He was a commensurate professional and did the job day in and day out. I very much appreciated the time I worked with him, and it's just a very sad situation.
And this is a very difficult day for everyone here in the city of Buffalo, across Western New York. Where can people go if they need assistance, if they need help, if they know any information?
Yep. If they have information, they should reach out to the Buffalo Police Department. The Buffalo Police Homicide Squad is investigating this matter, along with the FBI, and the Erie County Sheriff's Office is here in a support role.
Perfect. And just finally, what is your message tonight to the community? How do we move forward?
This senseless violence needs to stop, and my message is that justice will be served, and it is being served.
Under Sheriff, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate you keeping us safe here as well.
Thank you.
Don and Jackie, back to you. And just a quick note here, Commissioner Grimali is back on the scene. He just walked through the police tape here, so still a very active investigation. We'll have a lot more coming up for you.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to ask you, Tara. We see lights in the background there from police cars. The scene is still taped off, and I would suspect will be for quite some time. But what about people in the neighborhood? We can hear people off the mic there. Are there a lot of people still standing around as they were earlier today?
Yeah, Jackie, there are people that are still here gathered. You mentioned the police tape. This entire area from Jefferson and Laurel, we're at Jefferson and Landon, down to Riley, that is all blocked off. Police are asking residents and folks to not come out here tonight. And then as we kind of even move down Landon, this entire area was full of people earlier this afternoon. There are still some people out and about trying to get their bearings with what actually happened here in their neighborhood. When we talk to people, you actually see Darius Pridgeon here getting ready with our Marley Tuskus. But when we talked to him earlier today, he was telling us he shops at this Tops. We were talking to Howard Johnson, and he tells us, legislator, of course, for Erie County, he tells us that he shops at this Tops, and they were just in shock. It was so shocking. We were talking to a high school teacher who ran down here because he knows that 8 of his students worked in there. He didn't know if they were okay. We were, when we first arrived here, there were people calling their loved ones, trying to find out if they were in the Tops, if they were in that Tops, are they okay? Do they have their cell phone on them? We were speaking with another man who was in there minutes before the gunfire began, and he was actually just leaving the Tops Plaza, turned around, saw the gunshots. He claims he saw a woman get shot, a deacon, and then another woman before the suspect entered the Tops. So this is a very shocking is the word I keep using, devastating, heartbreaking. This is what this community is feeling tonight, Jackie.
Absolutely. So many emotions there, Tara. Now, another reporter we have had on scene all afternoon and evening is Marley Tuskus, and she has a guest there now. Marley.
Hey there, Jackie. With me, I'm joined by Council President Darius Pridgeon. And Councilman, this is your district. When you heard about this, what was going through your head?
Well, it's also my neighborhood. I live a couple blocks away. I shop at this Tops. I had just left the house, didn't know what the presence was until I got the call from our commissioner and our mayor. Turned right around to get back here right at this, as my son was getting ready to do his first play, and I left to be here with this community because I was in shock. You know, I don't think I've felt this type of shock since City Grill, which was a lot different than this, but one of shock and just knowing I needed to be back here in my community.
We just wrapped up with Governor Kathy Hochul. She had really strong language, mentioned quite a few times that this was an act of domestic terrorism by a white supremacist who came here, specifically targeted this area. The fact that someone drove from Broome County to the city of Buffalo, specifically to Buffalo's east side, do you think that says something?
Oh, yeah, and I'm glad that the governor did not mince words and just went right to it. This is a hate crime. This is a hate crime, and I'm glad to hear the DA saying it, and that the country is paying attention to this, because this was one individual. You best believe there are others out there just like this, and so it cannot be taken lightly or as if it is a one-time occurrence, because what we're seeing right now across social media is other people supporting this person who committed these crimes as if he should be getting a trophy instead of getting life in prison.
Another thing that you and I were just talking about is the fact that this area is a food desert. There are not many places to get fresh groceries around here. This Tops is one of the few places that people can go on a Saturday afternoon and grocery shop. So the fact that so many people were probably out here when this happened, I feel like that makes it even that much more tragic.
Yeah, this is a gathering spot. It's more than a grocery store. It's a gathering spot. It's a community space. It's where neighbors see each other and wave and talk. And so, you know, you have people just sit out in the parking lot here. So for it to happen here, you know, and our fear is, you know, what we don't want is for the only grocery store in this area. There is no other grocery store. You know, when this, people had to fight to get this grocery store here. And when Tops decided to put it here, we knew that they were taking a business risk, but they did, and they've worked to improve the store. We're afraid of losing the store because of this tragedy, because at the end of the day, where do we go? This person targeted this area.
Can you believe that something like this happened here in Buffalo? I feel like and I'm speaking for myself here, you go to a store and you hear it on the news and other places, so you kind of have it in the back of your head whenever you go grocery shopping, but you don't really think that it could happen in your own hometown. How are you feeling the fact that it actually happened here?
Well, you know, Buffalo is, you know, we use the word city of good neighbors, and by and large, this neighborhood is a city of good neighbors. So I don't think anybody foresaw this happening in this area. I think if we did, I think if law enforcement did, that there would have been more done. I hope. I really hope. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of people on social media spewing negativity and hate. And so I think that, you know, people in this community never expected it, so they weren't prepared for it. None of us were prepared that somebody would drive that far to come and to seemingly, and I believe it with all of my heart, and maybe I'm wrong, I'm telling you how I feel now. I believe this person came to this community to kill black people. He could have went to any community. He could have went to the community where he lives if it was just about killing someone. I believe it was a hate crime, racially motivated.
We're already seeing vigils set up for the victims at this point. Any message you have for their families?
You know, right now, and you know, people have asked me as council president, what do you think about different laws? I don't. We got laws on the books right now. This wasn't about laws. This was about an individual who is so evil that he would come and just randomly kill people who did not hurt him. And so my heart right now is with the victims' families. You know, somebody's mother is gone, somebody's son is gone. At the end of the day, that's my focus. This person, may he get his justice. But in order for this community to move forward, we have to have time to grieve. So we're in the grieving process now, and when people say, what are you going to do next? Just let us cry first. Let us hurt. Let us go through the pain. And anybody out there who cares about this community, join in that grieving without casting judgment on this community for grieving, and sometime maybe being boldly honest about how hurt we are and how angry. But putting it on a race is just as wrong as when white people say that all black people are bad. If we do the same thing because of this one jerk, then we have now turned the tables. He did it, not the white community.
That brings up a good point, and something that was mentioned earlier during the first news conference is there was concern that this could possibly lead to division in the city of Buffalo. And many people there said that no. I believe that this will make the city of Buffalo stronger. I believe Trini Ross said that. Congressman Higgins said that. Do you believe, are you concerned that this will divide, or do you believe that this will bring everyone closer together?
You know, right now, I don't know. I hope it doesn't divide further. You know, it wasn't just black people who were shot, although I believe that's what he targeted. And I don't believe that, and this is personal opinion, I don't believe he came in town to shoot anybody who was white. I believe he came to shoot black people. But that's just my opinion. At the end of the day, I hope that this community, I saw it during the protests last year, year before last, of black and white standing together, wanting better policing. And I hope that same love, that same understanding. You know, I received calls not only from black pastors, but white pastors, pastor of the chapel, pastors who, from, you know, of the Jewish community. So it's all everybody reaching out, feeling that hurt, and them not wanting this to be the racial divide of Buffalo.
I want to also speak about something that was just brought up as well, the social media aspect. You just mentioned it. Governor Hochul talked about the fact that we now need to start going after these streaming platforms that allow people to do what this suspect did, where he went on a streaming platform, streamed the shooting live. Do you think that is something that needs to now be looked into, and that it is the responsibility of these social media platforms?
You know, I think that right now, as a son of this community, as a pastor in this community, it's a little above my pay grade to worry about social media when my heart is just really crying out for so many people have lost their lives. I think once we get done with the grieving, then we can figure all that out.
Sure. Anything else you'd like to add? Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. We just heard from Council President Darius Pridgeon, who has been been on scene throughout this day. There are several people that are still here just, taking in what is going on. We still have the area completely blocked off. As I noted, we did just hear from Governor Kathy Hochul, who did have strong words, who did call the suspect a white supremacist and a domestic terrorist. She also noted that the New York State Hate Crime Task Force is going to be investigating this along with the FBI, Buffalo Police, New York State troopers. All of the law enforcement agencies have a joint effort in investigating this, so we will be closely monitoring the ongoing investigation. As for now, Don and Jackie, I'm going to send it back to you in studio.
Marley, thank you. That was a wonderful interview with Dr. Reverend Darius Pridgeon, who did call this a hate crime, racially motivated.
And while she was talking, you were seeing some video of something that's popping up, little memorials that are popping up at the scene there with candles and flowers, people offering remembrance of the 10 people who died at that site today.
Now, News 4's Kelsey Anderson was inside Buffalo City Court for the arraignment on first-degree murder charges tonight. She is now in Niagara Square, and she joins us with the latest from there. Kelsey Anderson.
Don, Jackie, the DA this afternoon said he was going to make sure there was swift justice in this. And 5 hours after the 13 people were shot, 10 of those killed at that Tops, the alleged gunman was arraigned in city court this afternoon. That started at 7:35 tonight, that arraignment. Now, as we walked in, the group of media, we could see the alleged gunman was wearing a white face mask and a white gown, similar to something you would wear and put on inside a doctor's office. He did not, that I could see, turn around, face us, make any sort of expression toward us. He was looking straight ahead at the judge when we walked in, very straight-faced. Of course, I could not see his mouth at all as he was wearing that mask. I believe you're looking at video right now. His name is Peyton Gendron, and he's charged with murder in the first degree. His lawyer requested a forensic exam be done and put in a plea of not guilty for his client tonight. Now, the only words we heard Gendron say out loud were, quote, "I understand my charges." He'll be back in court on Thursday morning, we're told. He was remanded without bail, and this case is now going to a grand jury. Now, the entire arraignment was quick, over within just minutes, I'd say. And afterward, his lawyer came over to us, told us he had no comment. He clarified he was appointed as his lawyer. We asked him if further charges could be filed. He said as of right now, his client is charged with 1 count of first-degree murder. His lawyer's name is Brian Parker. Now, Don, Jackie, you asked me earlier, was anyone else in the courtroom, maybe any family or friends of the alleged gunman? I did not see anyone inside the courtroom. As of what I could see, it was only media, and Gendron was wearing, again, that white gown. All I could see were boxer shorts on him and a blue bracelet on his wrist. Live in Buffalo, Kelsey Anderson, News 4.
Kelsey, thank you, Kelsey. And joining us now live in studio is prominent Buffalo attorney John Elmore. John, there's so many things that Jackie and I would like to talk to you about tonight. But first of all, I think the viewers should know that you know that community very well. You even sponsor the Jefferson Avenue Block Club party every summer.
That's correct. It is an up-and-coming area where businesses are growing. Everybody was excited when Tops came to the community because it was a food desert. But I mean, there's a cigar store right a block away where professional African-American men show up in suits and ties after a 5 o'clock day to talk. There's barber shops. There's a print store there. There's a bar that has wonderful jazz on Sunday evenings. And it's a community place. It's just a tragedy that this has happened.
I remember, and I'm sure you do, years ago when folks fought to have that supermarket there, that they needed it so desperately in that area. I'm concerned now how long it's going to be shut down for the investigation.
Sure, and that's been an economic driver for the community. You know, people didn't always have access to fresh fruits and really good meat and vegetables and things like that. And so, yeah, it's very sad.
I'd like to talk to you as an attorney. You know, the public defender tonight talked about asking for a forensic exam.
Yes.
What's that all about?
CPL Section 730 provides that when a person has a mental illness or is suspected of having a mental illness, they're entitled to an examination to determine whether or not they are fit to stand trial. The standard is not insanity, but whether or not they know who the judge is, they know who their lawyer is, they understand the nature of the trial and the proceedings against them, and they can assist in their defense. It's a very, very low standard. He will be examined by a licensed New York State psychiatrist. In my opinion, he'll probably be found fit to proceed to trial.
He did say the only words that he said in court, and Kelsey told us this earlier, I understand the charges against me.
And that's pretty much all. That you can aid in
That's
your
all you
defense and
need,
understand.
right?
That's it.
To
very low
proceed.
threshold.
Well, as you know, and Jackie knows, we in New York State do not have the death penalty. We've been hearing a lot of the public officials tonight talking about the sentence would be life in prison without parole, but there are extenuating circumstances in which he could be facing federal charges as well.
That's correct. If you saw the press conference, you see the United States Attorney Trinity Ross and the FBI director. They both testified that there's a parallel federal investigation. I would say that the FBI agent and the U.S. Attorney of the Buffalo office would be very careful not to use the word death penalty, because that's something that would come from Washington. U.S. Attorney Garner would have to make that decision. However, this past year, if you look at the Dylan Roof case, where Dylan Roof was convicted of a death penalty crime where he killed 9 African Americans in a church in Charleston, North Carolina, he was sentenced to death, and in August of 2021, the Court of Appeals upheld that conviction. Also, in the Boston Marathon case, 3 people were killed there, and that killer was sentenced to death, and last year, 2021, a Court of Appeals court upheld that sentence. So here in Buffalo, we have a case where 10 people were killed. It was racially motivated. That's what the evidence seemed to show. So it is I believe, a potentially death-eligible case. We don't know what Washington is going to say, but that's something that is going to be looked at.
The special agent in charge of the FBI here in Buffalo, Steve Belanger, said there were 2 tracks that they would be following. One was a hate crime charge, and the other was called racially motivated violent extremism or domestic terrorism. Do both of those tracks carry a potential death penalty?
It just, to me, it sounds just like Dylan Roof, and it sounds like the Boston Marathon. And again, more people were killed in this incident right here in Buffalo, New York.
Yeah.
Our town, the town that we love.
Now, there are some who are saying this shooting in the city that we call the Queen City and the City of Good Neighbors, that all of us can come together collectively to mourn the victims here, and yet others are saying, will this be used to separate and divide our community even more? I think it's too early to tell, but God willing, I hope it brings us together.
Well, we all hope that. And Reverend Pridgeon was making the point that already on social media there are very divisive comments being written. What can we do, John?
I'm going to hope and pray for the best. We all seem to come together for the Buffalo Bills and the Sabres and other good things, so why can't we all come together with the victims in this family?
For humanity.
And for humanity, that's right.
Now, it's a very, very tough night for the morgue at ECMC. They've got 10 bodies there tonight.
That's right.
Have to be identified.
Mm-hmm.
Relatives have to be notified. Mm-hmm. It's going to take some time.
Well, the case was adjourned for a felony hearing. Under the law, in order to keep this defendant behind bars, a felony hearing has to be commenced within 5 days. So there's a lot of work that has to be done within 5 days. There will be a hearing unless the defendant waives the hearing, where the prosecution will have the burden of proving that there's probable cause that this defendant committed felonies, and those felonies are homicides. And so part of the proof will be somebody's going to have to identify the bodies, and somebody's going to have to say that it was caused by the shooting. And that requires the testimony or a certification from a medical examiner. So, yeah, 10 bodies, this medical examiner may need help because, and it's possible they could bring in medical examiners from Niagara County or Rochester or somewhere else to assist. It's a very likely possibility.
Now, John, I understand that we have a photo that was taken from outside the suspect's home in Conklin, New York. We can't see a lot, but we see a whole raft of cars there, many of them probably police cars, perhaps media. I don't know. Yeah, converging on that home. Now, we don't know. This young man was only 18 years old. He's only 18 years old. We don't know if he lived with his parents or he lived by himself, but what are they looking for in that home? And if it's his parents' home, what do they do about that?
Well, if he lived there, all they need is a search warrant to go there. It doesn't matter if he owns the home. The home's probably owned by his parents. He's 18 years old. He probably doesn't own it, but because he lived there, a judge, I would imagine, signed a search warrant authorizing them to go in there and look for evidence. Obviously, this guy made reportedly some social media things, and so they're going to seize computers, weapons, anything to do with weapons, diaries,
iPhone,
anything, yeah, a telephone, anything that would be relevant to their investigation, they'll seize as evidence.
Will they close the home? I mean, can the parents still live there if it is their home?
Well, at some point in time, they're going to have to preserve and voucher the evidence, and once they get the evidence, then the parents should be able to be free to go into the home and live there. But all the evidence has to be vouchered, and then the police have to give the judge that issued the search warrant what's known as a search warrant return, which is an inventory of everything that they seized.
So it may be some time there, yeah.
Absolutely.
Going through his bedroom and anything that they can find.
Certainly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would agree.
How about for the, do you know any of the victims? Have you heard? I know you know a lot of people that in that community, but have you heard who any of the victims are?
I can tell you that's a place that I shopped at frequently. I have heard a report who the security officer is, who's a retired police officer, a really, really good guy, if the report that I received, unofficial, is true.
His name has not yet been released.
You know, for his family and the others, and I wouldn't surprise if I, as well as many people that I know people that were deceased. I mean, we're just a couple degrees of separation here in Buffalo.
Very true.
Well, stick with us, John. We want to come back to you, but first we want to turn to News 4's Tara Lynch. She's been on the scene all night. Tara?
Yeah, Don and Jackie, we've been here since early this afternoon. We've been speaking to nearby residents, even people who were inside that Tops moments before. I just want to bring in Michael Walker. You are a resident here. Put this into perspective for me. How scary is this situation for this community here?
Oh, no mic. Okay. Well, it's probably scary. A lot of people, I saw some anger, saw a little bit of tears, saw a little bit of almost anything you can think of. In my case, unfortunately, this is normal because this is just the mass shooting Buffalo edition for us, because we had incidents in Milwaukee, we had incidents in other states, and unfortunately this has been a yearly pattern. So for me, this is numb. I've been used to it. For other people, this is the worst thing you could ever think of for them.
And you were telling me, you know, before off camera, you knew some of your family members were in that Tops just kind of before this all unfolded. How scary was that for you to try to find, do I know anyone in there? What was that process like for you?
For me, unfortunately, it wasn't as scary at all because I knew they'd be okay. Unfortunately for other people, they may not have been able to say the same thing. And because of that, we fortunately are just the next victims of what's known as now an American tragedy, terrorist attack, whatever you want to call it, white supremacy, give it a name, I don't know, find it in the dictionary. It's just another event that, hey, is pretty much satanic in my book.
Well, Michael, thank you so much for your thoughts here tonight. And there is a small memorial that has been set up here on Landon Street, and we're told from another neighbor that there will be a vigil here tomorrow afternoon about noon right here at this intersection. So we'll continue to keep you updated from Jefferson and Landon. For now, live in Buffalo, Tara Lynch, News 4.
Thank you, Tara. We're joined in studio with Buffalo defense attorney John Elmore, who's been helping us see through some of the legalese, if you will. As Jackie and I understand that there's going to be the state charges that the DA, John Flynn, will bring against with the murder in the first degree, but the feds could possibly go for the death penalty. Would that be a separate additional trial?
Well, there could be. There's a parallel investigation, a state investigation and a federal investigation. If you look at the Derek Chauvin case, he was prosecuted and convicted in state court, and then later convicted in federal court of federal civil rights charges.
This is a Minneapolis police officer.
That's correct, and he was just sentenced recently. So I would think in a case of this magnitude, this mass destruction, that the federal government will prosecute him and the state will prosecute him.
Two different trials.
Two different trials, that's correct, two different proceedings.
And as you pointed out earlier, as the DA, John Flynn, said, the highest punishment here in New York State is life in prison without parole. That would be on the state charges. But if federal charges are brought, and if he is convicted on those federal charges, which are hate crime and domestic terrorism, you're saying it could be a case eligible for the death penalty.
Well, again, the U.S. Attorney Eric Garland would have to make that determination. He hasn't spoke about it. Our local FBI agent and the U.S. Attorney, they don't have authority. That's way over their heads. But it is possible that this could be a case where it would be appropriate to seek the death penalty. The death penalty, I think the way the federal government looks at it, is this is where we prosecute the worst of the worst, the most heinous of crimes for the most heinous of people. And so this is a premeditated murder. 10 people were killed. Dylan Roof killed 3 people and received the death penalty. The Boston Marathon killer, Dylan Roof killed 9 people, and the Boston Marathon killer killed 3, and both received death penalties, and the Court of Appeals upheld those penalties.
What about the idea a defense attorney, hypothetically, as we sit here tonight, could seek innocent by reason of insanity?
Certainly. That's a difficult defense to raise. He would have to prove, well, first of all, mental illness alone, it doesn't make an insanity defense. You have to prove that the mental illness was so powerful that you didn't, you had the inability to appreciate the nature of your conduct and control your conduct. And so it's a very, very high standard. With the planning involved here, the fact that he drove 3 hours, he had a chance to think about it, to reflect it, that he
live streamed it.
He live streamed it. You know, I mean, it sounds to me like you knew what you're doing. And if you're insane, you don't know what you're doing.
Okay. I don't mean to laugh, but
yeah.
Stand by for us, please, because
Okay.
we understand that Congressman Brian Higgins is on the line for us. And Congressman Higgins, I know that you have been at the scene all afternoon and evening, and tell us your thoughts right now.
Well, my thoughts are that the eyes of the nation are on Buffalo, and those eyes are filled with tears and sympathy for the innocent victims that left their loved ones this morning to go to work in the service of others and never came home. It's a very sad day, and this clearly is an act of domestic violence that is racially motivated. The shooter has been apprehended. He's been charged with first-degree murder. There will be federal charges that are pending. And it's a sad day for Buffalo, but we're a good city. We're the city of good neighbors. We celebrate our diversity. We love our fellow citizens of Buffalo. And the people of the city are deserving of compassion and understanding.
Congressman, you've represented this area for many, many years. You know the people here. There's great concern tonight over whether or not this terrible act will divide the people here, or might it cause people to unite and bring people together? What do you think can be done to bring people together?
Well, I spoke with Pastor Giles tonight, leader in Stop the Violence, and others. I'm proud of my mayor. We, again, are a community that is diverse but united at the same time. And we need to demonstrate to the rest of the nation that we can deal with this in a mature, understanding, empathetic way. We need to recognize the victims, their families. Over the next several days in this city, you will see a demonstration of unity. And this is the community that I love. This is the community that I represent. This is the community that I know. And this is the community that everybody who lives here stays here for.
Well, Congressman, being in D.C. in the House of Representatives, it's no secret to any member of Congress. We have a growing problem in America, and it's called crime. Crime rates are rising all across the nation in every single city.
Well, gun violence is it's a situation that manifested itself in Buffalo today, but it manifests itself every day in every city in this nation, and we need to do something about that. Why do we allow people that have weapons of mass destruction that are more powerful than our police forces have to exact violence that occurred in Buffalo today? So, look, in the end, we're people of goodwill. By and large, we're people. I walked the streets today of Jefferson Avenue and listened to people. They were grieving. Some were angry. Some were empathetic. Some were, you just have a great diversity of views. But Buffalo is a great, great city. And we have an opportunity, I think, here to demonstrate the cohesive nature of a diverse city in the best of circumstances.
It's an opportunity for each one of us to stand up and bring unity here. Congressman, I'm just curious as to when something like this happens in your hometown, in your district, do other members of Congress, have they reached out to you today?
Oh my gosh, you wouldn't believe the number of members of Congress. I was surprised myself. But you know what? This has happened in other cities, other regions of the country, and I think when another community does not want to be, does not desire to be in that list of cities where there is massive gun violence, there is a solidarity. So yes, I've heard from many of my colleagues today, not only about extending sympathies, but also extending, support and just anything that they can do to be helpful. So yes, I've heard from my colleagues from California through the entire nation, and it's very it's gratifying to hear that people view what's going on in Buffalo and then feel as though they need to extend their sympathies to us, even though they represent communities that are far from our community.
On Tuesday, Governor Hochul said that she would be introducing some legislation to close the loopholes in some of the gun laws here in New York State. Is there anything on a federal level that would be done to be helpful in that area or not?
Yes, banning assault weapons. I mean, look, I'm not a hunter. I respect the rights of people to bear arms that do it legitimately. But assault weapons are designed to kill people. And when we allow people like the presumed killer of 10 people today to use an assault weapon, our police force is outgunned. And, certain people just should not have arms. They should not have guns. They should not have AK-47s. And this is an example of somebody that should not have had the powerful weapon of mass destruction that he had. And you see what happened. This stuff, you think about it, this didn't occur over a couple of hours or a few minutes. It happened probably within 15 seconds. And that is what happens when somebody that is deranged, that should not have a weapon of mass destruction, is able to exact death and destruction on so many good, decent people. Every person that worked or was patronizing the Tops Market on Jefferson Avenue today never expected to be confronted with such death and destruction. And that they did is a deterioration of their souls, but also the soul of a nation. We respect the sovereignty of people, the goodness of people, to be able to do what it is they do in a law-abiding way. And all of a sudden, they're confronted with a deranged individual in military fatigue who's equipped with a weapon of mass destruction.
It makes you wonder, Brian, what kind of a background check was performed on him before he was able to purchase this assault rifle?
Well, Don, the problem is there was no background check. And that's one of the things that I've been fighting for in Congress and others have. And this is a consequence of not, evaluating who is capable of possessing a weapon of mass destruction. Let me ask you this. Hunters are hunters, and we should respect their right to do what it is they want to do. But an AK-47 is a weapon of mass destruction that's designed to kill people, not an animal, quickly and completely. And that we allow that to occur without a background check. I mean, it's like, the no-fly group is a group of individuals who have demonstrated that they're not safe to fly with. Why wouldn't we do the same for weapons and those who are permitted to possess those weapons? The problem is the criminals are outgunning, our law enforcement officials. So I was looking around today, and it's kind of amazing when you go into that kind of environment, as many people did today, not only me, but many, many people. And you see black and white people, you see every law enforcement agency represented today, and everybody is in a sense of, bewilderment of, what's going on here. And we all have common values. And I think the most important common value is decency and empathy and respect for our fellow citizens. The African American community of Buffalo has been extraordinary in their contributions to Buffalo's progress. They have. And here they are wondering, what happened at this site today on Jefferson Avenue at a Tops Market where good, innocent people were working very hard every day to serve other people. For the past 24 months, we've identified our supermarket workers as heroes because they subjected themselves to, vulnerability to a pandemic. It's a hard thing to comprehend and to
I think what you're talking about, Congressman, and what you witnessed today during your time on scene there was something that we've all been talking about, and that is that what happened today brings us all together as human beings, no matter where we came from, no matter where we worship, no matter the color of our skin, that goes to the very core of humanity in terms of feeling what happened today and how we move forward. Most importantly, how do we move forward from this? And we need to do it together.
Well, you said it better than I could. And look, we have a city that has diverse views, but civility in our differences is important. You know, everybody can't have their own way. And we live in a democracy. We live in a city that has overcome extraordinary economic decline and challenges. And, you know, pre-pandemic, Buffalo was the talk of the nation. You know, the Economist magazine, the New York Times, the Boston Globe, the Toronto Sun were all extolling the virtues of the new Buffalo. For the first time in
decades.
50 years, the population of young Buffalo is increasing, not decreasing. Fastest growing neighborhood in Western New York is downtown Buffalo. And it doesn't say that everything is perfect, but it says that we're moving in a trajectory that is very, very positive. So, look, my hope is that we can learn from this, that all of us are broken. We're all broken. And you know, I think that today brings us closer to humanity and brings us closer to a moment that we are all vulnerable. And that, as I said before, none of us are perfect. But that there are certain things that we reject as a society, and it's the premeditated violence. It's the racially based violence that occurred today in Buffalo that serves as an urgent reminder that all of us can do better on behalf of each other.
Congressman, very well said. We appreciate your time tonight. Please be back in touch if there is more that we should know. Thank you for your time.
Great, and thanks for the work that you guys do. Your focus on this stuff is so important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're understanding that a reporter at our sister station in Syracuse, Andrew Donovan, is going to be joining us.
Yeah, he's joining us live from outside that suspect's home. Andrew.
Don and Jackie, good evening. Let me first explain where I'm in. I'm in Broome County, which is south of the city of Syracuse. If you draw a straight line on the map south of the city of Syracuse, about 90 miles, you'll hit Broome County. We're in a suburb of the city of Binghamton. And you can see we're in a very dark suburban neighborhood. It's a suburban neighborhood, which I wasn't sure what kind of neighborhood we'd be coming into, knowing that this suspect is being accused of being a white supremacist. But it's a suburban neighborhood, an 18-year-old. We don't know if he lived alone, lived with parents or what, but you can see a long line, if you can see through the darkness, a long line of cars. New York State Police are here. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms are here. We expect the FBI to be here. I haven't seen them myself, but we were told they were coming to the scene. And you can see a suburban home at a dead end sitting there with the lights on, with police officers going back and forth, inside and out, looking for evidence. This is as close as we've been able to get, so we aren't seeing exactly if they're taking things from the home or exactly what they're trying to do, but you just see this long line of police cars in front of this home on a dead-end street. It's a suburban neighborhood. As we were pulling in, we saw people walking their dogs, a beautiful summer night here in upstate New York. People going about their business. I haven't had a chance to speak to anyone yet about what their understanding is of what's going on, but we're kept back by a state trooper who's keeping us about this, half block away. Again, State Police, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Bureau. We anticipate the FBI being on scene, just guarding this home, going inside the home. The home is lit, so that means that makes me believe the officers are doing work inside. In a minute, I'm going to go try to find some neighbors to see how they're feeling about all this. We arrived just a little bit ago, just before the sun set, but now the darkness basically allows us to not see much, not show you as much on camera. So We're here, and we'll keep you posted as developments come in. Again, we don't know if the 18-year-old lived alone or lived with parents. We're still waiting to get that information, and Don and Jackie will be here throughout the evening hours and update you as it warrants.
Andrew Donovan, thank you for that live report tonight from Broome County. You know, this mass shooting is making national and even international news, and President Biden has been briefed on this horrific shooting, and according to his press secretary, and we quote, he will continue to receive updates throughout the night and tomorrow. As further information develops, the president and the First Lady are praying for those who have been lost and for their loved ones.
Really, the eyes of the nation are on Buffalo, New York tonight. Trini Ross, who's the U.S. attorney here, said earlier that the highest levels of the Justice Department will make sure that justice is done for the community. So the Justice Department, you've got the president there, you've got other levels of law enforcement all working at this moment to try to bring justice to this community that has suffered so much this afternoon.
And News 4's Marley Tuskus has been at the scene outside of the Tops supermarket, where you can see that people are starting to light candles and leave memorials for the victims there. Let's go back to Marley.
See that sense of security shattered.
Hey, Don and Jackie, with me, I'm joined by Lenny Lane. He is part of the Buffalo Fathers Group. He's also part of other community organizations. And Lenny, we were just saying, numb is the best way to describe this feeling right now.
Numb. I mean, not only I'm numb, but this community is in numb, and we are all lost for words. There's no words to explain or to say to the family members who have lost loved ones in this horrible, horrible tragedy here within our neighborhood, within our community. And we are all feeling it. We are all affected. It's yet still, hundreds of people are yet still out here waiting on word. Waiting on word to find out their loved one is yet still alive. So it's a situation that I cannot imagine happening within our community and within our neighborhood, and to a lot of our loved ones. I mean, it hits home. You know, I know a few people that have lost their lives. You know what I mean? In this Tops, and this is a place that I frequently go at least 3 or 4 times a week, and I just happen to go to the Tops on Elmwood because I do the food giveaway, which I give away food. Yes, I give away food throughout the community. We was over in Black Rock with my daughter, giving food away out to the various different families with our mobile, I just happened to go to the Tops over on Grant Street, and I supposed to be at this Tops, but I decided because it was closer and it was more convenient and taking food home to my mom, who has early dementia. So it's just horrible. It's just terrible. The fact that this has happened within our community, and right now all we can do is pray for one another. There's really even no answers on how something like this could happen within our community. And we are, this whole community and this whole city, we are in mourning right now. And we hope to get some answers, but right now we just hoping just to love one another and to show love and to be able to pray for one another and let them know that we support them whatever they're going through. Just got off the phone with Pastor Giles, who is out of town, who's on his way in. He's the director over the Buffalo Peacemakers, and we want to make sure that we start taking care of these families right away, and whatever we can do, whatever resources we have, we want to make sure that these families are taken care of, whatever capacity and whatever resources we have. If it's state, county, local, whatever connections that we have, we want to be able to make sure that happens. And people are calling in and sending their condolence to this community, because this community is hurting. Right. Our children are hurting. I mean, we don't even know what to say to our children, because their parents, you know what I mean, has been in there and lost some of their loved ones. And so we were still waiting on word for those. I already know that there's 5 people already that I know that I'm connected with, that lost their lives in the Tops Market. So it has been a tragedy. It has been a crazy day today.
And I'm so sorry to hear that. I know you had mentioned that before, and I want to talk about the fact that so many people probably got the same phone calls or the same text messages as you did today, because this is such a community place.
Yes.
So many people came here. So unfortunately, so many people knew the people that were inside and were victims. But you were saying before that, typically on a Saturday, you come here, you go shopping, but you also get your updates from one another.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. A lot of times, we may shop just for a gallon of milk. I usually come in for orange juice for my mom because she's a diabetic, maybe some fresh fruits or fresh vegetables or whatever it can be. And sometimes it's just stopping and just finding out what's going on within the community and what's in the neighborhood. So it may not always be shopping. It's just maybe just catching up with old friends or just talking about the game or the football game, you know what I mean? Or it just may be just making sure that loved ones is okay over here within the Tops Market, because so many people frequently come here. This is a community Tops, whereas there's really not another supermarket within, maybe 5 to 7 miles within here. So this is the place. This is the community family Tops, where everybody comes, where everybody visits, where everybody knows everybody, and it's just such a tragedy that something like this can happen within our neighborhood, within our community, where, we do have our share of violence. You know what I mean? Because I'm out on the streets every day, so we have our share of violence, but nothing as this magnitude. You know what I mean? Where we're taking out so many people, you know what I mean, at one time. And it's just overwhelming for not only, the families, but even for the officers, you know what I mean, even for our state and local and city officials. Just hurts.
Right.
It hurts. And it hurts.
What message do you have for the loved ones of the victims tonight?
That we are here for them. We are here for them, and we love them, and we'll let them know if it takes being here all night, we will be. We are here for each and every one of them to show that we care for them and they are somebody, and we want to make sure that they are remembered in whichever way they would like to see their loved one remembered. But we want to let them families know, we want to wrap our arms around each and every individual and let them know we are here for them and whatever we can do. As a Buffalo Peacemaker, Buffalo Fathers, grassroots organizations that have been here, since earlier today, just hugging people, loving on people, and letting them know that whatever they need, we are here for them.
Lenny, thank you so much, and I am so sorry for your loss. I can't even begin to imagine.
Can I hug you?
Of course.
I wanted to hug you. I just want to hug you. I just want to hug you because that's what we need.
Yes.
We just need hugs.
We need hugs. Yes, we do. We need to come together right now more than anything.
And you know what I mean? It's from all over the city, we need to come together and hug one another.
Yes.
And I can see us out here for the next 2 or 3 days, just being out here praying for one another, hugging one another, showing love and support, and finding out whatever resources that we have and that they need. We want to make sure that we get it to them.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's so nice talking to you.
Thank you. God bless you.
You as well. Don and Jackie, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Marley, thank you.
They've just demonstrated what we hope happens in this
Benny
community.
Lane, a remarkable Buffalonian with Buffalo Peacemakers, former firefighter. What was he doing today, Jackie? He's right over there at the Tops next door, handing out food to those who need it.
Food. And I don't know if you heard it, but he said he knew 5 of the victims. Just horrific for him.
Now, this suspect is innocent until proven guilty. Having said that, pieces of the puzzle are starting to come together tonight, more and more pieces. For example, one of the victims of today's shooting is the family member of a staffer who works in State Senator Tim Kennedy's office.
The staffer posted about the shooting on her Facebook page tonight. In her post, Zanita Everhart thanks her friends and family for all the calls, texts, messages, and prayers. Her son, Zaire, was one of the people shot today. She says his life was spared and he is home resting and doing well. She also says today's tragic event took the lives of many and injured others, and she says, my heart goes out to them. Please continue to pray for Zaire and all of the families affected by today's tragedy. She says, I love you all.
Well, we're hearing that this is a hate crime, racially motivated. Buffalo Defense Attorney John Elmore is with us right now. John, we were talking about these white supremacists. Where do they get the motivation? Where do they find out about this wacky, twisted way of thinking about our world?
Some people just get caught up in social media, radicalized by social media. And then when you have people like Dylan Roof that get glorified, people like Carl Rittenhauser get glorified. They like the attention, and it affects their way of thinking. And it's sad, but I would tend to believe that this man that did the shooting at Tops was influenced by social media. And
he's only 18 years old.
And radicalized by social media. And that the social media issues was one of the things that was brought up by the governor in her presentation. And she said that she was going to try to get real legislation that would put some controls on that and have law enforcement take a closer look at social media and anticipate some of these things and take some proactive measures against them to prevent these things from happening.
We do understand that he was live streaming this as the crime was happening, which is just horrific.
Disgusting.
But the governor said social media platforms must be responsible for their surveillance. She said they are accomplices, maybe not legally, but morally. There will be more to come on this about the responsibility of social media platforms.
I agree with you 100%.
And you wouldn't be surprised then to see some pending legislation come up that would restrict the social media platforms from doing this.
And certainly there's a line between freedom of speech and hate speech. Yeah, there's a big difference.
I wanted to talk to you, John, about that neighborhood, about that particular Tops. You are very familiar with the neighborhood.
Sure.
I'm thinking about this because we just watched Lenny Lane there with very emotional interview with Marley. He knows the neighborhood very well. He talked about, how people are going to hug each other, how they're going to get through this. Tell us about that neighborhood there.
Well, there's a cigar store there about a block from the Tops, and you'll see a lot of people from City Hall and lawyers and professionals that will go there after work and sit down and smoke a cigar, sit right on the corner. There's barbershops, there's soul food restaurants, there is small owned bars where on a Sunday evening you might get good jazz music, and people just tend to know everybody. It's a neighborhood that is being revitalized that because of the medical corridor now. There's some gentrification there. Businesses, African-American owned businesses are on Jefferson Avenue, and people that frequent them, that care and love the community, and it's a safe place where everybody knows everybody.
And there's employment opportunity there.
And that Tops was an economic generator there. G-Bond has a health center there. There's a chiropractor there. There's a couple of banks there. So it's not quite like a Hurdle or Elmwood Avenue, but it's growing and it has potential.
Has potential. We don't know why this young man chose this particular area here, but I was thinking as we were watching Lenny Lane, we're talking about what can we do for the community. One thing I think is not to have the grocery store closed for very long. I mean, it's really the only source of fresh foods and vegetables in that area.
And if it closes, there's people that are relying on that money to feed their families as well.
Sure.
John, we thank you for coming in. I have a hunch, a big hunch, that we are going to be talking with you a lot more in the coming week as more and more details and facts unfold about this case. We can't thank you enough on a Saturday night coming in on this tragic story.
And thank you for both having me. We were at a spaghetti dinner at one time, and you said you'd be seeing me soon. And unfortunately,
I didn't
this was
expect
the
this.
occasion.
Yeah.
Thank you, John.
All right, thank
we
you very much.
appreciate it
Thanks,
very
appreciate
much.
it. Now, News 4's Kelsey Anderson is live tonight outside City Court. Kelsey, what can you tell us now?
Don, Jackie, I'm live in Niagara Square. The arraignment for the alleged gunman started around 7:35 tonight, 5 hours after that shooting began. We know his name is Peyton Gendron. As we walked into the courtroom, it was a gaggle of media, and he didn't look behind at us at all, that alleged gunman. He looked straight-faced ahead of him for what I could see the entire time that we were in there. Now, he was wearing a white paper gown, similar to something you would see at a doctor's office, that you would be asked to wear at a doctor's office. The only thing I could see him wearing under that gown was boxer shorts. He also had on a blue bracelet, and he had on a white mask as well. There were about 5 to 6 officers surrounding him inside City Court today. Heavily guarded there. He is charged with murder in the first degree, we found out, and his lawyer requested a forensic exam and put in a plea of not guilty for his client. The only words we heard out of his mouth tonight were, quote, "I understand my charges." He'll be back in court on Thursday morning. He was remanded without bail, and this case is going to a grand jury, we know. The entire arraignment was quick tonight, done in just a few minutes. After Gendron was walked out, his lawyer came up to us, told us he had no further comment as of tonight. He did tell us maybe in the future I'll have more comments. We asked him if any further charges were expected. He said as of right now, his client is charged with 1 count of first-degree murder, implying maybe further charges could be coming down the road. And Don, Jackie, a lot of people on social media were asking me, why a white gown? Why was he wearing that? Well, sources have told us that's because he's on suicide watch tonight. Paper gown would maybe make it harder for him to hurt himself with what he's wearing. Live in Buffalo, Kelsey Anderson, News 4.
Kelsey, very insightful. Thank you for that information. Interesting. I had never even thought about that, being on a suicide watch.
I'm sure they have stepped up security watching him as well. So.
Yeah. Joining us on the phone is Pastor James Giles from the Buffalo Peacemakers. Reverend, good evening. Thanks for joining us tonight. I know, weren't you out of town when this happened this afternoon?
Yeah, I was actually at a national conference for the Mad Dads of Greater Buffalo discussing some of the same issues that communities have around violence, and and people had been trying to call me at a time we were doing presentations, and I couldn't take the phone, but as soon as I was able to get the information, I went on, just checked out the hotel and came on back because, this is a time, for solidarity and healing, and I don't want, I don't want any people that's impacted, any person that's impacted by this, I don't want them to feel alone. So I came back to help marshal some forces. People have been calling me all the while I was on the trip, offering their services, offering food. Wagner's called me. Pastor Terry King called me, saying if Tops close, I want you to know, get everybody's list. We'll have food, milk, bread, and vegetables for, so I've been getting an outpouring, coming to me because everybody knows that this is very close to my heart. We've been fighting and advocating and writing and meeting and discussing, everybody that will listen to us, that please, we must do something about these weapons on our street, and particularly those automatic weapons like that, because they're only designed to kill people. People don't hunt with. They don't even hunt with them.
Right.
Because it wouldn't be fair to the animal, but they're still manufactured, purchased, and flooding on our streets, and they're solely designed to kill. I'm so upset about this, and only in America, man. We try to make an appeal. It doesn't matter how many children, how many seniors, how many, how mass the murder is. We still got people that would dare, try to lift up the Second Amendment of the Constitution to say we have a right, but not this stuff. This stuff is designed to kill people in a few seconds, to mow down multiple people, man. If we don't wake up to that, at the very least of things, and try to clean the streets of that, then I don't know what the country is going to come to. I frankly don't.
Reverend Giles, we hear the passion in your voice. I'm thinking here that Kathy Hochul, the governor, gave a news conference earlier this afternoon, which you could not have heard because you were out of town, but she did say that this weapon was modified with illegal magazines, which were purchased legally in Pennsylvania and then illegally brought across the state lines here. There will be a news conference on Tuesday with more talk, more information, more possible legislation about closing the loopholes that allowed this to happen around guns here. So there's more coming on that. Now, I'm very interested in what you said about how many people were reaching out to you. And my concern is about that supermarket now being closed down. People rely on that. What did you hear about them bringing in fruits and vegetables there?
Yeah, so Wegmans called me, Alfred, because they know we're deeply involved in this work. What do you need? You got families that need. Let us know whatever we need. If we got to set up tables and do a distributing, we do that with the Buffalo Fathers and the Buffalo Peacemakers. We're automatically, every week we have a truckload of food giving out to those depressed neighborhoods. And so this is only going to ramp up that type of activity. And so if Tops is closed, and I'm sure they will out of respect and regard, we're going to try to rally around getting some other alternative services and food stuff to the people in that community. Because that Tops was there because we don't have, it's almost 5 miles before we get to another
right. We've been talking about that. It's a food desert in that area, and people fought so hard to have that Tops open several years ago. Now to have it closed, it's back to square one there with no food around.
Yes. So this type of incident has so many ramifications. We had children in the parking lot. Come on. And so, but the one thing, the upside of all of this is that I know that this city, Buffalo, rallies around events that are crises and traumas and dramas that happen like this, like no other town that I've been in. So there will be an outpouring of love. There is an outpouring of concern. I must have fielded 20 calls on my way back from Pittsburgh, people offering their service to help, what needs to be done and those kind of things. So, and I really appreciate that. And we asking for the pastors and the clergy people to pray, because I know people are hurting. I suspect 6 or 7 of the members and families were calling me saying this cousin, and that was my aunt, and that was my brother's best friends. All of those things, and and this stuff is exasperating. I don't know. We pour our hearts out. We try to reach out, but this element, even the things that we deal with on a daily basis with our internal violence that we have, this element is dangerous to the morality of what's going on in this country. This element here, for somebody to come do that. Ideally, we hope that it's eliminated. We're in 2022, but no, this was unconscionable and, and certainly unfortunate. our heart goes out and our prayers goes out to the impacted families, and we will be availing ourselves. And when I say we, I'm talking about all the anti-violence groups that have dedicated their lives in many cases toward the ending of this type of destruction. We will be available to the community, to anybody that's hurt, to anybody need counseling. There's people, the hospitals have called. We got Brave from the trauma unit. We got counselors that have called me. I got pastors that have called me from downstate to say, what can the Council of Churches do? And so there's an outpouring, which needs to be all the time, quite frankly, because then maybe, a person like this wouldn't fall through the cracks, because we've reached out to mental health services to say, hey, there are people, that are walking around with issues and traumas and dramas. We tell parents and try to educate parents and relatives, listen, you got people that's on the edge like that, you see there's evidence, somebody has evidence. Don't take any of it lightly. We have to begin to protect ourselves from each other. And we have to begin to lean into those signs, and I'm not talking about it in a knee-jerk way, but in a thoughtful way, by paying attention to the signs, and I'm sure it's going to come out, that this person knew and that person knew and that person knew, and nobody did anything to prevent this.
Well, Pastor Giles, you have dedicated your life and part of your ministry to helping our youth on the east side of Buffalo, especially when it comes to gang violence, black-on-black shooting. You've been trying so hard to get illegal guns off the streets of Buffalo. And despite the progress you may have been making, now, today, Buffalo, New York, is the scene of a mass shooting by what we are called a racially motivated shooting here in the Queen City.
Someone who came from hours away to do this here in Buffalo.
Yeah, and this is what I mean by, number one, the intentionality and purpose of a character like that, and that character has showed up in several places around this country. Those type of characters, right? So they're there and probably still there, and they're stocking up weapons. They're posting things about themselves. This individual apparently had posted a manual about how to come and unload on a grocery store. And some alleged publication that he did. And nobody's paying attention to this stuff, and we could be preventing it. There are authorities that are in place that, provided they have the information, they have investigative schemes to be able to come and prevent and interrupt that kind of thing from happening. And so a lot of that is in this case, on citizens to pay attention. And but we have to protect each other, and this. The fact that we still got racists alive and well, and then they think they have the freedom of right to speech and to do anything they want. That is not a right that individuals have to begin to speak and declare bad intentions for another race of people, for another ethnicity, just because they don't agree with their principles or don't like them. These things are unconscionable, that it's still happening in this country, and I'm really now just being in contemplation and prayer about how do we heal these impacted people, how do we heal from this trauma that happened in front of these children, in front of these other people that are not going to recover. So, after the news is gone, and after the win is gone, after the case is over, yes.
You're with the Peacemakers. We also have the Mad Dads. We have other groups here. We're blessed to have groups such as yours that are working against violence in the community every single day. Now, at this point, after this horrific thing has happened in Buffalo, how do you bring those groups together? How do you lead folks out of this darkness today?
Well, basically what it is that we've been doing. So one of the things that you may not have noticed, but you see a lot a greater concentration of collective work, which means that we're not accentuating the individuality of organizations or agencies anymore. We're emphasizing the unified effort, and we're working together, we're networking together. In fact, we meet every other week to talk about strategies, to kind of reduce violence with almost all of the not-for-profit. There's everybody that's concerned with reducing violence in this community are on those sessions, are on those forums, as we discuss strategically how we network and how do we help each other do this. And so we're already doing that. But to your question about how do we take that effort and begin to marshal our forces to lead us out of this drama and this trauma that we're having, that's going to be a step-by-step process in getting everybody to help.
One of the questions, Rev, I have is why? I mean, why would a teenager from outside Binghamton, New York, get in a car, drive to Buffalo? Why Buffalo? When you're in Binghamton, he could have gone to Elmira or Syracuse, Cortland, whatever. And why would he pick the Tops on Jefferson Avenue? I'm just wondering why.
Well, so the Tops is kind of explanatory. This is where you're going to, at this time, and I don't know about that mental health issues, or what are the triggers that cause people to move, but the individual is in contemplation of this, but he had already apparently identified that when he does do this, it's going to be at a supermarket because he had written stuff around that. And so I'm being told, at least. And why this Tops, nobody knows, I mean, once they do the psych eval and all that, you may come to that. He may have a reason for that. But there is no rhyme or reason to this type of act in my mind. So, and whatever drove him to do this, whatever drove him to Buffalo, I'm sure something kicked in his head to identify this. And the other piece, it could have been random. I don't know.
But we don't know. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of answers coming in the days ahead, certainly. Reverend Giles, I'd like to ask you what you and your groups are planning for tomorrow.
Well, initially, I would say we're a faith community. All of our groups, right? Very, very strongly, we're men and women of faith that believe that it's our calling to come and do this work. So we begin things with prayer. So I'm hoping that we will have a prayer gathering over the site, a prayer gathering toward healing community, a prayer gathering toward unifying, the efforts, meaning all aspects of the community coming together to pray. And secondly, to strategically do a needs assessment. We want to organize the needs, and as we said, if Tops close, what's going to be our step? How are we going to get food, and how are we going to transport those food, and how are we going to get to those families that are impacted that may not come down?
Did you know these people that were victims?
Well, some. Based upon some of the names, yes, we knew a few.
Will you lead a church service tomorrow morning?
Church services are going to go on, but I think there's going to be a special effort to gather the clergy to maybe do a site visit there, and let's come and anoint and pray for that area there, that healing comes out of that in some way. We're asking for God's intervention in the people that were traumatized, the people that were hurt, and the devastation that took place at that site. So that we're expecting to do something like that, but there are other more direct and more deliberate things that we will be planning once we gather all the information about the families in terms of assessing their needs.
I'm sure that there are many people in this community who would like to be there, who would like to help, who would like to reach out. Is tomorrow the day to do that? How will that work, do you think?
So, Sunday may not be the day to be that. We don't have the Peacemakers number. We have that number is posted on our Facebook page. Area code 716-912-7188. Back to Basics number is area code 716-854-1086. That's my organization. And so we're centerpiece in terms of centralizing, in terms of getting information out to the community and connecting those dots of those people. Like I said, I got many calls from people offering some stuff, and strategically we want to help as many people as we can. The law enforcement, the crime prevention people, the crime assistant people have stepped up and said that they were going to do some things, and so it's just everybody's heart is broken right here, and everyone's saying, how do we lean into this and listen and let nothing get in the way, not bureaucracy, not nothing get in the way of us helping those people that were impacted. And this is what I love about this city.
Yeah, I love hearing how many corners of this community have reached out to you, Reverend. In the time of need, Buffalo absolutely pulls together. You're absolutely right about that.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us tonight, Reverend. We really appreciate it.
Don. Mm-hmm.
We want to thank you so much, Reverend Giles. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you. All right.
Good night.
To see that sense of security shattered by an individual, a white supremacist who has engaged in an act of terrorism.
This was pure evil. It was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community, outside of the city of good neighbors.
Buffalo is already in mourning tonight after a gunman opened fire at the Top supermarket on Jefferson Avenue.
10 people were shot and killed. 3 were taken to the hospital with gun wounds. 4 employees were shot. 1 died, who was Aaron Salter, a former Buffalo police lieutenant. Now, this is video of the scene earlier tonight. There you go. You can see multiple first responders on the scene. The shooting broke out around 2:30 this afternoon.
The suspect has been identified as Peyton Gendron. He was arraigned downtown tonight. Gendron is 18 years old. He's from Conklin, New York, which is near Binghamton. News 4's Marley Tuskus is standing by. She's been at the Tops Market and listening to news conferences this evening, and she has more information for us. Marley?
Good evening, Don and Jackie. Well, we've been here out all night. The first thing that I want to mention is that we are starting to see a vigil getting set up here outside of Tops. You can see people are leaving candles and other different cards and flowers right across the street from the Tops where this shooting took place. I'm going to have my photographer Allison now show you what the scene looks like at this hour. Now, this happened around 2:30 this afternoon. The area surrounding this Tops on Jefferson Avenue is still completely blocked off. There are still several police on the scene here. We did hear earlier today from Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia. He says that the suspect drove to Buffalo from a couple hours away. We did learn that he lives in Conklin, New York, which is in Broome County. He pulled into the Tops parking lot on Jefferson Avenue here, got out of his car and shot 4 people, 3 of which died. The suspect then went into the grocery store. He encountered a retired Buffalo police officer who was working there as a security guard at the time. The security guard fired shots at the suspect who was hit. However, because he was wearing armor at the time of the shooting, he was unharmed. The suspect then fired back at the security guard, killing him before then going into the store, firing other multiple shots. We did hear earlier today from people who were inside that store. They described the noise as loud booms or pops, not really realizing what was going on when it first started, but then seeing people running. The security guard, again, we did learn that he was a retired Buffalo police detective. He was the first one killed inside the store. Others were killed inside the store as well. We learned in total 13 people shot, 10 of which died. Because of what the suspect drove here for. Police are calling this a hate crime. Specifically, we heard from several members of law enforcement, including Erie County District Attorney John Flynn. He says that there are several pieces of evidence which points to this being a hate crime. This is what he had to say about why he wanted to make sure that the suspect was charged as soon as possible.
We here in Erie County, though, are not waiting. I have already called a judge, Judge Hanna, to come downtown immediately and arraign this individual. So within the next hour, this individual will be arraigned on a charge of murder in the first degree. I am not even going to mention his name right now, one, because the arraignment hasn't occurred, but more importantly, I don't want to give him any celebrityism at all right now. I don't want to give him anything right now that puts attention on him and the alleged, and again I say alleged, despicable acts that were committed today in our great city.
The suspect has since been arraigned on murder in the first degree, which is the highest murder charge in New York State. It does carry a life sentence or without the possibility of parole. A felony hearing is now scheduled to take place Thursday morning, but Flynn said that he did what he had to do now to get this suspect behind bars. We did hear from Governor Kathy Hochul, who says that the suspect had legally obtained that AR gun that he used at this shooting. However, he did modify it, which makes it illegal here in New York State, though the governor did note that you are able to easily buy modifications for weapons just by heading down to Pennsylvania and picking it up there. Again, we did learn that the suspect is near the Pennsylvania border coming from Broome County. He is behind bars tonight under the watch of the Erie County Sheriff's Office. We are continuing to learn more about the victims tonight as well. We've learned that 11 of them are black. 2 of the victims are white, and that is why many of the officials are pointing to this being a hate crime. We will tell you more about those victims coming up, but for now I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Marley, thank you so
Marley.
much. A lot going on down there tonight, no doubt about it.
It's still unfolding, and you can hear people singing now. People are gathering for a vigil at the scene. This happened at 2:30 this afternoon, so now 8 hours later, still trying to sink, still
a lot of
sinking
reaction
in.
coming in, no doubt about it. Now, Kelsey Anderson has been on the scene all night as well, especially when she was inside that courtroom tonight for the arraignment. Kelsey?
Don, Jackie, you heard DA John Flynn say there that he wanted swift action. Well, 5 hours after that shooting at 7:30 tonight, the alleged gunman was arraigned. His name is Peyton Gendron. Now, as we walked in, the media, he looked straight-faced ahead. He did not turn around to look at us at all. He was wearing a white mask. He was also wearing a white paper gown. He had no shoes on. He had boxer shorts, that's all, and a bracelet, blue metal bracelet around his wrist. That's all I could see. There are about 5 to 6 officers surrounding him, heavily guarded there. And as we know, he is charged with murder in the first degree. His lawyer requested a forensic exam in court today and put in a plea of not guilty for his client. The only words we heard from the alleged gunman tonight, quote, "I understand my charges." He was remanded without bail, and the case is now going to a grand jury. He was escorted out, and his lawyer came up to us afterward. He told us he had no comment at the time. He said, maybe in the future I will. He said he was appointed as his lawyer, and now we asked him if further charges could be filed, but he said as of right now, his client is charged with that 1 count of first-degree murder. We did just get an update from the DA's office. We're told he will return on Thursday at 9:30 a.m. for a felony hearing. If convicted on the charge, he faces maximum sentence of life in prison without parole. Now, Don, Jackie, I was getting a lot of people asking me, why was he wearing that white gown? Sources do tell us that he is on suicide watch tonight. That gown was perhaps to make it harder for him to hurt himself with, normal clothing on. In Buffalo, Kelsey Anderson, News 4.
Thank you, Kelsey. He's on suicide watch, and we understand there is stepped-up security there as well. This community shocked and grieving, and as we've told you, President Biden has been notified of this mass shooting. He's been briefed on this horrific shooting. According to his press secretary, he will continue to receive updates throughout the evening and tomorrow as further information develops. The president and the first lady are praying for those who have been lost and for their loved ones. Now, Congressman Brian Higgins spoke earlier with us about how this could be a basis for new legislation.
So this is something that hopefully we will learn from, something that will serve as a basis from which enacting policy at the federal level to get guns out of the hands of those people who should not have guns in their hands. And we hope that time will heal. And we are a good community. We are a giving community. We love our people. We love our diversity.
Now, the Anti-Defamation League is investigating today's mass shooting, and the ADL Center on Extremism says it believes the writer of the 180-page manifesto was inspired by what is known as the Great Replacement Theory. It's a belief that the white race is being replaced by immigrants and people of color. That theory was demonstrated at a rally of white nationalists in Charlottesville, Virginia in 2017, following that big protest at the University of Virginia.
And this person thinks that the white race is about to be replaced because Jews, as the puppet masters, are orchestrating mass immigration of people of color into the United States so that the white race will eventually be then eradicated, not only losing power, but losing itself altogether.
The Anti-Defamation League's regional director is on his way to Buffalo to offer assistance to the community and law enforcement.
News 4's Tara Lynch has been live at the scene all afternoon and all evening. Let's head back to her now.
Yes, Don and Jackie, we are here still at the intersection of Landon and Jefferson, and I just want to step aside. I'll show you what the scene looks like right now. Buffalo police are still here. The investigation still ongoing, but we're hearing a lot from residents today. We've heard from legislators and council members, of course, Council President Darius Pridgen earlier today. He was telling us just how heartbreaking this is. He lives in this neighborhood. Another neighbor is legislator Howard Johnson, and he was just telling us he shops at this Tops. Both him and Darius Pridgen shop here, and they use this as a place where they can get together as a community, as neighbors, to just gather here. And something that we've really learned tonight is just lawmakers are calling out here. We've heard from the President of the United States. We have heard from Governor Kathy Hochul, and I just want to play you a little bit of what she has said tonight.
Well, we thought we were going to hear from the governor there. She did come into Buffalo earlier tonight. She was out of town when this happened and gave a news conference talking about what the state response to this is. She was
forceful response.
Quite forceful in what she said today. And she said, this is our community as well. She said, we share this pain. There is no depth to the outrage I feel. Our commitment is to bring justice to this community. She also announced something that's going to happen on Tuesday.
Yeah, and that gun loophole, taking out the gun loophole laws. But we do have sound with the governor now.
We're also going to be preparing our state for what could be a Supreme Court decision that allows people to carry concealed weapons. We're ready. This is New York. We're here to protect our people.
Well, how would anybody miss? How could somebody miss this, right?
Well, that was Governor Kathy Hochul in her news conference earlier this evening. There have been two big news conferences today. One was earlier, right around 5:45 or so, with all levels of law enforcement in this area, from the federal level on down here to Buffalo to the city level, talking about how everyone is working to bring justice in this case. Again, very forceful. You saw the DA, John Flynn, say.
John Flynn, justice tonight, and by having him reign. And as you mentioned, the head of the FBI office here in Buffalo also promised justice at a federal level.
At a federal level. Now, this is very interesting. You're going to hear more about this because Steve Belangia, the special agent in charge of the FBI office here, said they're going to pursue two tracks. One of them is as a hate crime, and the other is as a racially motivated violent extremism crime of domestic terrorism. So there's two tracks there on the federal level, and we just had Attorney John Elmore with us, who said that if the suspect were to be convicted on these federal charges, that might qualify for the death penalty. State charges don't qualify for that. The highest level of punishment that we have in New York State is life in prison without the possibility of parole. But on the federal level, there is the possibility of the death penalty here. Obviously, this will not be swift, but it will play along.
Law enforcement has their work cut out for putting the pieces of this puzzle together. Joining us now on the phone is Buffalo defense attorney Paul Cambria. Paul, you've been in so many courtrooms around this country, and even in Rennes, France, when James Kopp was caught in the Slepian murder case. Tell me what you make of this mass shooting tonight.
Well, I think that, you know, the conversation is it going to be state or federal? It can be both, actually. The federal side, as was just said, carries a death penalty. The interesting part about that, though, is the Biden administration has put a moratorium on death penalties. And so the issue would be, let's assume this person is convicted of a hate crime, which would be the necessary element for federal jurisdiction, and they're sentenced to death. Could the Biden administration override a judge's determination that that is the sentence? So that might be an interesting thing some couple of years down the line.
I was going to say that's a few years down the line, isn't it?
Yeah, it would be, because, you know, number one, it would take a while to try him, and then there would be an appeal if there was a conviction. And then from there might be a further attempt to go to the Supreme Court for another appeal. Then there'd be an issue if he were sentenced to the death penalty as to whether Biden could overrule that by some administrative rule. So, yeah, it's a long and complicated process.
Paul, what did you make of how swiftly things happened today from the law enforcement side, in that the DA came out and promised swift justice and immediately charged him with the highest possible charge that he could, murder in the first degree, and he's already been arraigned. Within 5 hours of the shooting, he was arraigned tonight downtown. What do you make of all that?
Well, I'm not surprised by that at all. Number one, John Flynn is a no-nonsense guy, and he would act immediately. Coincidentally, their office is across from mine, and I see their lights are all on. I'm in my office just a little while ago, so they're burning the oil, so to speak. They do have to bring someone who's in custody and under arrest to a judge without delay, and so they're doing that. You know, they're doing that tonight. Was not unusual. So I'm not surprised by it all. The DA's office here is a no-nonsense DA's office, so I wouldn't expect anything less from them. I also did notice Trini, our U.S. attorney, and she indicated that they would be involved, and I do think that the federal side will say that it's a hate crime. That's the element that's necessary to give it federal jurisdiction. and that he'll be indicted there, and he could be tried in both places. They're two different crimes.
Paul, as a defense attorney, if you had this case, would you go for an insanity defense?
Well, I mean, you know, without knowing anything about him and all the rest of it, and, you know, what they found, if he has a computer and all the rest of it, it would be very hard to say what the defense would be. But that clearly could be one of the defenses. But understand, in an insanity defense, the burden shifts from the government to the defendant to prove that, and to prove that the person did not know or appreciate the nature and details of their act, nor did they recognize it, did they realize it. And that's a pretty tough burden, and especially here, if there's a manifesto and if there's a video, it'll probably show that he knew exactly what he was doing and he knew it was wrong.
Even the fact that he apparently drove so far from Broome County to get here to pull off a crime like this. Paul, they have the judge tonight ordered a forensic exam for this young man. They're supposed to be back in court on Thursday morning. Is that enough time to get a forensic exam done, or would you expect a delay?
Oh, no, I would think that would be enough for an exam to be done by people who are part of the government system. Whether or not the defense wants to have one done and it would take more time is another issue. From the standpoint of the one ordered by the court, that should easily be done by Thursday. And again, it's rare that someone would be found incompetent for purposes of understanding their charges, aiding their counsel, and so on. I mean, historically, and you might remember this, historically, we had a lady who chopped her children up into little pieces, and they found her to be competent, and she stood trial, was convicted. So it's very difficult to find somebody incompetent these days.
Paul, you've seen so many cases during your outstanding career. Was there anything about this mass shooting today that gave you a bizarre reaction to another mass murder in this country?
Well, what's bothersome, I mean, not just the idea that it happened to so many innocent people, but that social media is such that it can be broadcast live and there are no controls. Now, understand, I'm not a big advocate of government control of speech. On the other hand, you know, we do have regulations, for example, television. The FCC has regulations. Radio, there are regulations. But these situations of, you know, TikTok and all the rest of them, there really are no regulations. There are no rules. And there isn't something which would require some kind of monitoring. And the minute that this guy started shooting people, they would take it down. You know, we don't have those rules. And I think you're going to see something like that being enacted. Congress, state legislature, well, it would be Congress, I think will enact some kind of rules and regulations to control unfettered publication.
Now, the governor was quite outspoken on that this afternoon. She said social media platforms must be responsible for surveillance, and she called them accomplices, she said, not legally, but morally, and gave the indication that she would be looking perhaps for some legal relief there.
Yeah, and that would have to come actually from the from Congress. Just like the FCC regulates television, for example, they could do something similar. You know, people have also asked questions, well, what about the First Amendment? Well, understand, if the government tries to impose something on a platform like that, yes, the First Amendment would be involved. But on the other hand, the FCC rules survived a First Amendment challenge. And so there's no reason to think that similar rules would not survive such a challenge.
Paul, I just want to interrupt briefly. We're watching live right now. It looks like there is a tow truck taking a vehicle away on a flatbed. We have absolutely no way of knowing, but it's possible that this is the suspect's car that's being taken from the scene. It could be anybody's
car. If he came
car,
here
but
from Binghamton, we would assume that he, had a vehicle unless he took a bus. But I would assume he had a vehicle. I'm sure that they're going to wherever he lives, that they're executing a search warrant there.
Yeah, they're at his house right now.
Yeah, computers and other things. They'll do the same thing. They'll do his cell phone. They'll do his computer. Everything to see just exactly what's in there. And remember, everything in there that shows planning and all the rest of it will be things they would use to counteract some kind of mental disease or defect defense.
Paul, we want to thank you very much. You've been very insightful here. We appreciate your experience and knowledge in this area. Thank you for being with us.
All right, my pleasure.
All right, now News 4's Tara Lynch has been at the scene of the shooting all day and all afternoon and evening, and we're going to go back to her right now. I'm sure she saw that flatbed truck taking that car out of the Tops parking lot. Tara.
Don and Jackie, yes, we are seeing this car. I just want to give you a look at it here. It's leaving on this tow truck. It's, Jackie, as you mentioned there, it could be related to this. It could not. It could be the suspect's car. We're not sure yet. This is the only tow truck that we've seen in the area all night long. It's the only car that has been removed on a tow truck from the parking lot. We also saw investigators and other officials taking evidence from this parking lot, again, just moments ago. Unclear where that is from, if it's from the ground, from the vehicle, etc. But this parking lot, rather, has been a standstill since we got here. Every car has stayed here. Every shopping cart is just in the parking lot where people left them when they were fleeing this scene. And just to take you back, we've been here since early this afternoon. We got here, we were at the Riley Street intersection with Jefferson Avenue, and when we got there, people were trying to call loved ones, trying to find out if people they knew were inside of that Tops. We've heard time and again, everyone shops at this Tops. It is one of the only grocery stores in this area. We heard from legislator Howard Johnson, who lives here, and Buffalo council member and council president Darius Pridgen. He was telling us he shops at this Tops as well. This is a place where people gather to communicate with each other, to see each other every week. It was a beautiful Saturday afternoon, people out doing their errands, and then the worst, the unthinkable happens here on Jefferson Avenue. We've heard from people here who came to the scene trying to locate students. High school teachers were here trying to see if their students were okay who were working inside of the Tops. We've heard from other people who were in the Tops minutes before this happened. One man even crossed the street and was trying to drink his juice and was telling me he usually sits on a bench outside of this Tops. He decided to keep moving today for some reason, and then he heard those gunshots, and when he turned around, he said he saw multiple people that were down. So this community is mourning tonight. There has been a memorial set up just down Landon here, just a couple of feet from me, and it's a somber evening. This community is rallying together, hugging each other just a little bit tighter here. We'll keep you updated. Don and Jackie will send it back to you.
Tara Lynch reporting live from Jefferson Avenue tonight. We appreciate the wonderful job you're doing covering the event for us tonight.
And as she said, in that parking lot, nothing has moved since 2:30 this afternoon. So people just dropped whatever they had, their shopping carts, their cars, everything.
Well, the crime tape has secured the
still
scene,
there.
so nothing is moving.
Yes.
Now, Buffalo defense attorney Barry Covert is also on the line right now. And Barry, we want to ask you, based on what you've seen and what you've heard today, what do you make of this case?
I believe that it's a case that is likely to be prosecuted both in state court, as we're seeing right now that the charges are filed in, but also in federal court. The U.S. Attorney's Office, Attorney Ross, has already indicated that they expect to be prosecuting the case. New York State currently does not have a death penalty that can be utilized in a case like this. The federal government does. So I would expect that there is a strong likelihood that this will be charged as what's called a capital eligible case in federal court, which means they could seek the death penalty, and the federal government may well attempt to seek the death penalty in federal court as well. So I would expect parallel prosecutions in state and federal court.
Well, how would that work, Barry? Does one start before the other? Does one wait to see how the first one turns out? How does that work?
Typically, and we've seen this recently happening on cases of this nature, although luckily there are not many of them, the state and federal authorities will coordinate with one another. They will determine strategically which one is more advantageous to go forward. They will both investigate, usually jointly, and they will cooperate with one another in the investigation. And when it comes to who will actually prosecute and try the case first and get to a jury trial, it's more likely that they will decide strategically what's more advantageous to them. Do they want to start with a trial in state court, see what happens, and then go to federal court where they can seek the death penalty, or start with federal court first? But I would expect that they will work in close conjunction with each other to figure out strategically how this investigation and the prosecution can suit their means to try to achieve whatever goals they decide, whether it's lifetime incarceration or seeking the death penalty, which is only currently available on the federal side.
Your partner, Paul Cambria, was recently on, and he said right now the Biden administration has put a moratorium on the death penalty. They
have, by and large, except for the Boston Marathon the terrorism case. They have looked at that a little bit differently, but by and large, the Biden administration has not seemed to seek the death penalty typically. But they will be put to a real test here, where we have 10 individuals tragically killed here. There will be a lot of pressure on them to alter that position, and we'll see what they do when that pressure is really thrust upon them to seek the death penalty in this case, because I think there's going to be an overwhelming amount of pressure placed on the Biden administration.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Barry. You mentioned how closely both the federal and state sides of this would work together. Does this mean they actually will share witnesses and share, bits of information, investigative bits that they've found?
Absolutely. And from the outside, from 10,000 feet, we as taxpayers would hope that they would uncompromisingly and willingly share all their investigation information. And I would actually expect in this case that they will do so. But unfortunately, historically, we've seen that some petty rivalries between different prosecution offices and law enforcement agencies can undermine that cooperative effort that was largely to blame for 9/11, that the various federal agencies were not coordinating and cooperating with one another. So hopefully in this case, we'll see a very high level of cooperation. I'm very familiar with the heads of both the District Attorney's Office and the United States Attorney's Office for the Western District. I suspect and fully anticipate that they will fully cooperate with one another, share information, share witnesses, conduct a dual investigation, and then strategically decide which should go forward. Should the trial proceed first in state court, or should it proceed first in federal court? I would be very surprised if they did not fully cooperate with one another and strategically figure out how to best go forward in a case like this.
Well, Barry, let me ask you this. Tonight, when the 18-year-old suspect was arraigned, he had a court-appointed attorney. Do you expect that the court-appointed attorney stays on this case, or do you think the suspect would turn around and hire his own personal defense attorney?
Hard to say, hard to know what kind of assets his family may have. He's 18 years old. Hard to imagine he has significant assets. I think that by and large, unfortunately, when you're looking at defending a case like this in state court alone, it is prohibitively expensive to hire lawyers and investigators, a defense team that can handle this. Then you're also looking at the same time at a federal investigation prosecution where you again would either have the same lawyer and investigators or a different team handle that. Most people are not in a position that they could handle this, even if he comes from a family of means. So I would expect that he likely will continue to utilize the defender's office that's provided to him. If he can come up with the means to provide for that type of level of expertise on this in state and federal court for investigators and prosecutors, I'd be very surprised.
Barry, let me ask you this. There is word that when this all happened today, that this suspect was live streaming. In other words, there was video of the event, and also that he may have written a long manifesto that was put on social media. Those are two pieces of evidence that, as a defense attorney, how in the world could you overcome that kind of thing?
Quite honestly, you probably can't. It would be very difficult. If there's a live streaming from a camera on him where he intentionally, apparently, wanted to record what he was doing, to try to defend this from the point of view that your client didn't do it would be very difficult. But that's not usually in capital cases, especially the defense that's adopted. It's usually to try to avoid the death penalty, which is available on this case in federal court. But if there is recording and live streaming and it's established that the camera was on him and that it was authentic and the tapes are authentic and the representations of what were recorded are authentic, then it's very difficult to imagine that you have much of a defense when it comes to whether or not he actually was involved in these events.
Barry Covert, thank you so much for taking time tonight to be with us here on News 4. Kelsey Anderson was in that courtroom tonight in Buffalo City Court when the suspect was arraigned.
Yeah, and she heard him say just a few words. So let's check back in with Kelsey now downtown.
Jackie, Don, I'll get to those few words in just a minute. That arraignment started around 7:35 tonight, 5 hours after that shooting began at Tops in Buffalo. The alleged gunman, Peyton Gendron, as we know, and as we walked in, he was sitting straight-faced, looking forward. He had a mask on, so I couldn't see his lips, but he had a pretty blank stare, just staring straight ahead. He did not look back at the media that I saw at all. His attorney was sitting next to him as we walked in. He was in a white paper gown. He had that white mask on. The gown, the only thing underneath it were boxer shorts that I could see, and he also had a blue bracelet on his wrist. There were about 5 to 6 officers surrounding him from the Erie County Sheriff's Department, or Erie County Sheriff's Office, and the Buffalo Police Department, so heavily guarded inside that courtroom. We do know he's charged with murder in the first degree. We found that out at the arraignment tonight, and his lawyer requested a forensic exam, and he put in a plea of not guilty for his client. Now to those words that we heard him say. He said, quote, "I understand my charges." And that was it. He was remanded without bail tonight, and the case is going to a grand jury. Now, his lawyer told us he had no comment afterward, and he clarified he was appointed as his lawyer, as Don and Jackie were just talking to Barry Covert about. We did ask him if further charges could be filed. He said as of right now, that count of first-degree murder is the only charge that he is facing, implying maybe charges could be coming, though, in the future. And an update coming from the DA's office just about 30 minutes ago. He's scheduled to return on Thursday at 9:30 for a felony hearing. A lot of people asking why he was wearing that white gown. And we were told by sources tonight that he is on suicide watch tonight, and that white gown maybe potentially could make it harder for him to hurt himself than, any other clothing they'd put him in. Live in Buffalo, Kelsey Anderson, News 4.
Thank you, Kelsey, for that report. We are joined now by the former mayor of Buffalo, Tony Masiello, and prominent attorney Terry Connors. We thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. And all of us, most of us, love the Queen City. Tony Masiello is a mayor for 16 years. I know how much you love the city of Buffalo, and must be shocked to see our city riveted with a mass shooting.
Well, we all love our city of Buffalo. City of good neighbors, great people, great hearts, deep pockets, all the good things that people do here in Buffalo, New York for one another. And for this to happen really saddens me. The people, the family, the friends of the deceased, our hearts go out to them, our condolences go out to them. This is something that should never happen, not only in Buffalo, New York, but nowhere in this great country of ours. We've had too much of these kinds of things. And we got to figure out a way to instill hope and harmony and love instead of violence and hatred.
Absolutely true, Mayor. And, we all look at this from a little different perspective. You have sitting next to you Terry Connors, a noted defense attorney here in Western New York. Terry, as you looked at the events that unfolded today, beyond the absolute shock of this happening, now the legal wheels started turning, and they started turning quite swiftly. Were you surprised by that?
No, not at all, Jackie. The shocking, horrific event causes our processes to go into place immediately. And you saw John Flynn, you saw Trini Ross, you saw the FBI, you saw the homicide people working diligently, getting search warrants, arranging for an arraignment this evening, doing everything that they can possibly do to move this matter forward. So we're shocked by what happens. It's a terrible, horrible thing, but our legal process can deal with it and can deal with it swiftly.
And would you be surprised, Terry, to see him prosecuted both at the state level and the federal level?
There's no question, Don, that there's going to be parallel prosecutions because the state system has some limitations. Murder in the first degree carries with it the penalty of life without parole, very serious. But in the federal system, they could pursue a death penalty case. This case would be what's called death eligible. And so they'd apply to the Department of Justice. If Washington gives the go-ahead, you would see the first death penalty prosecution that you've seen in this jurisdiction in a very long time.
Talking about a death penalty prosecution and the eyes of the nation on Western New York, Mayor Masiello, as the former mayor, longtime mayor of this community, what does that make you think about?
Well, listen, the people of the east side of Buffalo are beautiful people. They're hardworking, generous people, and nobody deserves this to happen in their backyard. But I think all of us, not only in this community, but this country, because of what's happening time in and time out at ball games, at concerts, in our schools with our loved ones, our children, we have to figure out why people hate so much. Why take somebody's life because they're a different color, a different country of origin, a different religion, a different gender? What is going on out there? We have to figure out together what is causing these kinds of crimes and hatred, and figure out a way that we can deal with those issues before they get to the point where we lose human precious lives.
But how do we do that, Mayor? We've heard this kind of talk before, and just some horrific events across the country. Now it's in our own backyard. How do we deal with this?
I think it takes a community effort, as it has in other parts of the country, and unfortunately things aren't working as well as they should. And we need people from the church, from government, from business, from our community organizations. People have to start talking about what's good about people and how we all work together and live together. I grew up in the 60s. Terry grew up in the 60s in New York. I grew up in Buffalo. We all had great friends and did great things with people from all different walks of life. What changed in this country? What made this hatred resonate to the point where it is today? It's a serious problem. I wish I had the answers because I'd fix it yesterday. But I think it takes, all of us have to figure out how we deal with this issue, from guns to family upbringing to education. There is no one-size-fits-all solution.
Good point. You know, there's 10 families that are going to the Erie County morgue tonight to identify the victims. And what do you say? I mean, what can you say with something, as Kathy Hochul said, ripped the heart right out of our community?
Don, I've been there. I've lost police officers. I've lost firefighters when I was the mayor. I got that call, and I had to go to ECMC in the middle of the night and deal with their families and their friends. And it's gut-wrenching. It's heartbreaking. And, you know, there is no answer tonight. We have to love. We have to offer our condolences. We have to hug them. We have to let them know that we're with them. But tomorrow, we have to start a process that unites and brings people together in our community. We can't go backward. We can't revert to more crime, more violence, and more hatred in the streets. That doesn't solve any problem.
Absolutely. Terry, let me ask you a question that I just asked another defense attorney, Barry Covert, a few minutes ago, and that is that in this case, we believe that that the suspect was live streaming the crime as it happened. So there is video of it actually happening. And also that he wrote a long manifesto that was uploaded to social media. As a defense attorney, how in the world do you overcome those two pieces of evidence?
Well, first you have an obligation to do your very best, because our system fails that even in a crime as horrific as this, if that individual doesn't get a fair defense and a fair trial. So you look and you explore all the options. I think you're right, Jackie. Factually, it's very difficult because it's on record, it's witnessed, and it has a live videotape. So you look to the other defenses, and they're likely defense of mental disease or defect or extreme emotional disturbance. And those defenses are difficult for the defense to make. They have to have psychiatric expert testimony. They have to get inside this individual's mind and try to explain what he did to negatize the intent that's so clear and going to be proven by the prosecution. And that's what's going to be pursued. It almost has to be that. And the defense, I've been involved in these cases, and it's a big burden on the defense to do that.
Because that is where the burden is. It's on the defense team to come up with a mental defect to prove it, right?
Normally, Don, in the situation for proving a criminal case, it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt, burden entirely on the prosecution. But when you assert an affirmative defense, like mental disease or defect, you bear the burden of proof and you bear the burden of persuasion.
What about the fact that we believe it's a fact that he drove several hours to come here? Does the timing there mean that he had time to think about what he was doing, that there was intent there to come here and do this?
Well, murder in the first degree does require specific intent. And so the prosecution will look to the facts and circumstances surrounding the crime. Did he drive and have the time to turn around and go home? Did he plan it? Did he have a manifesto? Was he on social media discussing it? Did it reveal his inner intent, why he did this? And all of those go to his intent. Ironically, in our system of justice, intent can be established a minute before the event. It doesn't have to be a long-term of planning. It's a question of what was in his mind at the time of the shooting. But you know, Don, there's one issue that hasn't been commented on yet that really should be discussed with our viewers. And that's the issue of accountability. You saw John Flynn and you saw Trini Ross stand up today and say, we're going to do everything we can to find justice for the families, and that's important, very important. But accountability means looking to see, where did the gun come from? Was it given to him illegally? Did he purchase it illegally? And we've been involved in litigation like that with the Brady Center in Washington, where we go back and you trace where the gun came from. You find out if there were federal crimes committed or if there was civil justice. There could possibly be some civil justice in this to find out and get to the bottom of this. And once you do that, and you put those who sell the guns improperly, those who manufacture the guns improperly, they can all be put on trial. And you know the interesting part? Gun owners and Second Amendment people support that kind of accountability because they don't want their licenses and their sport tarnished.
Well, according to Governor Hochul, the gun was purchased legally, but then it was taken into the state of Pennsylvania where it was modified, brought back into the state of New York where it is illegal. To have it modified like that.
Yeah. We're going to hear a lot more about gun and gun crimes and gun legislation that the governor is going to be talking about on Tuesday. But gentlemen, please stay with us. We just want to take a break here and head back to the scene. Marley Tuskus has been out there all afternoon and all evening. She's been through both news conferences today. She's been watching what's happening out there tonight. Marley, bring us up to date now.
Well, Jackie, we're starting to see some of the parking lot here at the Tops get cleared out. Police were allowing people to come in, get their cars, drive them out not too long ago. We did also see what appeared, based on social media videos, to be the suspect's car get taken out by tow truck from the parking lot about 10 minutes ago. As you can see, though, there are still several police agencies here on scene. The area around the Tops continues to be blocked off. Police are continuing to direct traffic elsewhere. No one is allowed to come in this area. Just to give you a brief recap of what we have learned so far today, this all unfolded around 2:30 this afternoon when Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia says 18-year-old Peyton Gendron from Broome County, specifically Conklin, New York, drove here to Buffalo, picked this Tops, and opened fire. He started shooting in the parking lot before making his way inside. In total, 13 people have been shot. 10 of those victims were killed. We've also been told by police that they do believe this was a hate crime. We've heard from law enforcement and investigators that based on the evidence that they're seeing, they are calling this a hate crime. Specifically, we learned that 11 of the 13 victims were black, and although Erie County District Attorney John Flynn wouldn't necessarily or could not at this time say the specific evidence which pointed in the direction of this being a hate crime. He did charge Gendron, who was arraigned this evening, with first-degree murder. He says that's for two reasons. One is, of course, the 10 killings that he allegedly did tonight, as well as a hate crime component, or racially motivated, rather, component of first-degree murder that he says ties in. He also expects there to be additional charges, but he wanted to make sure that Gendron was arraigned this evening on those first-degree murder charges, making sure that he is behind bars tonight. So we will continue to find out when we could see these additional charges. We do know that Gendron will reappear back in court for a felony hearing this Thursday. Now, there is no clear timeline at this hour of when this scene could be cleared. There are still several people standing around just watching everything unfold at this hour. A vigil has been set up and really has grown in the past half hour since the last time I spoke with both of you. We're seeing several candles be put around, flowers, cards, and I think it really speaks to what we've been hearing tonight from everyone that we've been speaking with, just about now is the time to grieve. It's also the time for everyone to come together, and I think that vigil speaks to it. Don and Jackie, I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Marley. And we do expect that parking lot there will be the scene of more than one vigil over the next few days.
In the studio right now, we have with us former Buffalo Mayor Tony Masiello, who served 16 years on the second floor of City Hall, and before that, some time in Albany, as well in the Buffalo Common Council, and Buffalo prominent attorney Terry Connors. Terry, you said there won't be any felony hearing on this?
The arraignment took place tonight. They have 5 days to conduct a felony hearing. I guarantee you that what John Flynn will do, this matter will be popped into the grand jury Monday or Tuesday, an indictment will be returned, and that will eliminate the need to run a felony hearing on Thursday.
It certainly pays to be an attorney, doesn't it? We didn't realize that because they were pointing us toward 9:30 on Thursday morning that there would be the felony hearing. But you say the grand jury, if there's an indictment, that would eliminate the need for that.
That's right.
Terry, let me ask you this based on the experience that we've seen with other mass shootings. Do you think this guy was a lone wolf or is it part of a conspiracy?
Well, the question was posed to the police commissioner earlier today, I believe, or to the mayor, and they both said that they believed he was a lone wolf and that there wasn't anyone else involved. I'm sure they're going to be investigating that. You'll notice the car was towed away. They had a search warrant like that. There's a search warrant right now. They're at his home. They're going to be looking at his social media contacts. All of his computer searches will be examined, and if there is someone else involved, that will be detected.
You know, Don and Jackie, though, this really disturbs me to the point, here's an 18-year-old kid. He has a automatic weapon or a weapon that was adjusted to kill a lot of people in a short period of time. He's on the internet. He has parents. He has friends. He has acquaintances. Somebody had to know that he had serious issues in his heart and in his mind. And time in and time out, it's the same case all over the country when you read about these kinds of terrible, horrific actions. Somebody has to step forward ahead of time. They have to have the courage to report their loved ones so that they don't do these kinds of things.
We're hearing more and more these days, especially since the pandemic, about the mental health problem facing America's young people right now, and many families in this position. We don't know what happened in this young man's family. He is the suspect in the case, but we're seeing it more and more across the country. I'm sure that we will be having more attention paid on getting mental health services to people, as they did today. The Erie County executive stood up there at the news conference and said, all Erie County resources are available, and we already have counselors on the ground in this parking lot here talking to people today.
Which leads me to ask you, Tony, as a former mayor, how do we bring the community together? How do we begin the healing process after this?
Well, the first thing we have to do is make sure that we don't lower ourselves to react negatively with more violence. That would be the worst thing to do here. We all have to rise above this. We all have to come together. We're all citizens and believers and lovers of our community. And from the clergy to education to our political leaders, community leaders, people have to continue the conversation. But to your point, that happens all the time. We always have a conversation after the impact. We have to have a conversation to get to the root of what are causing these mental issues, mental health issues, what are causing the hate in people's heart. Those are the conversations we have to have beforehand, not after the fact.
Terry, let me ask you, as a defense attorney, and we've talked about how swiftly things have been moving, have you seen anything that has given you pause as a defense attorney, anything that's not being done as it should be, or any loopholes or something out there?
One of the primary functions of a defense attorney at this stage is to observe. You sit and you watch. You look very carefully to see that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, whether the paperwork to obtain the search warrant is accurate and whether it's truthful. That's important. Whether or not the police are following all the procedures that they're required to follow. You basically are looking at a checklist to see whether they're doing everything right. And then you look to see, what can I do with respect to some type of a defense? What can I do to mitigate? Is there something I can do that would be able to assist this individual who has the right to a fair trial and the right to due process of law? So I've looked at it carefully so far, and it seems to me it's been very impressive that the law enforcement agencies are cooperating. Now, sometimes you see competition.
Yeah.
I was involved in a big case when an IRS agent was shot, and there was jockeying back and forth as to who is going to take the lead. It looks like they're cooperating. They're putting all the resources together, and they're doing what they should be doing to try to collect as much evidence as possible so that justice can be returned to the families.
Well, who does take the lead?
Well, in this case, you've seen You saw John Flynn step up to the microphone and say, I've got him, I'm arraigning him tonight, I'm going to put him in custody. So he has the lead right now. The federal prosecution takes a little more time. They have to go through a number of different requests to DOJ in Washington, the Department of Justice. So they'll take a little time, they'll study it, they'll look to see whether or not it is a death-eligible case. It is. And whether or not the Justice Department will approve a death penalty prosecution. Then they will go into a grand jury presentation and an indictment. So they will trail the prosecution in the state system. That's not unusual at all.
And that's not a problem.
No, it's not a problem. It runs on parallel tracks. If there's information that one has that they need to share with the other, they can do it very easily. Not a problem.
We were talking earlier about those parallel tracks. And does one agency take the lead over the other? In other words, does the state go first? Does the federal go first? What will happen? Are we seeing two trials here?
So generally what happens in that situation is that the state returns the earliest indictment, and then they determine whether or not they're going to bring him to trial within a 6-month time period. Not mandatory, but that's sort of the outlying time within which, under the Speedy Trial Act. In the federal system, it's an even shorter speedy trial, although I think it's suspended for death penalty and for terrorism, those types of cases. So the state prosecution will go forward. If a conviction is entered there, then they will move over to the federal side, and he'll be tried again. You have the recent example in the George Floyd case where they prosecuted the officer stateside, and then they reached a plea agreement from the federal standpoint.
Well, you know, here in the great Queen City in Western New York, we're only 2 degrees of separation. We're starting to get some of the names of the victims, and some are very, very familiar to us, and we're going to be reporting on that on News 4 at 11. But, Tony, I think you know a lot of people over there in the Jefferson Avenue community. Have you heard about any of the victims that you might know?
You know, I have, and I've heard names of people that I know their sons or their uncles, or even one that, you know, was injured, and his parent worked for one of our legislators. The fact of the matter is I don't want to mention names right now because I want to make sure that everything is accurate. However, you know, this is personal. People in Buffalo know one another. We all have relationships with people in this community. I drove by Jefferson Avenue today, that store. I helped fund it so that they can open it because there was a food desert at that time in the 90s where there was a lack of supermarkets on the east side of Buffalo. I took great pride in doing that. And the people that shop there need that kind of service and that kind of opportunity. But they should not, whether it's a school, whether it's a sporting event like there was last night in Milwaukee, or whether it's a supermarket in Buffalo, New York, people should not go out and do what they need to do in the normal actions of their lives and worry about being shot.
Mayor Masiello, hold that thought. We're going to ask you and Mr. Connors if you will stay with us for a few minutes because we are going to begin News 4 at 11 right now.
We interrupt this program for the following News 4 special report.
To see that sense of security shattered by an individual, a white supremacist who has engaged in an act of terrorism.
This was pure evil. It was straight up racially motivated hate crime from somebody outside of our community, outside of the city of good neighbors.
Good evening to you. Buffalo is in mourning tonight after a gunman opened fire at the Tops supermarket on Jefferson Avenue.
10 people were shot and killed. 3 were taken to the hospital with gunshot wounds. 4 employees were shot. 1 died. That was Aaron Salter, a former Buffalo police lieutenant who was working security. We've also confirmed that Ruth Whitfield, the mother of former Buffalo Fire Commissioner Garnell Whitfield, also died in that mass shooting. This is video of the scene earlier today. You can see several first responders rushing to the scene. The shooting happened around 2:30 this afternoon.
The suspect has been identified as Peyton Gendron. He was arraigned downtown tonight. Gendron is 18 years old. He is from Conklin, New York, which is near Binghamton. News 4's Marley Tuskus has been on the scene all afternoon and evening for us. She joins us now. Marley.
Don and Jackie, this is still very much an active scene. All of the hours later, I'm going to step out of the way and have my photographer Allison show you guys what the scene still looks like at this hour. We still have the area blocked off surrounding the Tops here on Jefferson Avenue. Police are continuing to direct traffic away from this area, though we did just see some cars, or rather people being able to get into the parking lot to get their cars and drive them out. We also saw what appeared, based on social media videos that we saw, the suspect's car getting towed out of the parking lot. People have also started a candlelight vigil across the street from the Tops. Just even in the past hour, the amount of candles and cards and flowers has really just grown. You know, again, this happened hours ago and the scene is still active. People are still here mourning outside of it. Just a breakdown of what we know at this hour. According to Buffalo Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia, rather, this all unfolded around 2:30 this afternoon when the suspect, who we have learned is 18-year-old Peyton Gendron, drove all the way to the Tops parking lot here on Jefferson Avenue. That's when he shot a total of 13 people, 4 outside in the park, 9 inside. Buffalo police tell us 4 of the victims are Tops employees, including a retired Buffalo police officer who you both just noted. He was working as a security guard for the store here today. In total, 10 people were killed. Erie County District Attorney John Flynn charged Gendron with murder in the first degree. That's the highest murder charge here in New York State. It carries a sentence of life without parole. While Flynn says there will likely be additional charges, he did want to see Gendron behind bars as soon as possible.
And that charge of murder in the first degree carries with it a life without parole sentence. Now, there are 2 aspects of the murder in the first degree charge that potentially could be charged here. The one obviously is crystal clear right now. There is a certain subdivision of the murder in the first degree that accounts for multiple individuals getting shot and killed, which is what we have here.
And New York State Hate Crime Task Force. Although officials would not get into detail of what evidence they have that makes this a hate crime, Commissioner Gramaglia says 11 of the victims were black while 2 were white. Now, Governor Kathy Hochul did not mince words earlier when we heard from her. She says that this is a hate crime. She's calling Gendron a white supremacist. She said this is an act of domestic terrorism. She was the one that directed the state's hate crime task force into investigating this. We did just hear a soundbite from John Flynn, who talked about the 2 aspects of the first-degree murder charge. The second aspect of that would include racially motivated or hate crime aspect. So we will await to hear if those charges will be added, and we will also wait to hear if there will be a felony hearing, though one is scheduled for later in this week. As for now, reporting live outside of the Tops on Jefferson Ave, Marley Tuskus, News 4.
Marley, thank you. Now, the wheels of justice are already in motion in this case. Kelsey Anderson was inside city court for the suspect's arraignment.
Kelsey can describe to us what she saw tonight.
Don, Jackie, that arraignment started around 7:35 tonight, 5 hours after those shots rang out at the Tops in downtown Buffalo. We know the suspected gunman. His name is Peyton Gendron. Now, as we walked in, the media, into that courtroom tonight around 7:30, that suspected gunman did not turn around to even look at us. He was staring straight ahead. He was wearing a white face mask and a white paper gown, similar to something you would put on at a doctor's office. He had no shoes on. All he had on were boxers and a metal blue bracelet on his wrist. There were about 5 to 6 officers surrounding him inside that courtroom. And we were told there he's charged with murder in the first degree. His lawyer requested a forensic exam and put in a plea of not guilty for his client. Now, he did stand up and he answered the judge. The only words we heard out of his mouth tonight, quote, I understand my charges. He was remanded without bail, and the case is now going to a grand jury. Now, after he was walked out, his lawyer came up to us, told us he had no comment at the moment, said maybe in the future he would have a comment. We asked if further charges could be filed. He said as of right now, his client is charged with 1 count of first-degree murder, implying maybe other charges could be coming. Now, I do want to say he was appointed as his lawyer by the courts. Now, the DA's office gave us an update tonight saying Gendron is scheduled to return on Thursday at 9:30 for a felony hearing. And Don, Jackie, a lot of people asking, why would he be in that white gown that is paper? Well, we are told by sources tonight that he is on suicide watch, and potentially that paper gown would make it harder to hurt himself if he was wearing something else. Also, earlier in the night, Don, Jackie, you guys asked me, was there anyone in the audience, in the courtroom, that could maybe be a family member or a friend or anything of the suspected gunman? I did not see anybody else except for media in that courtroom tonight. In downtown Buffalo, Kelsey Anderson, News 4.
Kelsey, thank you. Now, there are reports that an alleged manifesto by the suspect has been circulating online.
And it is very disturbing. News 4's Luke Moretti tells us what's inside.
Authorities have not said whether a hate-filled manifesto posted online is tied directly to the alleged shooter.
The manifesto contains the choice of the site from this individual.
Alexander Rosenberg, Deputy Regional Director for the Anti-Defamation League for the New York, New Jersey region, says the organization is still sifting through all 180 pages.
So greatly anti-Semitic, greatly racist against people of color, a white supremacist, radicalized in all the ways that we can think of. 180 pages, I want to repeat, of this.
The manifesto included a detailed account of the attack at Tops on Jefferson Avenue, including what is believed to be a drawing of the store. The document contains racist language and outlined a plan to kill as many blacks as possible.
Thankfully, tonight, what happened today at 2:30 in the afternoon was something that was taken down very quickly. But the manifesto is allegedly still out there. The words that the shooter allegedly put out are still out there.
The manifesto talked about the store being located where a high density of blacks can be found. It included language like, "I make sure I never stop firing." News 4 spoke with former Buffalo FBI Special Agent in Charge, Bernie Tolbert, who says the manifesto will be helpful to investigators.
Clearly, the fact that he posted the manifesto, he describes in great detail. He draws a picture of the top, so that means he's done some work. Either he conducted a trial run, some surveillance, or he went online and got the specs for the tops. But it shows that he did some work, so his intent is clear.
Tolbert says while it's not clear when it was posted or how long it's been online, he says there's one thing to keep in mind.
I mean, clearly, they can't monitor every single social media site and everything that's put on there. When things come to their attention, I have no question they do the right thing.
The horrific shooting, which left 10 people dead, is being investigated as a hate crime and racially motivated violent extremism. Luke Moretti, News 4.
While the Western New York community is shocked and grieving.
And we've been told President Biden has been notified of this mass shooting. According to his press secretary, and I quote, he will continue to receive updates throughout the night and tomorrow as further information develops. The president and the First Lady are praying for those who have been lost and for their loved ones. Congressman Brian Higgins spoke earlier tonight about how this could be a basis for new legislation.
So this is something that hopefully we will learn from, something that will serve as a basis from which enacting policy at the federal level to get guns out of the hands of those people who should not have guns in their hands. And we hope that time will heal. And we are a good community. We are a giving community. We love our people. We love our diversity.
And right now, we want to go back to the scene of the crime.
News 4's Tara Lynch has been at the scene all afternoon and all evening. She can bring us an update now. Tara?
But I've been telling you one story since we first came on the air, and it was about this man here, Grady Lewis. You were in that Tops earlier this afternoon. We're going to get to that story, but you told me just a few moments ago that you actually spoke with the suspect yesterday. He was here. Tell me more about that.
I seen him, and he looked strange in the neighborhood, but he had a genius shirt on, so I wanted to see if he was a genius. And we sat and talked about string theory, critical race theory, beginning of civilization, and he seemed like he was a genius, actually. He said he came up just to see the countryside, and he was going to go out camping. He bought a big a jug of water. He had a little nervous twitch to him. I bought him something to drink, and we sat and talked for about an hour and 45 minutes after seeing the pictures and seeing the blue car that I seen him got into yesterday. So it's a shock right now, and he told me his name was Peyton. So it's a shock.
And we did see a blue car get taken away from this scene just about a half hour or so ago. And you were saying that you were speaking with him on a bench that's located outside of this Tops.
Yes.
That's the bench that earlier today, when I first got here, you were the first person I spoke to. You were telling me that bench is your office.
Yes.
And you usually like to stop and sit there and talk
Yes.
to people that are passing by. Today you didn't stop.
Yes.
So walk me through your afternoon here at the Tops.
Well, I went in there and got me some a juice, and I didn't want to sit there today, so I walked across the street and I opened up my juice, and as I opened up my juice, I heard what I knew wasn't a firecracker, and I looked up and I seen a guy shooting people. Then I seen a security guard run inside, and then I seen him going after him, shooting. And I saw him come back out, and he had all camouflage on, and glasses and helmet, and then he put the gun to his head, and he dropped it. He took off his gloves, he took off his gun, he put it down, he took off his vest, and then he got on his knees and laid down and put his hands behind his back, and they arrested him at that point.
And the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, you were telling me about the security guard, the former Buffalo police officer who has tragically died in this incident. You were telling me today he told you no lingering around the store. We gotta keep it clear.
Yes.
You credited that man with saving your life.
Yes, I heard him say to someone, "There's no lingering around the store." So me knowing that he was a Buffalo police officer, I never really wanted to give him an opportunity to say anything to me. So when I do go, I shop and I leave, and that's the reason why I left, because I heard him tell people that a couple times. So you don't really got to tell me something 4 or 5 times for me to understand. And from what I heard, he went back and he shot at him when he went in the store. So yeah, but if he wasn't there, I would have been sitting there. So I'm definitely thankful that I heard him say that. Yes, I'm definitely thankful to Mr. Salters. Yes, definitely.
Well, Mr. Lewis, thank you so much for joining me here tonight and for telling me your story earlier today. I appreciate it. This entire community here is mourning this tragic loss. There's a memorial set up down Landon Street here. A truly challenging, difficult, sad, heartbreaking day here in the city of Buffalo. For now, live on Jefferson and Landon, Tara Lynch, News 4.
And Tara, that was pretty remarkable what that man said. I'm sure authorities will want to talk to him. He said he sat for an hour and 45 minutes yesterday talking to the young man who is the suspect in this case. He also saw the end of the shooting today when the suspect who had the gun up to his neck put it down and surrendered.
Surrendered. Very important.
Got to talk to him, absolutely, Tara. That was remarkable there. Now, we want to go on the phone to former FBI Special Agent in Charge, Bernie Tolbert. Bernie, were you able to hear that man's interview? And if you were still with the FBI, what would you be doing about getting in touch with him?
Well, clearly, I did hear it, and it was amazing. We want to talk with him. We want to know
gather as much information we can about that conversation, what he said, anything at all that might be of evidentiary value, not just evidentiary value, but help us maybe get a better understanding of why this happened.
Now, you know, the FBI agents have surrounded the suspect's house outside of Binghamton and Broome County, and you know, they've told us that they're probably looking at his computer, his cell phone, what have you. But the interesting thing is the possibility of the FBI doing a profile on this suspect. What would they try to find out?
Well, they'll want doing a profile. It's not. It will be interesting, but it's a part of the process. It's something they'll want to know. Why if we can't figure out why he did, what happened, what triggered him to do this, who are the people he talks with, who are the people he associates with. Get to know as much about what makes this person tick, what makes him who he is, not only to help as we move forward with any prosecution that's going to take place, but also from a lessons learned standpoint. In profiling, you try to get information that would help you, get inside the mind of the person and, figure out what they might do. This may be of some value down the road in another investigation, another incident. So, with no question, profiling this particular person will be a big part of what law enforcement will be doing.
Bernie, we've seen such a wide array of law enforcers that are involved in this at all levels, from the city right up to the federal level. Do you foresee any problem with these agencies all working together?
No, there should be none. Clearly, the Buffalo Police will be the lead local agency. Law enforcement agents happen in Buffalo. It's where they have jurisdiction. The Sheriff's Department, State Police, and as well as the federal agencies will be cooperating. On a federal level, there are a couple of federal crimes, at least at this point, that we know can be charged or will likely be charged, and the FBI has jurisdiction in those. So they'll be conducting their investigation. I would imagine there'll be daily interchanges, conferences, where they, make sure that everyone knows exactly what everyone else knows, so that both prosecutions, the state and federal prosecution, can proceed and have the very best chance of being successful.
Bernie, when you were being trained in the FBI, you know that we have a Second Amendment in our Constitution in this country, yet at the other hand, we have a problem with these assault weapons in our society today.
That is an issue. When you look at the Second Amendment, when the Second Amendment came about, the right to bear arms, it was a different time, and at that time there were no such thing as assault rifles. So there was a need then for a militia. We were a very young country. We needed to protect ourselves. So those things all came about, and they were necessary. I'm not suggesting that the right to bear arms is unnecessary, but certainly the right to bear certain kinds of weapons. This is an assault rifle is meant for nothing else but, mass destruction in terms of killing people. I don't know anyone who hunts with an assault rifle, and most people will tell you that's not fair to the animal being hunted. That they would have, you can kill them with assault rifles. So it's a political issue, and I don't, clearly there'll be politics involved with this, but more important, the human tragedy that we face, that's first. But I do think that our country, we have a serious problem with guns. That's not to say that people who have firearms and use them responsibly, use them for for the appropriate reasons. That's not to say they shouldn't have them. But we have to get our arms around this whole issue of the ghost guns, assault guns that have been modified so that they can produce this kind of mass killing. No, any shooting is not a good one. If he was armed with a
Bernie, we're starting to lose your signal, Bernie. We want to thank you very much for being with us tonight and sharing your insight.
As we mentioned, dozens of law enforcement officials are at the suspect's home in Conklin, New York.
This is near Binghamton. Andrew Donovan is live there tonight with the latest for us. Andrew?
By sunset, the home of Peyton Gedrin, a house owned by Paul and Pamela Gedrin, was surrounded by authorities of all levels, as high as the FBI. From our limited vantage point, agents and officers could be seen going in and out of the home on a dead end of a suburban neighborhood. Conklin is a suburb of Binghamton, an hour and a half straight south of Syracuse, 3.5 hours from Buffalo, where the 18-year-old is accused of murdering 10 people in a Tops supermarket. The pitch black isn't allowing us to see much anymore, but state police are still here. Troopers tell us it's an FBI-led operation because Gedrin is accused of a racially motivated hate crime, so federal charges could come. That's why federal agents have taken over the investigation. In Broome County, Andrew Donovan, News 4.
And in the studio tonight, we are honored to have former Buffalo Mayor Tony Masiello and Buffalo Defense Attorney Terry Connors. And this mass shooting is starting to have a face to it. We're learning more and more about who was shot, including former Buffalo Police Commissioner Garnell Whitfield's mom was inside the Tops Market. Tony, I know you're friends with Garnell, and he was probably your fire commissioner. It hits close to home now.
Don and Jackie, Garnell was not only an outstanding firefighter who rose to the ranks, earned his way up like everybody does. He was an outstanding human being, a community activist, and a great son. But why would his mother, who raised a terrific son, who did everything right in educating and nurturing her son to be a benefit to our community, why did she lose her life? Because she's black and she lives in a black neighborhood. Why does that happen? It should never happen. What is in people's hearts that forces them to do these kinds of things? It just is nonsensical. It has to stop. And we as a society have to figure out how we can all get along, live together, and support one another. We're all human beings.
Mayor, you're asking the questions that so many families are asking tonight. Why? Why did this have to happen? Terry Connors is a noted defense attorney in our community, and he looks at this, of course, with sadness, like all of us, but from a little different perspective, and that's the legal perspective. Terry, were you surprised at how quickly you saw things roll out today on the law enforcement side?
I wasn't really surprised at all. I mean, as horrific as this event was, and as shocking as it was to us, you saw law enforcement mobilize. They put together the federal and state resources. They got the process going quickly. The accusatory instruments, the documents that brought him into court for arraignment this evening, they were put together in a matter of hours. Arraignment took place this evening. You're seeing it now on the monitor. And the state process is moving very quickly. On that topic, there will be no felony hearing on Thursday. John Flynn, and I know him well, he'll indict this case Monday or Tuesday, and he'll deprive the individual of a felony hearing, which you're allowed to do as a prosecutor, and this matter will proceed to indictment, and ultimately he'll proceed to trial.
How does that indictment work, Terry?
The way it works is that evidence will be presented on Monday or Tuesday, or both days, to a grand jury. 23 people will sit and hear that, and only 12 have to decide if there was probable cause to believe that a crime was committed. They could get an indictment in a matter of hours in this particular case and be ready to go forward as late as Monday evening or Tuesday morning.
Mayor, how do we take a tragedy like this and try to bring the community together and not have our community more divided than what it already is?
You've sat in City Hall before. I mean, how do you deal with something like this? Listen,
this isn't easy. You're dealing with human beings who unfortunately have some significant and serious issues. But those who have good hearts and who have good minds, they have to elevate the game. They have to talk about what's good about each other. We can't revert back to more violence, more racism, more hate. We got to find out what makes people do those kinds of things so we can prevent them in the future. But the dialogue has to be elevated right now. We have to stand together. We have to look in each other's eyes and hearts and know that we're all good human beings. And we have to work for a common purpose. And that purpose is a better Buffalo, where we all can live and work and raise our families together.
Absolutely. Terry, we've been talking about the fact that there may be two parallel cases being tried here on the state level and the federal level. Would you expect one to go before the other?
Well, there is concurrent jurisdiction, both in the state process and in the federal system. And the state process will go first. They'll move quickly. The federal process will take a little more time because it has to go through a number of layers of review. Keep in mind, this is a death-eligible case in the federal system. That has to get approved by the Department of Justice in Washington, so it will take some time before that indictment is put together. But it will follow shortly on the heels of the state prosecution. But the state prosecution will probably go first.
Mayor Tony Masiello, Terry Connors, thank you, gentlemen, so much for coming in on a Saturday night on this tragic night in the Queen City. We so much appreciate your insight, both legally and also, Mayor, for the heart of the Queen City.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Sad night for all of us.
Devastating.
Indeed. And to recap this breaking story tonight, Buffalo is in mourning after a gunman opened fire at the Tops supermarket on Jefferson Avenue.
10 people were shot and killed. 3 were taken to the hospital with gun wounds. 4 employees were shot. 1 died. And that was Aaron Salter, a former Buffalo Police lieutenant working security. We've also confirmed that Ruth Whitfield, the mother of former Buffalo Fire Commissioner Garnell Whitfield, also was killed in that attack. This is video of the scene earlier today. You saw several first responders rush to the scene. The shooting happened around 2:30 this afternoon.
The suspect has been identified as Peyton Gendron. He was arraigned downtown tonight. He is 18 years old. He's from Conklin, New York, which is near Binghamton. And News 4's Marley Tuskus has been on the scene all afternoon and evening, and she can bring us an update now. Marley?
Jackie, it's just been such an emotional day. We heard from Mayor Byron Brown earlier, who called this the worst nightmare that any community can face. Buffalo police remain here on scene hours later. They are starting to move the barriers where the yellow tape is. It's still surrounding the Tops here on Jefferson Avenue, though the roadways here are starting to reopen. Details, as you mentioned, are still coming forward. What we know, though, is that 18-year-old Peyton Gendron is behind bars tonight after police say he opened fire, killing 10 people, shooting a total of 13. He was also live streaming the entire time, according to Governor Kathy Hochul. Hochul also noted that Gendron had that gun, an assault rifle, legally, though she says he did modify it, which automatically makes it illegal here in New York State. There is no clear timeline at this hour when exactly this Tops or the surrounding area will reopen. We'll, of course, bring you those updates as we learn of them, both here on News 4 as well as over on our website, WIVB.com. As for now, reporting live on Jefferson Ave, Marley Tuskus, News 4.
Thank you, Marley. Now, our Kelsey Anderson was in court this evening as the suspect was arraigned.
Let's check in with Kelsey right now to tell us more about the suspect. Kelsey?
Don, Jackie, that arraignment started around 7:35 tonight, about 5 hours after that shooting began. As the media walked in, Peyton Gendron didn't look at us. He was in a white paper gown and a white face mask. He didn't have any shoes on. He was in handcuffs. That gown was something similar to what you'd wear at a doctor's office. Sources tell us that's because he's on suicide watch tonight. A paper gown would be harder to hurt himself. Now, there were about 5 to 6 officers surrounding him. His lawyer requested a forensic exam and put in a plea of not guilty to that murder in the first-degree charge for his client. The only time we heard from Gendron the entire night was, quote, "I understand my charges." He was remanded without bail. This case is now going to a grand jury. We'll see Gendron back in court Thursday at 9:30 for a felony hearing. Live in Buffalo, Kelsey Anderson, News 4.
Kelsey, thank you. Right now, we're going to go back to the scene.
Tara Lynch is there. She's been there all night. Tara?
We're clear. We've heard from a lot of residents today. They're using words like devastated, heartbroken, and shocked. We even just spoke with one man, if you were with us earlier here at 11, who was telling us he spoke with the suspect. He says the suspect was here yesterday, and he did not think that this was going to happen today. And it's just truly a day of mourning. You mentioned it there, Jackie, something that this entire city, this entire region is thinking about tonight, and it's just a terrible day for the city of Buffalo, but something that this community says they want to join together. So for now, live in Buffalo, Tara Lynch, News 4.
Tara, thank you. And I want to thank the entire News 4 team for the wonderful job they've done all day and all night covering this tragedy. It is indeed been a very dark day in Buffalo. This day will go down as a dark day in the history of the Queen City. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones tonight. You might want to say a prayer for those families.
We certainly will say a prayer. This is a time for us all to come together. We will have the latest updates online at WIVB.com. Our Wake Up team will come on at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Of course, we'll be following events all day tomorrow. There is much more to tell about what happened today in Buffalo. Thank you for being with us. Good night.
Good night.